into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody, and happy Monday. As the week begins, we are actually taking a little break from the Delphi case over this weekend and today. I know people are like, what? Wait, you have to go back to Delphi. I will either cover Delphi either a late night live tonight or tomorrow morning. So just an FYI, I am aware of the new filings that came out today, but I am so excited to be able to go over the Karen Reed case, not only for the people who are just into the Karen Reed case, but for all of the people who watch this channel and have asked, like, where do you go to get just a very, easy recap on what is, happening in this case, who the people are, and the timeline in order to be able to follow the Karen Reed trial that jury selection starts for tomorrow. So this is a case for me that I feel like, if I don't know the details like I know Delphi, I feel like I don't know the case. I have followed this case. I have not ever overly dug into this case. I know the basic timeline, so on and so forth. So what I did was actually reach out to some of the people that I know this case like the back of their hand, and I'm like, hey, you guys wanna come on? And I am so excited to have the guests that are coming on with us tonight. I'm going to bring them on, but I'm going to say hi to everybody first in the chat, and then I'm going to tell you guys what we're going to do is go over the very basic stuff when it comes to the who's who, the timeline, some of the surveillance footage, and the state's theory and the defense theory. So that's going to be what starts it, and then we're going to go into some more of the ties between the people and the investigators, and more of the what some would call conspiracy, but what is more delving into the defense theory of the case. So if you only want the basic who's who timeline, here's what you need to know, you're going to get that in the beginning of this live. And then after that, if you want to stick around, we're going to have the more deeper conversations of, what's the connections between all these people. And but we're in it for the long haul tonight. So if we can cover it, we're going to cover it. So I'm going to say hi to everybody, and then I'm going to bring on my lovely guests. So hi, Susan. Bob says this one is more toxic than Delphi. It's bad. It's a tough one. The interesting thing about Karen Reed's case and the Delphi case is both defense teams are using third-party guilt and have publicly put their defense theory out to the public. Publicly put it out to the public. And I think in doing so, it creates like a very divided, sense on social media of like, people are absolutely pro-defense and people are absolutely pro-prosecution. And it's just, there's two solid theories, and it's at the end of the day, which one can they prove? And for me, it's, how you guys know, like I struggle with when law enforcement is kind of doing some weird stuff. Why are they doing the weird stuff if you've already got the person? So that's going to be the interesting stuff we talk about at the end. Hi, Prekasent. Hi, ATS. Hi, Heavy Metal Rehab. What's up, Chicken Operas? Hi, Veronica. Missing unsolved crime. Lone Pony. Yes, this case is just as, if not more crazy as Delphi. Same intensity, just different. So glad Tia's covering it. Hi, Julio Suave. And Susan, I said, I think I just read your comment. I don't know if I actually said hi. Hi, Keiki. I can't wait to get caught up. I don't know a dang thing. Well, you're going to know anything that you want to know at the end of this. So, let me see. Susie Q. I'm new to this case, so I even have the time to follow anything other than Delphi. Well, the positive is you're going to get the entire recap, and then the trial starts. So you won't have to worry too much about digging in for research purposes. Justice for John O'Keefe. Hi, where's Shelley? Hi, Ramblin'. Hi, Odie Doty. Hi, BGOG. The Royal We. Salty C. Hi, honey. Hi, Strictly Chaos. Hello, Spring. Hi, Woman Doing Impossible Things. Blah says, free Karen Reed. Hi, Carla. Hi, Laura. CO Mama. Christy. Hey, Shaz. Hi, Chelsea. Okay, let me bring up our guests, and then they can introduce themselves, but I don't even think they really need an introduction. If anybody, most people who kind of follow this channel also know who, I think my husband's calling me. Hold on. Nope, it's not him. Know who this lovely lady is. This is Deets on the Streets, everybody.
Hello.
And then our good friend, the good Nunya, is in the house.
Hello.
Hi, thank you guys for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, I'm so excited to have you both.
I love the discussion.
I am obsessed with this case, so I'm here for it. I got the extra pibs ready. We're good to go.
I'm on 7-Up this week. Dr. Pepper's been down. I've been no Dr. Pepper for like a week now. Yeah, it's weird.
Really?
So that's torture.
Yeah, I know it is like torture. Well, I got a stomach bug, and so I've just been sticking with the 7-Up just because I'm like, just fearful. But Sleuthy is still working, and then she's going to join us as soon as she's done. So she's got the link whenever she's ready.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there she is in chat.
I'm here finishing work. She's like, I'm here. And then Turtle Boy adds a whole other layer to the shit show.
Well, I know someone said, I saw in the chat as you were doing your hellos, someone was like, the trolls in this are worse than Delphi. And I was like, possibly. It's a pretty intense, heavily trolled case.
It really
that's
is.
for sure.
I think the positive, though, is because I don't cover the case, with any type of consistency at all, that I don't know if they'll find us.
I hope not.
In time. You know what I mean? Like, I think that we might be safe. It took the Delphi trolls a little while to find me, I think.
Yeah. Now they're kind of coming in a lot, though. You cracked me up on your last live.
God. I know. I'm like, okay, just get this case over. Just do it. Let's get all the answers and we'll be done. That's how, I think that's probably how people feel about this case too. So do you guys want to introduce yourselves? I mean, does everybody, I think most people know who Deets' channel is. The good Nunya, you have a channel too. You don't really true crime though, do you?
I do not. I don't. I normally just check in with people and I try to give people laughs. So that's kind of my focus. It's just I like to make people smile, throughout the day. Life's heavy. So that's kind of more my vibe. Recently, I've been doing some videos that have just been kind of like, pulled to do. But outside of that, no, not normally. I like to talk about it a lot. And I like to follow it, and I like to ask a lot of questions about it, but I don't typically do content.
Why don't you just talk? Why don't you true crime then? Because I know that, and you're good at it.
And she's so good with details too, y'all. And like questions, like we will be in private and Discord, like talking about this case specifically. And just her questions have me explaining it in a manner that I know people would love. And I'm like, we really should just do this on a live, but we never do. So here we are. Oh, but she should. She's so good at the detail and organization and like just laying everything out.
Well, thank you. I think I don't do it because true crime can be so heavy. And I feel like life is already heavy. So I try to do something that just is to lift the spirits, like go to other people and watch the true crime, then come and, have some laughs to lighten your load a little bit,
That's true. It's true. And there's some cases it's just like, okay, I can't even continue down this case because it's so tough. So I get that, and I enjoy the chillaxness and just the relax and have a good time instead of And so if anybody like Dietz's channel is like half true crime, half crama, but it's more like following the crama and debunking crama. So like for somebody like me who doesn't have a lot of time to pay attention to all the things that are happening on that side of the world, it brings it all together into one spot for me. And I'm like, and I always say thank you. I'm like, thank you for just making it so easy for me to know what the hell's going on out there. And then it digs into you do not stop until you get to the bottom line of shit. Like your kids had to be like, just tell her the damn truth, otherwise we're gonna be here for 10 hours.
Pretty much. Like, I loved it how you said that. You're like, you're the truth channel. I do. I love to
Really?
just know the truth and get to the truth, whether it be true crime or communities, people communicating or, interacting with one another, because the truth's always out there and it will come out eventually. So,
and she's like, I'm gonna put in the hours until I get it too. So that's me. I love both you guys. I appreciate you guys for being here, and I know that this is a case that you guys discuss quite often between the two of you. So what made you get into the Karen Reed case?
Nanya, do you want to go first?
Oh, sure. So the first time I seen it was actually on Chasing's channel. She had done a video on it
Chasing
or a
Truth?
live on it a long time ago, before like the whole Turtle Boy stuff had started to happen. Yes, Chasing Truth. And so I watched that video, and I was watching like as she's presenting just the facts of what was known at that time long ago. And I was like, man, like I'm really intrigued by this. Like what really happened, kind of thoughts. And then as stuff started to like more and more came out, like it just stuck with me, and I had so many questions. I still have a lot of questions.
Yeah, you think that you'll get those answers at trial?
I hope so. I'll be there. Like I'm on the West Coast, so those trials being set at 9 a.m. their time is 6 a.m. my time, but I'll be there for sure.
But the positive is that we get to do it on 2x speed, and we get to skip all the sidebars and all the breaks.
Yeah, all the like when they're set up in the court and they're waiting and everybody else is there waiting for the court to start, I'll be on 2x, able to fast forward through that part. Yep.
All right, so you guys want to start or Dietz, you? I didn't ask you. You go. You tell us.
Well, actually, it was Tracy as well. So the time that Nanya's talking about, it was during the Gannon trial. It was during the middle of it, I think lunch recess or something. And so Tracy just started covering it in that off time instead of shutting down her live. I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to it when she covered it then for some reason. A subscriber emailed me. It was very new. Yeah, there wasn't even the Turtle Boy stuff at the time. So it was like really fresh. And then a subscriber had emailed me about it. I want to say it was in like June of 23, and I started digging into it then, and then I was just hooked. And then Sleuthy and I talk about it in messages all the time, and now Nanya. And so it's a very polarizing case. It's probably how you feel about Delphi is how I feel about, I call it the John O'Keefe case. Everyone else calls it Karen Reed, for obviously she's the one on trial, but I feel like that's how I feel. I don't even have words for it because there's just so much into it, and you'll hear that as we go through it. There's just so much, and just trying to, like you said, I love to get to the truth. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to the truth in this one pre-trial. I don't think it's possible, but I'm hopeful during trial we're able to. I just feel like there's going to be a whole lot more that comes out. We'll have to see.
Well, and like I said, that's why I know that we're gonna talk about that after we go through all the details. But I do find like this stuff with like the FBI, and I think that the trial isn't even going to be the end of it, in my opinion. But we'll get there. All right. So let me.
The other thing I was going to add to that is, I think for me, like when I was watching coverage when it started to blow up, when I was watching coverage, it was so one-sided coverage. Like everybody who I followed or subscribed to that was covering it, it was so like only this side of things. And I don't like that. Like that's fine if you're, for the defense, but like tell me what the Commonwealth said, or if you're all for the Commonwealth, then like tell me what the defense said. And I couldn't find that like that kind of coverage. And so that kind of
No.
drove me to like go like look in on the other side of things to see where, you know, somewhere in the middle is what happened, kind of a thing.
Well, I also think if you know if you're following it from the beginning of something, I think it's easier to find somebody who's not you know, biased towards one side or the other. But once a channel starts covering it for, you know, a long time, it's hard for a creator to stay unbiased because you know so many things and you're message so many things that you can't even put out publicly anymore. You know what I mean? Like you start to know so much stuff that you're like, what? And so it's tough to not have some type of bias. I try really hard when it comes to the Delphi case, but there's things that I'm like, no, that's not, it's a disaster. And you're never going to change my mind. I know it's a disaster at this point because I now know, you know what I mean? Like once you know, you know.
There's no turning back.
There's no turning back. I think
go
ahead.
Sorry. I think Dietz and I have a lot of conversations where like today I may think one way and then we'll have a conversation and then I'll be like, oh, well, wait, maybe I'm going this way instead. Like I'm all over the place depending on like what has come out. So like I don't think have like a lot of people have already made it up in their mind, you know, who guilty or innocent one way or the other. But like I'm still in the middle of it. I don't know like which way it'll go.
Dietz, do you have a thought? Are you pro one way or the other?
I don't know if she actually did it or not. However, I do think that she will be found not guilty because of reasonable doubt. Absolutely, 110% think that she will be found not guilty. But as far as the actual act, I mean, I don't know. I do not believe that she hit him with her car. I will say that. That's where I stand on that. I don't think she hit him with her car. I I don't know how I feel about like the whole dog claims and all that. There's some compelling evidence out there that leads you to believe that, you know, he possibly was attacked by a dog, fight, all that. But I just think with the way the investigation went, the mishandling of the investigation, all the things that they did, there's so many discrepancies, and those discrepancies start to add up. And while that might not point you one way or the other, with all those discrepancies there, I do believe that they will, you know, find her not guilty.
You do. All right. Okay, so we'll go through the who's who and the what's what. And so I had put this one together, and Dietz actually has some other slides with a lot more detail. So we're going to kind of mesh our info and the who's who portion of this. Give me one second.
But I warn you, my slides are like 6 months old. I was just telling T that. I'm scrolling through them to try to find them. I'm like, holy cow, these were from before my grandson was born. And so they are a bit old.
It's just so weird. I can't believe that's been that long though still.
I know.
I can't. Hey, Gavel Geeks. Hi,
Hey,
Shambles.
Gavel.
I'm here. I'm catching up. I'm here. That's how I feel about Delphi. Too much happened to erase reasonable doubt.
Exactly.
When you go over the people, I'll just go boo or yay if we like them. No, I'm just kidding.
Thumbs down. And you like this is what my 7-year-old does. If he's like, I'm okay with it, he does a sideways thumb. He's like,
yeah,
a sideways.
Yeah, it's sideways. Like, I don't know. I can't really tell you. Okay, so we'll start down here because this is the two main people. Is Karen Reed, who's on trial for the murder of John O'Keefe, who is her boyfriend, who worked for the Boston Police Department. Like I said, we're just going to kind of go. This is not everybody that's possibly going to get brought up. I just want to say that. I just put the basic people on here just so people can have an idea of what they look like, who they are, and, you know, just how they're somewhat connected. But this goes out further. It is like a Delphi tree. It just keeps going, and there's more people and more people and more people involved. Give me 1 second, you guys.
Before you move on from that, two of them, just a little bit of more info on John and Karen. They had dated back in high school, lost touch, reconnected, and had started dating again. So this is their second time of being boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. My husband was like, what are you doing for dinner? And I'm like, that's on you. I already told you that. And he's like, you think I listen? I'm like, no, I don't, actually. Yes, so they did. They knew each other when they were younger, and then they reconnected later on. In 2013, was it 2013? I just want to make sure I have the timeline right. 2013.
Yeah.
John O'Keefe's sister passed away, and then in 2014, his brother-in-law passed away.
Brother-in-law.
So he ended up adopting his niece and nephew. So when they reconnect, he's now got custody of his niece and nephew. So that comes into play and is an important part of the story.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of how old they were at the time. They were young teenagers, I do believe. I don't remember exactly, but young to mid teenagers. So you can imagine what that's like.
Yeah, trying to take on two kids,
Mhm.
especially after trauma. I mean, they lost their mom, they lost their dad,
and now they've
It's a
lost
lot.
their uncle, who
Yeah,
was their,
Now they lost their
they're my heart goes out to them the most, those two kiddos.
They're 13 and 16 now.
Okay, so yeah,
White Point said.
11 and 14 at the time. Thank you, white paint. I almost said white point.
Do we know who has custody of them now? I don't know if that. I mean, that's probably not.
I actually don't. Someone's asked me that, and I'm wondering if Grandma does, but why wouldn't she have before? I really don't know. And that's why I said my heart goes out to those two the most in this situation.
Yeah. Talk about like survivor's guilt.
Yeah.
Okay, so these two are dating, and Paul O'Keefe, John's brother, has them. Okay, thank you. I wondered that too.
Thank you.
Oh, Julio says grandmother, John's mother. It would make more sense if Paul does have them, though.
Someone in John's family. That's all I was assuming.
So on January 28th of 2022, Karen and John, and we'll go through more of the details about how everybody starts meeting up, but just for the general purposes of the basic timeline, John and Karen are out drinking, and they meet up with their friends, who are Nicole and Brian Albert, but more so, they're actually friends with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe.
So yeah, John doesn't really know Brian, doesn't really know the rest of the people, is how it's always been told. He knows of them, has had some interactions with them, but the main reason, or the main person of contact that they know each other very well, is Jen McCabe and John O'Keefe.
Right, these two.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, we can kind of talk about why later, I guess. So Jen McCabe is married to Matt McCabe, and Jen's sister is Nicole Albert. So they're all out, like, kind of at the bars, hanging out, and there is an after party, I would say. There's already a birthday party going on for Brian Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr. He's having his birthday party at the house, and so they invite a lot of people to come over after they're done with the bars and the bars are closing, to come and have, extra nightcaps, I would say. So, have some more drinks and hang out. This is Brian Albert and Nicole Albert is the house that will be a very big part of the story, and where John O'Keefe's body was actually found outside of this house.
So that's 34 Fairview. You're going to 34 Fairview a ton in this trial.
34 Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
I should have put that on there, huh?
No.
So Brian Albert is also with the Boston PD, and Brian has a brother named Chris Albert. So Chris Albert's son is Colin Albert. So when you'll hear people refer to like the nephew, and so Brian Albert's nephew is Colin Albert, who is said to be at the house. Julie Albert, I thought Julie Albert was actually friends with John O'Keefe, correct?
So in the beginning, all we ever heard was that John and Jen were friends. John and Jen were friends. As we learned more, there is a friendliness between John and Julie and Chris, because, excuse me, you'll find when we go through the timeline, John O'Keefe and his nephew, run into Chris Albert Chris Albert owns D&E Pizza there in Canton, Massachusetts. And they stop in that morning and John's like, yeah, I'm going to be out at the bars later today. He's like, oh, that's cool. And then it's actually Julie Albert that texts John later and says, hey, we're over here at this bar, get over here. So even though we don't know much about their relationship, they're basically the two that, start the initial invite that we're aware of.
Okay.
Can I add one other thing in here as well?
Absolutely.
Which I think influenced the wanting to go to the hangout that night, is Brian Albert. Fun fact, he was on a TV show at one point in time for the squad that he ran previously, but currently his position with the PD was kind of an elite squad kind of position, where I believe they did warrants and drugs. And so wanting it as a police officer, there may have been some, I want to go and like introduce myself to him, be around him, because he is the leader of this elite squad within the police department.
It's a possibility.
So
that's a good fact to add in. Okay, so we have Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday party it is, and Brian Albert has a couple of his friends over, so they'll become part of the story too, which is Sarah and Julie. Later on, we'll hear more about Julie's brother down here. Brian and Nicole also have a daughter named Caitlin. I put on here like where the connections will end up coming in later. So if you guys want, like, you can screenshot this if you want it to be able to look back at, or we'll probably just bring it back up to reference too. So their daughter, Caitlin, works at the Attorney General's office as an investigator. So it's another potential tie-in to connections. And then her boyfriend is Tristan Morris. Another person who's at the house that night is a friend of theirs named Brian Higgins. He becomes a very important player in the entire story. He is an ATF agent and leaves the house at approximately, once we go through the timeline, you guys will see this, but he leaves the house at like 1:30 in the morning to go like work on paperwork at his local office at the Canton PD. Like 1:30 a.m.
He's with the FBI or ATF, and he has an office dedicated to him there at the Canton Police Department. I always found that weird in the beginning. It hasn't been until here recently, I'd say in the last, 2 months, Nanya, that a lot more information has started to come out about Brian Higgins, and it is some extremely interesting information. Where prior to that, it was pretty zilch.
I didn't watch the hearing from just right now with the information they released about him, but I'm intrigued to hear about it.
Okay, so let's see. Do you guys have anybody else that you think is super important to the beginning? Oh, I guess I should say there's. I was like, there's one other.
Chloe is absolutely imperative.
So Chloe is the Albert's family dog, German Shepherd. It's interesting because Chloe has a bit of a criminal history herself.
Yeah.
Chloe's got a reputation.
She's got a rap sheet.
She does. She's got her own little rap sheet. But
goodness.
she also the Alberts also end up rehoming Chloe like 4 or 5 months after John O'Keefe's death. So
I can't remember how long. It was 4 or 5 months. She had an incident where she bit someone after, 1 or 2 people afterwards, and they ended up rehoming her allegedly. Fun fact: the only person the person who knows the most about that is Jennifer Coffendorfer. She has released statements on Chloe that nobody else has talked about. They're not in any court records. They're not part of any statements, like nothing. But apparently Jennifer Coffendorfer knows all about Chloe.
Well, I think that she's got a connection over here to somebody involved in the case. But that's my personal opinion.
Did you already talk about Julie Nagel?
Only a tad bit. I just brought her up, but if you want to go more into her, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dietz.
So Julie Nagel, she was a friend of Brian Albert Jr. She was at the house at 34 Fairview. I think it's not that Julie Nagel is an important part of the timeline, but it's her brother. So there's at one point she requests her brother to come pick her up, and that's Ryan. And his statement, his testimony, I think is very, very important. It's one of the, I can't say most consistent because we've only seen one statement from him where we've seen multiples from the others. But I do believe that Ryan Nagel's testimony is one of the most important out of all the timeline stuff we'll hear.
His statement, I think, is one of the. It is. I think it's one of the most credible. I think it might be the word you're looking for.
That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
And there's also, when we go through the timeline, it's an interesting thing that he comes to pick her up after she calls him, but then she says she's not leaving, but then she gets a ride home. So like that's there's a whole weird thing to it. So there was one person I wanted to put on here and I just forgot because of time wise, and that's Mr. Proctor.
Mr. Proctor.
Trooper Proctor.
Trooper Proctor.
I think he's in the ones I sent you, but yeah, Trooper Proctor. He's the lead investigator for the not the lead, but the lead on this case for the Massachusetts State Police. So it's a very interesting connections that came out with Trooper Proctor and how he is connected to pretty much the entire Alberts clan up there on the top row.
Correct. Yeah. And McCabe, this whole row.
Mm-hmm.
So Proctor is a major player in this, and I'll probably add him in over here just at a later date. So let's go through. Let's take a look. So Deed sent me these. These are a little older, she said, but this does give us just a little bit of who's who. So Deed, do you want to go through these? And I can go. Sure. I can go through them slide at a time.
Okay, so this is who on the Commonwealth side, which if you're not, there are a few states in our country that go by Commonwealth instead of state, but it's the same thing. So the judge, we have Honorable Judge Canone, but everyone calls her Auntie Bev. I prefer to call her Judge Canone for just out of respect.
Who called her Auntie Bev, though? In one of the text messages, and I was trying to remember who this was, and I couldn't. Somebody from one of the families actually calls her Auntie Bev in a text message.
I do believe it's Kevin Albert. It's either Kevin or Chris Albert. It's one of the Albert brothers was texting with someone online, and this person was like calling him out for having a connection to Judge Canone and Sean McCabe. Thank you, Slippy. So was calling him out for having a connection to Judge Canone, and he started calling her Auntie Bev and was like, oh yeah, we're gonna bury you in the backyard of Auntie Bev's at the Cape. And that's how Auntie Bev came about.
That's who it was. That's why I have him on there too. Dumb. Matt McCabe's brother is Sean McCabe.
I completely forgot it was Sean. Yeah. Cause I wondered why you had him on there. I was like,
it is. That's why he comes. Well, I actually put him on there when I was going through all the stuff that between him and Turtle Boy, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I really tried hard to stay out of the Turtle Boy stuff. When I first found this case and was researching it, there was not a ton of articles out on it. And one of the first things I found was this blog. And I obviously thought it was just like a legit news source. And it wasn't until, a couple articles in that I realized, oh, this isn't a local news source. And then everything just started to explode with that situation. But unfortunately, now you do have to talk about it. Now it is a part of the case. It's entrenched in the case, and there's no avoiding discussing it.
I hate that because I hate talking about like the other people and like their opinions on a case like that. And then all of a sudden they make it so you just don't have a choice. Why does that one not want to? There it is. Did we go through all those? Did you go through all the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. Yeah, no. I didn't touch the other two. So
shit, sorry.
You can't skip through without Lolly.
We get to Jack. I didn't even talking too much.
Lolly is the favorite person on the Commonwealth side.
So
yeah, no, we can't miss Lolly. Come on.
In my opinion, Judge Canone does have some bias, and we can talk about that in the discussion period. Michael Morrissey, and I never say Norfolk, like they're very particular on how. Here we have a Norfolk County here, and I say Norfolk, and they're like, no, you don't say it. It's like Norfolk. like a fork. I don't know.
Well,
Anyway,
that's like the
he's
damn
the
Murdoch stuff. Like he's Murdoch. He's Alex Murdoch, and they're like, "Nah, he's Alec Murdoch," and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, that's annoying." Just real quick, I just want to say to chat, I know we will be talking about Turtle Boy. No matter what, whether you like him, don't like him, please be kind in chat. That's really like the only rule I ever have on this channel is whether we like people or we don't like people, we still respect each other, and kindness always wins. So make sure that you guys, no matter what, whether you like him or not, if you have, you know, that whole thing of what your mom should have taught you when you were young, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So, and then look, oh, Sleuthy's here finally. Well, hello, Sleuthy.
Sleuthy me.
I'm sorry. I'm super late. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Tardy.
You guys were saying names and stuff, and I just wanted to throw in, I don't know if you're done going through everybody, but I wanted to add in Kevin Albert because I think he's a little bit important too.
He has become important.
I added him in here. He's up here. You want to talk about him real quick?
Oh my God,
we'll go back over.
Yeah, so that is
because he's not part of they're kind of like the offshoot stories. So I tried to make them tinier.
And I would have agreed with that until recently. He's become very important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so he's bigger than the ones that are really not. I mean, I made him kind of. I tried to make
he's
him,
definitely bigger than some.
I tried to make him medium because he wasn't one of the main people. You guys have to see how my brain works, and then I put it on a slide for you. Okay, you want to talk about him?
Yeah, he is the brother of Brian Albert, whose house John O'Keefe was found out in front of. He is an officer with the Canton Police Department also. So that's why he's important for now. We can get into the other stuff later.
Yeah, we'll get into.
Okay. Let me go back over here to the slides.
I know I'm trying to like hone it in because I could honestly probably talk for hours on each individual person. So I'm trying not to do that.
No, it's
Michael
okay.
Morrissey.
Because I think that the more they know, then the better off they'll be. I mean, so like I said, we can dig deep into anybody and everybody after if you just give them the who's who. And we can, like I said, I have all the time in the world, so no time limits.
So Morrissey, he's the DA. He becomes a very vocal player, would you say? Like, I don't know how else to word it. He becomes a very vocal player. And in fact, he does something that I have not seen any other DA do. And he puts out a video reprimanding the world, telling everybody to chill and not attack people that are witnesses and all this stuff. It was very bizarre. It's something, like I said, I have not seen it happen in any other case. I'm trying to think if there's any other little tidbits, but then there's Adam Lawley. He's the assistant DA. He's the one that is, the lead prosecution for the Commonwealth. I'm just going to stop at that because we'll get more into Lawley. We'll get more into Lawley, but he's the lead prosecution for the Commonwealth.
I know this is older, so she's probably not listed in here, but Lawley's oh man, I can't think of the lady's name. Who's with Lawley?
I can't think of her name either.
Well, anyways, there's another gal who fight. She represents the Commonwealth as well in the motions. Man, I don't know why I can't think of her name. I'm sorry, but she's not on here. I don't think at that time that she was.
I don't even think I know her name, to be honest with you. Little. That's
Little's on this.
Brunette. Is she brunette? Laura McLaughlin.
Yes. Good morning, Miss McLaughlin. Yes. Thank you. Yes, McLaughlin.
Nania's like, morning, Miss McLaughlin.
I have to go through. I have to go through like listening to Judge Canone say like, "Good morning, Miss McLaughlin. Good morning, Mr. Lawley. Good morning." It goes through and says, "Good morning to everybody." So that's how the list stays in my head. Sorry.
McLaughlin. Okay. So
this is the defense team. This is Karen Reed's defense team. First up, we have David Unetti. He was the first one on Karen's case, the first one that she hired. He's formerly a lead prosecutor. He was recently named as one of the best lawyers in America by U.S. News and World Report for the third straight year and has achieved a perfect 10 rating by AVOO, a lawyer rating service. Again, we'll stick to short descriptions here because we can get into a lot more. Then we have Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson came on. So do you remember when he came? I just heard it. Was it I want to say it was June of 22 he came on to the case, maybe after.
I'm going to find out. I'm
Uh,
just going to give you the exact date in a second.
Yeah, so he came on a little later, and he's one of the country's most sought-after criminal defense attorneys. He's a former prosecutor and assistant head deputy for the mayor, or for the Major Crimes Division at the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. So he is an LA lawyer, and that creates some tensions, in my opinion, between him and Judge Canone, and you can kind of feel some of that because he is, he's practicing outside of his state there in Massachusetts. And like in the beginning, there was a lot of things of we stand here and we do this here. And so you can feel that tension. And Elizabeth Little is also, you feel,
definitely a strong East Coast, West Coast beef vibe
yeah.
A
between
little
the two.
Tupac Biggie going on.
Yeah.
He was a
Elizabeth,
big time lawyer out here, though. FYI.
yeah, and he was a lawyer for, what was it, Kevin Spacey. There's somebody else. There's a lot of celebrities that he's been a lawyer for, good or bad. And then Elizabeth Little is a part of his team as well. She is a partner at Workman, Jackson and Quinn. Her pretrial investigation and motion practice has been instrumental in obtaining dismissals in numerous high-profile criminal cases. And
So
she's adorable. I love her.
Alan Jackson came in September 2022.
September? I thought it was thinking June. Dang.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I will give them is both Yannetti and Jackson, despite like what you believe or don't believe, like they're good defense lawyers. When you listen to them lay things out, like they're good defense lawyers.
They definitely like grab your attention, like no matter what they're saying and however they're speaking to the judge, like they definitely grab your attention. Yeah. And they're reading from a paper, but they don't sound like they're reading from a paper.
Yeah, they do a really good job. It flows very. And I kind of thought, oh, well, they brought in, Alan Jackson, this high-profile lawyer from California. I actually enjoy Yannetti more. I feel like Yannetti's such a he's like a underrated bulldog. He flies under the radar with the way he gets in there and presents himself.
I think there's a obvious difference in how an East Coast attorney acts versus how a West Coast attorney acts. And I don't mean like acts, but I'm just like the way they approach things. You know what? I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like there's more of a, I don't know, the East Coast, West Coast, you can just see the difference in my opinion.
You can. You're right. I don't know what it is, but you can see a difference. So these are a couple other lawyers. Again, remember, this is over 6 months old, so there's a lot more I need to add to this. But there was Kevin Reddington.
Everybody's got lawyers now.
I know.
Everybody has a lawyer.
Like one day there was like 4 or 5 other additional lawyers that had to come in for the motions and stuff. It was crazy. But Kevin Reddington is Jennifer McCabe's attorney. Claims she passed a polygraph test despite never having been charged with a crime. And then Greg Henning is Brian Albert's lawyer. I don't know if those are still their lawyers. Again, like I said, these need updated.
I think Higgins has a lawyer now. And one other one.
Higgins is a lawyer.
Buke. How do you say the name?
Buchnick.
I think that's the other one that was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Colin Albert has an attorney.
Yeah. Colin Alberts is Joe Kowalski Jr. Man, they all have attorneys. Have you known in the trials that you've covered, have you seen so many witnesses have their own attorney?
No.
Isn't that crazy? Crazy.
Well, I don't know. Like Delphi was the first time that lawyers were getting attorneys and judges had to get attorneys. So, I mean, like, I guess the extra attorneys is kind of a new thing. Just throwing a bunch of extra attorneys into the mix of the case.
Yeah.
I think it probably comes to do with like the fact that they're going with this third party guilt. And I bet that there's some of the people in the Delphi case that are their names have been thrown out there. I bet they've talked to a few attorneys.
Yeah, I bet. So this is Karen Reed. She's 41, or at least she was at the time of making this slide. She graduated from Bentley College, Elkin B. McCollum Graduate School of Business. anyway, she did it really quick. She did it in just 3 years. She was a presidential scholar, and she spent the last 13 years as a faculty member at the Bentley University, as well as working in equity research for Fidelity Investments. This talks just briefly about how her and John dated in their 20s. They lost touch until they reconnected again on Facebook during the pandemic. It was stated in some article that she admired John for stepping up to raise his niece and nephew, and she kept the home that she owned, but had moved in with John and the kids and spent the bulk of her time in Canton.
Why is it not giving me this one? Sometimes it doesn't like want to load up photos, so I have to kind of go back and do it again. There we go.
This is John O'Keefe. He died on January 29th, 2022 at the age of 46. His nickname is JJ, so you'll see like Justice for JJ on, in the course of this case. And he was born and raised in Braintree, Massachusetts. He resided in Canton, Massachusetts. He attended Northeastern University before going to UMass for a master's degree in criminal justice. He served for 16 years on the Boston PD. And this one thing that frustrates me is he is referenced in a lot of the motions by the attorneys, by not the attorneys for the defense, but just in a lot of the writings and stuff, he's just referenced as John O'Keefe. And it just really frustrates me because I don't know, I just feel like we should show him that honor and refer to him as like Officer O'Keefe when they do it in writing and whatnot. But it's just like a little nitpick, because they'll talk about like Officer Brian Albert and then they'll say, and John O'Keefe. And I'm like, wait, he's Officer O'Keefe as well. So it's just very frustrating that it seems to be underplayed that he was, an officer. Yeah, they never say it, do they, Heavy Metal? In 2013, his sister passed away. I already talked about that a little bit. And in 2014, her husband passed away as well. So John took in and was raising his niece and nephew after their passing. He's been described by friends and family as a dedicated uncle and friend, a kind, quiet individual with a heart of gold. And I do believe that it is one of the ways that he connected with some of the other women in the case is, some of them have children the same age as his niece and nephew. He's new to the parenting gig. And I feel like there was a lot of housewives kind of like, ooh, look at the cute officer dad who's single over there.
And he's
Just
taking
my
on
opinion on that one.
nephew after his sister passed away.
Mhm.
Yeah, he did sound like a really good person. So I
He
think that probably had something to do with it, and he wasn't bad on the eyes.
No, he was not.
Okay, let me get the next one.
Okay, so these were confirmed inside of 34 Fairview. Again, remember at the time. So Brian Albert, he's the owner. He was the sergeant of the Fugitive Task Force for the Boston Police Department. He's a trained MMA fighter, and he did not come outside when a fellow officer was found dead on his lawn. I think that's important to note. I really, truly do. He listed the home that had been in the family for generations on November 17th, 2022. And then sold it on April 10th, 2023 for well below market value. I don't remember the exact date, but it was sometime after John passed that they lowered it, I do believe. And so the reason that is in there is because there was a lot of rumors going around that like, oh, he listed it after John passed. Well, no, it was listed prior to sorry, it was listed afterwards.
Yeah,
So it was 11 months afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I keep forgetting that it took place in 22. So it's been 2 years since John has died. It feels like since I started
like
looking into this case, it's just, happening so quickly. 50,000 below. It was very low.
That's also when they got rid of Chloe. So
Chloe.
She hadn't had an issue biting anyone for the 7 years that she was their dog. But what I found interesting was that in the months following his death, she suddenly took to biting. You know how they say, like, if a dog bites somebody that they're going to keep on biting? Like at that point,
It's like they have the
almost seems
taste.
like that.
They have the taste of the human flesh.
Yeah, basically.
What they say about
Yeah.
wild animals, they have to put them down once they bite a human because
Yeah.
otherwise they're going to go for more humans.
Yeah.
And they just continue to get aggressive.
Okay, did we do Nicole Albert?
So Nicole Albert is his wife. She's also the homeowner. She's the sister to Jen McCabe. She answered phone calls from Jen at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which is pretty important in the timeline. And she did not come out of the house as well when John was found on her lawn.
That's just the craziest shit to me that neither one of
That
these people
is the weird.
house.
When people ask, and I should have mentioned it earlier, you know, like what's one of the or some of the things that drew you to this case? It was that the homeowners did not come out of the home, and the Google
And he's
search.
a first responder.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
It's somebody who he worked with, a fellow
officer. Yeah, and he just didn't come out. They claim that he slept through it at first, is what they claimed.
Okay.
So, also inside the home was Chloe. She gets a slide because, well, she has become a big part of the story. She was the Alberts family German Shepherd for many years. Brian claims she wasn't friendly with strangers, and he's the one who said that. She allegedly bit 2 people. Defense is waiting. This was back before or prior to all the stuff we know now. They're not waiting on that anymore.
Oh, hold on real quick. Somebody said that that's Jen McCabe in the picture.
Oh, looky, there it is.
Yeah, it's okay. It's got Jen McCabe's sister. Yeah, so just
Yeah,
a
you're right.
side note. It's okay. Just wanted to point that out for anybody because somebody's
see.
pulled it up in chat. So okay,
I
keep
think
going.
somebody else said that too when Tracy went through them. And I
I love how we barely have Chloe's
6 months later.
It's like Chloe's left eye. Like that's
Yeah.
But you get the gist.
Where did T get the picture of Chloe? Because I hadn't seen many back
from Google.
I don't July. There wasn't many. Or did you just pick a German Shepherd? Or
no, this is the one. So I had this picture of her with the family, and then there's another picture of her that they say is her. And so I was like, you guys don't even understand. Like I was like, okay, let me see. Like the dark spots on the front, like right by the eyebrows. Okay, that's the same. And the dark spot on the nose, I was like, okay, that's
you
the
were
same.
investigating the dog.
I did. I investigated to make sure that I was using the correct image of the dog. I still cannot be 100%, but it is in. When you pull up like Brian Albert's German Shepherd, it comes up side by side with him. So it's from Google. I would not stake my reputation on it, but I did my best to investigate that was the same dog.
Well, and that brings up a great point though, is there are not a ton of pictures on Chloe on their social media, and you would, well, no big deal. Well, they put a lot of stuff on social media. I mean, there was just a lot on all their Facebooks and all their accounts. And I know me, I have our dog Coda. He's in all of our, like several of our family pictures and stuff. There just was not a lot on Chloe out there.
I don't have a ton of pictures of my dogs. Simply because they always end up looking really weird. They look like Chloe does in this picture. They're just like, they're like, what? Like, ooh, or I try to get them like when they're wrestling and they look like little monsters. I don't have a ton of pictures of my dogs.
Or they're blurred.
Our dog kind of looks like a Thai beanie baby, so we have a lot of pictures of him.
I think I have more other puppies, but that's it. Let me see.
Once people started like paying attention though too, like I think a lot of stuff got scrubbed from the internet also.
This is where I got it. This is where I got the Chloe picture from.
Well, that is a good shot of her.
I think it's her. So I said it's got I was like, okay, I was looking up here. I was looking at the nose. So I don't know. But.
She was rehomed 4 months after Officer O'Keefe died, and I put on here her location was unknown at that time, which it was. But now, if you ask Jennifer Coffendorfer, she knows exactly where she is, and she's happy and healthy, living on a farm somewhere. And
I cannot.
The subtle shade I just threw out there. Sorry.
But like you would think that the extent she's gone to for multiple different arguments that like she would just secure a photo of the dog Like,
Yeah.
we don't even have to know. Like, how do we know if it's
That's what
your
your
dog?
parents
Like,
used
you
to tell
know
you
a
when they didn't
dog.
want to tell you that your dog was dead.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, clearly
Oh.
we're happy with
I need
just like
proof of
one
life.
eye and
I need proof of life. Where's Chloe?
yeah, for real.
Justice for Chloe. Chelsea, you're right. I hear that a lot. Justice for Chloe. Poor Chloe.
Chloe's name is now Charlie, and she lives on a farm.
Poor Chloe. So Brian Albert Jr. is the oldest of Brian Albert's children. He was celebrating his birthday at the home at 34 Fairview the night in question. His friends Sarah Levinston and Julie Nagel were over, admittedly at the home all night and all day the next. He was, not the rest of them, but he admitted to being there all night and all day the next day. And he wasn't interviewed until July 6th, 2023.
It's fucking crazy.
Isn't it?
He wasn't interviewed for a year and a half.
A year and a half. A year and a half.
And that was after the defense was basically
like nitpick. Yeah.
Mhm.
Jesus. Okay.
And then there's Caitlin Alberts, as T said earlier. She works as an investigator for the Attorney General's office. Claims she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, at 12:15. Even though documents state that Caitlin and Tristan were together earlier in the evening, that part is a little confusing. And she wasn't interviewed until July 6, 2023. And I do believe that has changed since then, but I would have to refresh myself on that. Of how late she was there.
The part that I didn't understand was because they were together at the bars, but then there is the commentary. Well, there's also the weird thing that in there, it has Nicole saying that she's at the bar with her daughter, Tristan.
Yeah,
and her boyfriend. And it's not.
Yeah.
The daughter is Caitlin and the boyfriend is Tristan. So I don't, it's tough because you don't actually know, like if the mistake is just on the investigator who's writing the report, or if there's actually something, if there's something shady going on in the interview.
Great point.
That's why
Love
you need
to
to
know.
record your interviews. But yet
Yeah.
here we are again with another investigation where no interviews were recorded except for the one with the plow driver. And that was mainly to talk about the turtle.
And in these, the testimony, the interviews and all that, they weren't signed, right? They weren't signed by any of the witnesses. And it's very peculiar. That's why I say that the investigation in this one and all the discrepancies, like you said there, with them stating that she was with her daughter, Tristan, obviously her daughter's name's Caitlin, all these little discrepancies start to add up. And you're like, what the heck is going on here?
On the flip side of that, though, how I see it is like, could it be explained by just a typo? Like if you put "and" in between her daughter and Tristan, just leaving that one little word out changes the whole sentence. So like, is it just I left a word out when I typed it out kind of a thing?
It's a good point.
But when you look at like the totality of everything and the fact that certain people, and especially children, which is what I've always said, like I've always said that for me, the most likely scenario would have been that a kid did something and the family covered for a kid because they have their whole lives ahead of them and don't want, like, it's way easier for family members to, it's easier for me to swallow if you were to explain to me that, you know, something got out of hand and the family protected the young family members, as opposed to all these grown ass families.
Like if grandpa does it, like fuck him, we're sending him to prison.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not covering for him.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. So like they hid relative names. And so I would say maybe it was just a typo, but in the next breath, I'm like, what's the odds the typo left out Caitlin's name?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
But it does make sense, like Nanya's saying, though, if it's like my daughter and my daughter and Tristan instead of my daughter Tristan.
But then the next part after that, isn't it my daughter Tristan and her boyfriend?
Yes, actually it is. You're right. You're right.
So,
it is.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it goes back to all the.
You also have to remember, like Sarah Levinson, she was there. She got a ride home by Jennifer McCabe. They never brought her name up. Like they repeatedly asked who it was, She was another party goer for like months and months and months and months and months. They refused to put her name out there. Even to
For
the defense.
whatever reason. Yeah, for whatever reason, she was left out off the documents for the longest time. So this is Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. They were also inside of 34 Fairview the night in question. Jen is Nicole Albert's sister. Based on her Apple Watch data, and we'll get into that, she was awake all night and most of the next day. She was texting John when he arrived at the house. She observed the black SUV from the front door. Then in another testimony, she was in a different location, but I digress. She at 2:27 a.m. she Googled "house long to die in the cold." She deleted several calls, texts, and screenshots from her phone before turning it in. She delayed Karen from getting back to 34 Fairview and claims she heard Karen say she hit. She claims that she heard Karen say she hit John. There have been multiple changes to Jen's statements. Again, I don't know if those changes come from her or from the person presenting the statements. And since her initial interview, too numerous to list here. Yeah, we talk about her separately in these slides. And then Matt McCabe is her husband. He knew John for 8 years and met Karen Reed a handful of times, according to his testimony. He claims to have seen the black SUV parked in front of the house, observed it from the front door of the house, and noticed that it moved slightly. He claims that the tracks on the road indicated Karen Reed did a 3-point turn. This statement was changed in a later document to state that Karen drove off down Fairview in the same direction her car was facing. The final change came when he claimed that the tracks in the road formed a V. So 3 different accounts. And again, we don't know if it's him changing his statement or the person presenting the documents changing or interpreting it differently. They both left 34 Fairview at 1:47 a.m. They took Sarah and Julie Nagel home. Jen and Matt had several connections on Facebook to Proctor, yet claimed to just now be meeting him for the first time when he came and gave them their interview.
This is another thing that changes in the statements too, is one of the first statements is that they only took one of the girls home. And then the next statement is they took both of the girls home. And the weird part for me still is Julie, because Julie calls her brother, and we'll go through this in the timeline, but she calls her brother to have him come pick her up. He comes there to get her. She comes out, asks if they want to go inside, and he said, like, no, I don't know these people. Like, I thought you wanted to go. And she's like, I'm not ready to leave. I'm probably just going to spend the night. But then within an hour, yeah, a little over an hour, barely a little over an hour later, now she's getting a ride home from the McCabes. It's that one bothers me a lot. That whole situation does.
It is very peculiar. And in the most recent hearing, I can't even remember who said it, but one of the attorneys, like I don't remember which side, stated that Ryan Nagel argued with his sister to take her home. And I found that interesting, but I forgot to go back and deep dive it a little bit more to see the full context of what he was saying. So I've always found that whole situation, just like you said, T, very weird. Like, so you call your brother, everyone will tell you in a major snowstorm. It wasn't huge at that time, but still, it's snowing. It's after midnight. Your brother and his friends are willing to come pick you up. And then by the time he gets there, you're like, nah, I'm good. And then an hour later, you leave. That one's weird.
Well, this is like, they knew this snowstorm that was coming. So the storm hadn't quite hit yet, but they knew, and the state itself was preparing. There's like preparations. This is like one of the top 10 largest snowstorms that's ever hit this area. So they knew it was coming. They were doing like press releases on what they were doing as a city to prepare for it and how they were putting out all the extra plows and so on and so forth. So it wasn't like a surprise. They knew it was coming, and her brother's there to get her, and she's just like, no, I'm going to spend the night. But they're like, nah, fuck that. You're not spending the night. We're taking you home.
Yeah. Like, no, I'm staying. Yeah. So I think they claimed that she was outside for about 5 minutes, just talking with her brother before she went back into the house.
And this is important about the brother coming to pick her up, because he's there at him and his friend that are there to get her are there at the same time that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe show up.
Yes, they follow and they meet each other at the intersection. There's a stop sign intersection, feet from, maybe 50 feet from the 34 Fairview. I don't know how far it is, but it's really close. You get my drift. So they meet at that intersection. The person that's driving the truck that Nagel is in allows Karen to turn first onto the street, and then they follow right behind them. So same time frame.
It brings us into Julie over here.
Julie, she was at 34 Fairview for Brian Albert's birthday party, called her brother Ryan at midnight for a ride home. While waiting for her brother to arrive, claimed to observe the black SUV out the kitchen window. That's not possible because the kitchen's on the other side of the house, which is facing away from the road. But anyway, noticed it was lightly snowing when she went out to speak to her brother at 12:15. She decided to stay at the party and told her brother she would stay the night, but then she was taken home by the McCabe's at 1:47. She claimed she saw a dark shadow by the flagpole when leaving the house, but couldn't determine what it was. And I do want to note that last statement came later. It didn't come in the initial statement of hers.
Her interview, she was interviewed, I'm looking now because I believe it was October 5th, 2022. So we're talking 7 to 8 months, 9 months after John was already dead.
Mm-hmm.
Julie was
at least
interviewed
it was
first. So she wasn't
at least
interviewed.
It wasn't a year and a half, but yeah, still a pretty long time.
Yeah, but she's, I mean, and so the point was, like, the point that the defense brought up was they never even went to interview Julie Nagel until we brought up in a filing in the end of September of 2022 that, 11 people, I'm just throwing a number out there, 11 people left the house that night and nobody saw John O'Keefe laying in the yard. And then all of a sudden she's interviewed on October the 5th and she thinks she saw some kind of shadow there where John's supposed to be, but she can't be sure that that's what it was. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sarah Levinson, she was in the home at 34 Fairview for Brian Albert's birthday party. She says later in the evening, the Alberts, the McCabe's, and Higgins arrived from the Waterfall Bar. She says that Jen had said that someone else was coming, but couldn't recall who, and that person never arrived. And she is also the one that they kept out of documents for the longest time.
Why do you think she was kept out? Because she was irrelevant to the story, or because she was too relevant to the story?
I really don't know. Sarah.
Oh, Sarah.
Like, why was Sarah left out of the doc? I really don't even have a speculation on that one.
I think that it's possible. So everybody reacts differently, and she's a nurse, so
correct.
Everybody reacts differently. It could have been like that they were afraid of what Sarah might feel compelled to say. You know what I mean?
The law says, like, weakest link, like, leave her out because you don't know what she's going to tell anybody.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what I was trying to say without saying.
I mean, it could be that. It could just be, like you said, she wasn't important to the story, maybe, or she didn't have anything to add to it. I don't know. I do feel it was intentional, whatever the intention was.
All right, and then that brings us to these two.
These two guys. So, Brian Higgins. Now, this is pretty small because, like I said, back when this was made 6 months ago, there just wasn't a whole lot about him pertaining to the case. Now I could probably fill the entire slide with stuff about him.
Oh, yeah.
He's a federal ATF agent. He's close friends with Chief Berkowitz, who was the chief at the time. There are no interview statements public from Higgins. but this is what we do know. He had spent all day with Brian Albert in New York City and returned with him. They were at a fellow officer's funeral. They joined everyone at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. He left the Waterfall and came back to the house at 34 Fairview. He was allowed to have an office inside of the Canton PD, and at 1:30 a.m., he went to the Canton PD to complete administrative paperwork. I think we should probably just leave it there, and I think the best thing to do is play some clips. Yeah, play some clips later of the new stuff.
Okay.
I have lots to say about him.
There's
like
a lot.
Damn slide on just what I want to say about Brian Higgins.
Okay, so Colin Albert, he's the nephew to Brian Albert, the son of Chris and Julie Albert. He was 17 years old at the time of the party. He turned 18 a month later. He was John O'Keefe's neighbor. Allegedly, Colin and John did not get along. Initially, it was said Colin was not at the party, and like that was a big thing. It was a huge thing. They just said he wasn't there. He wasn't there. Then it was, yeah. And then Brian said Colin had left long before anyone from the bar arrives. Over a year later, it was confirmed that he was at 34 Fairview, but now it says that he left right before. So I think the documents state 12:15. If you look at the timeline, there is so much crap happening at like 12:10 to 12:15. It's mind-blowing. I don't know why they picked those times or if it's factual, but that's the claim, is that he left right around 12:15. Family and some unconfirmed texts, which were given to a newspaper source, say Colin was picked up by his cousin, who is not his cousin, Allie McCabe, at 12:10 a.m., just minutes before the adults arrived. Colin's parents, Julie and Chris Albert, were at the Waterfall Bar earlier, but did not go back to 34 Fairview. Julie was the person who invited O'Keefe to join them all at the bar.
Okay, so a couple things here. So Allie McCabe, I don't actually have on that list, but she does become important later too. Allie is Jen and Matt McCabe's daughter, so she becomes important to the story later. And it's important to note that Julie and Chris, Colin's parents, are not at the house during any of this stuff. They were at the bars with them earlier in the night.
Correct. And then Julie shows up early the next morning, but was not at the house.
You know what's interesting about that, though? I just want to cut in real quick about Chris and not being there, because if you read his interview, he does say that they followed after the bar, that they followed to his brother's house. So,
yep.
Now, whether they dropped somebody off, I don't know. If they, I don't see why they would go and nobody out of the car, but it did say that he followed to the bar, to Brian's house.
Yeah. And when I read that, I thought, okay, maybe they were the ones that picked Colin up. It makes sense. They followed him all to his brother's house, pick up Colin, and then they went home. But that's not what's been alleged. It's that Allie picked him up. So maybe they followed, it was a bunch of drunk people. Maybe one of them were sober and they decided to follow the convoy home to make sure everybody arrived home. That one is weird, Sleuthy. It is weird.
Okay, and then you have one more.
And then there's Ryan Nagel. He's my favorite.
You like him better than Lucky?
I do. Although Jenny at Gabble Geeks does a great Lucky impersonation. She does really good when we're reading this, and she tries to do a Massachusetts accent. It's hilarious. But I really like I said earlier, his testimony feels the most credible. He's the brother to Julie Nagel. She was inside the home. He was contacted by his sister for a ride home at 12 a.m. Ryan, he was in the passenger seat of a gray F-150. Now they say black, so I don't know which it is. So they've said two different colors. Along with two other friends, they met a mid-sized black SUV at a stop sign right before the Alberts' home. They followed it to 34 Fairview. The black SUV stopped in front of the house on the road between the mailbox and the flagpole. Ryan stopped in front of the driveway. He didn't notice any erratic driving by the SUV. He waited a short time and his sister came out to the F-150. She invited the three to come in and hang out at the party. They all declined, and Julie said she wanted to stay a while longer and would likely spend the night. Upon conclusion of their conversation, Julie retreated back inside 34 Fairview, and Ryan noticed the black SUV had moved forward a few feet. As they left and drove past the SUV, they observed a woman in the driver's seat. The interior light was on and her hands on the steering wheel. What's peculiar about that is it's specific in his statement that the hands were like on 10 and 2. That's a weird thing to notice, but it's in there. Ryan stated that the SUV did not appear to be in park because the back center brake lights were on. Ryan stated that he did not know any damage to the vehicle. He also stated that it had just started snowing approximately 30 minutes prior, and there was just a dusting of snow on the ground.
Okay.
I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to butt in again.
Do it.
So they knew that they spoke to Ryan right away,
Mm-hmm.
and they knew that Julie had come out to his vehicle while he was observing these things about the SUV and whatnot, and while they're basically alleging that John O'Keefe was laying in the yard. It makes it even more curious that they would then wait till October to go speak with her, considering it was incredibly possible that considering it was incredibly possible that she also witnessed the same thing her brother did. You know what I mean?
Right?
But I thought that Ryan left while the car was still there. Like
He
while
did.
He did.
Karen's SUV was still there.
He did.
So that would mean that like John could John was still in the car with Karen at that time. Wouldn't that like they wouldn't have seen that, right?
Well, if you go off of,
he drove when they drove by, he only saw Karen in the car and the dome light was on. But some people will say, well, maybe the dome light was on because he had the door open and he was like hanging out the door. But if that were the case, then when Ryan Nagel was parked behind her, he would have seen John hanging out the side of the door.
Or Julie would have seen John hanging out the door.
Correct.
Okay, so this is the residence. I'm trying to get a good one, but with snow, but I don't think I have one saved of the front. Maybe this one's better. So essentially, what they're saying is that this is probably the better one. That Karen Reed and John O'Keefe they pull up like right here, and then they continue to move forward a little bit to up here. And I'll show you a different picture that has that. Because this one. So they pull up closer to over here. And then Ryan Nagel and his friend, who are picking up his sister, pull up right in front of the driveway over here, if that makes sense. And then they drive away, they drive off, and they can see her in the driver's seat. But they don't ever see John O'Keefe exit the car. They don't see him go inside, but they don't see him in the car when they leave.
So if you want to see something for visual people, you don't have to like play it. You can actually mute it. But on my channel, I posted like a 2.5-minute video of how how everybody's movements were.
Okay.
And how it could be possible for John, how everybody. Wait, why am I echoing? Oh, now I'm not.
I don't hear you echoing.
Basically how John could have gotten out and gone in the house without Ryan seeing him going in the house.
Because the other cars were already in the driveway, and he could have gone up around the driveway. He wasn't dressed. One of you guys might actually be able to say exactly what he was wearing, but he wasn't dressed for like an upcoming snowstorm.
Right. And she did stop initially at the driveway, like where the mailbox is. So, and I kind of like wrote little, like I said, you don't have to play because it's like, it's kind of fast, but it basically says like, you know, she pulled up here, let him out. When Ryan Nagel would have pulled up behind her, she doesn't know these people or this house. So she doesn't know that person might be trying to pull in the driveway. So she would have creeped forward to let that person in the driveway. You know what I mean?
Right.
But watch to see if it makes sense.
I don't know if I turned sound on because I wasn't playing anything with sound. So if it's not on, then... Is there any words or is it just music?
It's writing and it's small as hell.
Oh, jeez.
Who taught you how to edit?
Right?
I'm a YouTuber. Like I had this in my head and I had to like get it out, but I do not YouTube.
Not yet. She's like, this, if it doesn't on
YouTube.
Twitter posts, I don't know what the hell to do. So Karen Reed turns right onto Fairview Road. So Karen Reed turns right. Okay, so we got Karen Reed's car over here. She's going to turn right onto Fairview Road. And Ryan Nagel, his friend and girlfriend, yield to her at the intersection in their Ford F-150. So that's Ryan Nagel here.
Yep.
Ryan Nagel's in the passenger seat, FYI. Okay, so yeah. You've got Karen Reed coming this way and them coming this way. Okay. Ryan Nagel. So dramatic. Ryan Nagel turns left onto... I'm going to turn that down. Ryan Nagel turns left on Fairview Road. Karen Reed approaches 34 Fairview Road and stops directly in front of the driveway, having no idea that Ryan Nagel is going to the same house that she is. The SUV is first spotted by Matthew McCabe from the front door. That's Karen Reed's SUV. See, but now I feel like I need the music.
I know. Awkward pause.
The music is so dramatic. Just turn it way down.
There we go.
So John O'Keefe jumps out of Karen Reed's vehicle and runs up the driveway. It's cold and he's not dressed for the cold. And per Ryan Nagel, it had just begun to snow. John O'Keefe goes into the house. Karen is waiting for him to call and tell her they're good to go in. She realizes that she's blocking the driveway and the truck has not passed her. She thinks it's probably trying to get into the driveway. She doesn't know what people who live here drive, who's here, who's coming here, etc. So she pulls up a little bit. Karen continues to pull up. This is observed by the individuals inside the house. And Ryan Nagel is waiting for his sister, Julie Nagel, to come out. Ryan Nagel pulls up and stops directly in front of the driveway. Julie Nagel runs out to her brother to talk, decides she's going to stay a while longer, and will either sleep over or get a different ride home. Julie Nagel runs back into the house, and Ryan Nagel begins to pull away. Ryan Nagel passes Karen Reed's car. He says, female inside with interior lights on. Her hands were at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel, and there was no one else in the car with her.
So, you see, it's not impossible for him to have ran up into the house through the driveway without, like, that's more reasonable than him being somewhere in the grass while Ryan Nagel was behind him or behind them, or hanging out of the car and Julie and Ryan not seeing him. Like, the simplest reason, in my opinion, for nobody having seen him in the yard is that he wasn't in the yard yet.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be a way that he could have ran in the house.
So I sent you 2 pictures, T, on I think that they're some of the best, like, shots of the house. Like, you see from looking at it on Google Maps, you don't realize there's actually a slight slope to the lawn, and the picture I sent you, you can really tell that, as well as the second picture is what it would look like from the front door. And I think that's important because of where John was found. And so all these people coming out the door, down the driveway, I don't know how they missed him.
Okay, those are good picks. Okay, I'll show those too. So Ryan Nagel ends up leaving, and Karen Reed is trying to get a hold of John O'Keefe, but he's not answering. So a little backstory here is that they were invited to this house, but they didn't really know Brian and his wife. So they were Karen Reed was like, are we really invited? you know, like, you know, I'm not really sure. And then she decides that she's not feeling well anyway, and she's just going to drop him off and go home. So she's kind of waiting for him to like give her some sign that he's like going to stay at this party and that he's really invited to it, essentially. So which is why she ends up saying that she was calling him right here, is to say like, hey, I'm going to go then, like I'm going to leave. And he doesn't answer the phone.
I forgot there was more because there's additional timeline stuff in this.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, there's like maybe one more. I can't even read that. It
You
mentions,
can't read this one?
Yeah, I can't see it, but it mentions like the next thing will say like because I used Jennifer McCabe's interview, one of her interviews, and she says that she sent a specific text message, and then right after that she watched a car pull away, and that was at 12:45. What I found interesting about that was that in court the one day, Karen's lawyers said that at 12:41 they have a voicemail on John O'Keefe's cell phone that Karen left for him, and in that voicemail you can hear the garage door at the house opening and closing, and you can hear her high heels going across the floor of the garage, and then the house door opening and closing, and that was at 12:41. So I know that it's only a couple minutes, but she sent the text. Like, if you're gonna figure out your timeline based on when you sent something or when you called someone, that's a little bit easier. Like, I don't know what time it was, but I know that I sent a text no sooner than I sent that text. I looked up and this car was pulling away. Is usually it's reasonable that those two things happened within a couple minutes of each other. But Karen was already at the house. So there's so many things. This is so hard to do because there's so many things, because it came out now here recently that there was like another car that was parked there that I wonder if that was the SUV everyone was seeing.
I do too.
Well, we don't know how long that car was parked there. Okay, we'll keep going through this, and then we'll get into some of that. Okay. So Ryan Nagel leaves. Karen Reed is trying to get a hold of John. He's not answering. So Jennifer McCabe observes the SUV pull away. Karen Reed leaves and heads back to John O'Keefe's house. She continues to try to contact him, including leaving a voicemail at 12:41 a.m. where the garage door can be heard opening and closing, and she can be heard walking across the garage floor in her high heels and open, then shut the door to the house. It's a good video, Sleuth.
Thanks. And another thing is that the cell phone data. So there's going to be arguments about how it was mapped, when it was mapped, what was used to map it, who mapped it. I don't care about the locations. I'm not even going to get into that right now. But just something really simple about his Apple Health data is that the final distance like that he makes when they say that he then dies is the exact number of feet from where the car was to the front door of the house. It was like 82 feet. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at these coincidences, and it's one of those things like, what's the odds that like the exact number of feet that it takes for that phone on his body to have gotten in the house is the exact number of feet that he last walked, you know?
Right.
Did we go from the who's who to the timeline, or we haven't got there yet?
No,
we haven't even gotten there.
We haven't gotten to the timeline yet. So we're still doing the who's who, and just kind of now showing the area, so people have a visual. They know who the players are. Now they can see the place and have an idea of that. And then we'll get into the timeline. I don't know. Maybe we'll show the videos first of the bar. We can probably do that during the timeline.
Yeah.
So this is the house without snow, but over here, like there's like a flagpole, and this is the area where John O'Keefe's body ultimately ends up being found. But you can see from Sleuthy's video, like Fairview is over here, and they're driving this way, and then she stops right about here. This is where Karen Reed stops first, and then drives up. And then Ryan Nagel's friend pulls up in the F-150 and stops here when the sister comes out. So you can kind of get a visual of what's happening. Hi, Salty. I adore you, honey. Thank you. Okay, and then this is from the house, which is a good picture too. I don't know why my computer is doing that. It's really irritating me. So this is from the front door of the house, and it gives you the perspective looking out. And then this here, you can see the flagpole in the area that John O'Keefe's body was ultimately found.
And I have to say, I'm like really glad that they want to, and she's going to let the jury go to the house for a jury to see the yard and stuff and how far away he actually was from the road.
Yeah, that's the part I think is going to make the biggest difference, is being able to see how far he was from the actual like side of the road, so they can understand like if that could or couldn't happen and actually see it for themselves.
As well as the lip on the road, the curb, and what would that have done to her vehicle having hit that curb?
Yeah, that
I would
lip.
think it would scrape her bumper. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And he was like 10 or 10, like 10. It depends on really who you ask. By that, I mean, like, whether it's a witness who's saying estimating how far it was, or it's a law enforcement person saying it. He was anywhere from like 10 to 14 feet from the road. But yet, like Deeth said, there's that lip. And then there also was no tire tracks in the grass. Like leading to his body. So she would have essentially had to hit him in the road. Her tires never left the road. Hit him only with the tail light, and he flew back 10 to 14 feet.
And his phone landed underneath of his body.
Out of his pocket. Like
out of his body, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The trial begins. Technically, jury selection starts tomorrow, so that's why we're doing a whole trial prep for anybody who doesn't know anything about the case, anybody who wants a refresher, or anybody who just likes to talk about the case. So that's where we're at. Okay, let's pull up the timeline. Where did I do this Lucy's timeline?
Have you been updating your timelines, Lucy?
I started to today, but then I didn't. The reason that I didn't is because I anticipate, because I'm going to update it through the trial. And what I'm going to do is start a whole new tab to start a whole new timeline of like what's presented at trial. Because we have all this stuff, but that's not to say that the jury is going to be looking at all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh,
right.
For sure.
So you're going to do a trial timeline, of everything that's presented in the trial, and then you can actually take it back and compare it to what we know or what we heard before.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think it'll be better to be able to kind of determine. Well, you don't ever know what a jury is going to do ever, but it would be helpful to be able to look at the things that only the jury knows, because they're not going to know any of this other stuff. So in order to kind of accept and kind of guess at an opinion, I think it would be important to know that, if they don't, let's just say, for instance, they know nothing of the 227 Google search, that's important.
Right.
If they don't know that could change their minds. So I know it did for me. So, but if it never got brought up, I'd like to be able to look at that timeline to kind of see what they have to work with when they go back to deliberate.
All right. So I think before we go to the timeline, let's go to what the prosecutor's theory of the case is and the defense theory of the case is.
Oh, that'll be good.
Who wants to do the Commonwealth? Sorry, because that's the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth's version of events.
I got you.
Okay, let's do it.
It's hard. It's very wishy-washy.
It is.
John wanted to end things with Karen. And Karen was so upset that he wanted to end things. He just wanted to get away. And so that night, she got drunk. She drove him to this house. They got into an argument. She did a 3-point turn. And part of that 3-point turn, she backed over, hit him so hard that it flew him into the grass and killed him. Then she drove home, and the next day she woke up in the morning time and she called around and she started telling people, Did I hit him with my car? I think I hit him with my car. I don't know what happened. And all she's doing is she's trying to make it seem like somebody else did something to her, so she's not responsible.
I mean, you pretty much nailed their theory of the case.
I like Miss Smith though. She's like, which version of the Commonwealth? Which version do you want?
Yeah. Oh my
So that
god.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
they went to the Supreme Court to have one of the judge's rulings overturned, and they did. In fact, they wanted Jennifer McCabe's cell phone information. Now they have like even more, but they wanted like a very minimum amount because of this whole 2:27 a.m. Google search for how long to die in cold. And at that time, that was the very first time that the Commonwealth put in a filing that there was evidence. They were opining that she had hit him going in reverse at like 27 miles per hour. But they don't say like that's the whole thing. Like they'll throw things out there, but they don't ever say like how, or even that his body, his head, his whatever was hit with just the tail light. At one point they were floating around a 3-point turn. The stuff on his arm, like they threw out the fact that there was a broken cocktail glass near his body, but they don't say that like that's what caused it. All the marks on his arm. It's just very like broad and not specific in any way. And for me, that would be a big problem, especially considering the fact that the medical examiner was unable to determine his manner of death. And I looked way into this because
you're so far ahead of us, Luthi.
sorry. I'm gonna
No,
sit
you're
here
good. You're good.
No, I'm gonna eat my
You want to tell the defense theory of the case?
So it very broad, like Nunya did.
Yeah, just very basic. So like the Commonwealth is saying that their relationship was tumultuous. It was really bad. They were arguing. Things were not good. They were about to break up. They get in this fight. She drops him off. She hits him and goes home. And then she tells people that she hits him. That's essentially like, so what's the defense's theory of the case?
Should I include the recent stuff?
Just the general, like, who the people are.
Generally, they say that Karen dropped him off. She wasn't feeling good. She went home. He never came home. She woke up and realized that the kids were home alone and that he would never do that. So she started calling around to get help. They drove her over there and he was dead. And what they believe happened was that when she dropped him off, he went inside the house. I think it was more definitive now that they were implying it was the basement, but it's somewhere in the house. He got into an altercation with someone or several someones, and they beat him and put him outside. Then there's like the cover up stuff, but basically that's the whole gist of their thing, is that he went in and they beat him up and put him outside.
Right. And then the cover up is that the officers are all covering for each other, that they go and take broken pieces of tail light from her home or John O'Keefe's home and bring it back to the scene and plant it there, which is how there's tail light pieces there. So yeah, that's the whole cover up part of it. Essentially third party guilt. They beat up John, the dog. They used the dog to attack John. And then as he was dying, they put him outside. Jen McCabe, who is a major player in all of this, is doing the weird Google searches of how long does it take to die in the cold with the typo, like HOS, and then trying to say that never happened. And then they try to get rid of that.
And the biggest part of that is that happened before Karen called her in the morning saying John's not home. So she just happened to, hours previous, Googled how long to die in cold while we're assuming that John was laying out in the cold dying. And in order to kind of cover that up, a story was given, see, because there were additional searches, but they were spelled, the next search that was done was spelled differently. It all has gotten very convoluted because people will literally say it didn't happen. Then they'll say that it did happen. Then the FBI says it did happen. Then Lally says it did not. Like, it's all very, and I think what it boiled down to, which people weren't understanding, was like Lally was basically making the argument that like the Google searches happened at 6:23, I think, and 6:24 a.m. And it was because, and the only reason she Googled it was because Karen told her to do it. But the defense has been trying to reiterate over and over again that yes, those two Google searches did happen, but a first one happened hours previous to that at 2:27. And it's really not been denied. Like, any denial about it has come from him saying the Google searches happened at 6:23 and 6:24. Like, we are acknowledging that. We're not arguing at all that those Google searches happened, but we're arguing about whether the one at 2:27, because if it did, I can't think of a reason why anybody would have Googled that. And again, what the odds of that would have been that he was dying in the cold.
Correct.
It's going to be very intense. I think that the expert witnesses in this case are going to be even more of them, and even more outrageous than what we saw in Murdoch's trial. I just feel like it's going to be a battle of the experts. But I had a question for you, T. So I know you're covering Delphi, which is also third party, right? Colbert,
Correct.
like somebody else. Have you ever watched a trial where a judge demanded to know who the guilty one was, like who you're trying to pin it on?
Not
For
the
a
judge.
third-party defense.
Yeah,
No. Go ahead, Sluice.
not the judge, but like a jury will. So like, I was reading up on this for Delphi specifically, and I was trying to explain how this is really not the easy. Like, people say, of course, this is like what the defense is going to do, is try to pin it on somebody else. But like, this is the most difficult defense that you could possibly put forward in front of a jury, because like, you can put out all of this incriminating evidence, but like, you can't give a specific person and like a motive, which I think in Massachusetts they have to have a motive to put forth a third party culprit defense. But when that jury sits down, like, they're going to hear all kinds of things, and they're going to want someone to pay. So while they may be open-minded to think that somebody else did it, if you're presenting evidence, you can't just present a bunch of evidence that like your client didn't do it and somebody else could have. You have to like prove that, criminality did it, and here's the evidence as to why, because that's the only way that they're going to feel like. Otherwise it'd be like, well, that evidence is pretty compelling, but like, if they can't tell us who actually did it, criminality's here, so she's going down. And so they don't everywhere have to, but they can't generally just say, and also it wouldn't be effective, but they can't generally just say like, Dietz could have did it, Nunya could have did it, there was 5 other people that live in houses on that block, any of them could have did it. And you know what I mean? Like, you can't be like you can't just go like attacking everybody. You have to have something tying another party or parties to the actual crime. But I was listening to Andrea Burkhart today, like right before coming here, and she was going over that hearing, and she actually went through the codes and the criminal rules, and she was like, I don't see anything here as far as what Bev was saying in terms of them having to give her in advance the names of who it is. Like, they don't have to.
That's what I was talking about. Obviously, they're going to have to lay it out in court, what they believe, but demanding ahead of time to give the names of who they believe it was, I hadn't seen that before.
So I know that there are certain states that you actually have to argue in front of a judge prior to trial to show that this other person, the Saudi defense, the some other dude did it defense, like you have to be able to prove it. They won't allow you to just go out all willy-nilly just throwing out people's names, because it destroys other people's lives, obviously.
Absolutely.
So in Wisconsin, like the case of Wisconsin versus like Zachariah Anderson, they wanted to go with third party, and the judge kept declining it, like would not allow them to. So in the trial, it made it very hard for the defense, because their motions to get it approved were all denied, and they're trying to, that's the truth to the matter, is it was some other dude did it, and they weren't able to get it in. So I know some states are different than others when it comes to what you can and can't do. And I was trying to pull up that whole, I always say it wrong, the TUI, the
TUI process.
Yeah, that one.
You said it right.
I did? Okay.
Yep.
And Nunya keeps kicking herself off. She's like, I'm out of here. So I put up a picture of Karen Reed's car. So, and one of the things like Tracy's talking about in chat too is this is a point of contention for a lot of people who want to know, like, how does she hit him and only bust a tail light? How is there no other damage to the vehicle whatsoever from hitting him? How does his body break just a tail light but leave nothing else damaged? And then I'm going to show you guys some of the autopsy photos.
And they do kind of mention that damage above the back tail light that's still there, and a little bit on the bumper, but to me that's so far apart from the tail light, and for the tail light to be completely shattered, in which the manner that they allege it was shattered, and multiple pieces of it, you would think there'd be a lot more damage around that area.
And here's like one of our resident attorneys, to Travis, popped in. He said, in Wisconsin, the defense has to come forward in a pretrial hearing and show the requirements: opportunity, motive, and most difficult, the direct connection.
Oh, nice.
But I want to make sure that, and that's how I understand it, and Travis can confirm, they still have to present that at trial, right? And get like a firm, like permanent ruling from her that they are not allowed to present it there. Like, she can say in a pretrial hearing, no, that's not coming in, but they need to get a formal ruling for the appellate level at trial. So they would still try to bring it in.
Okay, so I'm going to show you guys some of the autopsy pictures. If you guys have gooey stomachs, then you might want to just close your eyes for a hot minute, because I am going to put it on the screen, because I think it's important to show how would this injury to this car cause the injury to his body, to the injuries to his body that we see. So I just want to give some warning that I am going to put it on the screen for anybody who doesn't want to see it. So he has the gash that's on the back of his head. This is a very big one that people have questions about. He has the bruising to the back of his hands, which many think has to do with defensive wounds. And one that comes into question a lot is these marks on his right arm. And this is where Chloe, the German Shepherd, comes into play. So I just want you guys to see the extent of the injuries versus the damage to the car.
And, if you're on the opposite side of it, some allege that the bruising on the back of his hand is lividity, or the marks on his arm are road rash. That's, like I said, if you are of that camp. I do think that Melanie Little has a really great video. It's in her videos, where she has one of the top police dog training experts in the country come onto her show and talk about dog marks and all that stuff. And he shows a really great comparison of a dog attack to the arm. Again, I'm still on the fence on this one. I know a lot of people are pretty set in stone on what they feel as it pertains to a dog attack or not. I'm kind of
Is it a long video or no? Is it short?
It's
very
like a half an hour. Yeah. So
it's really great though. Like
it
really
is. I would drop the link though. Yeah, it's good.
yeah.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
Very
Maybe we can talk about it in a little bit.
yeah, he explains it very well. And basically what got me, because I was like, what is this? Like, this guy's not a medical examiner.
Mm-mm.
But he basically, and he made a good point, and he said, like, I've seen hundreds, thousands of dog bites, whereas a medical examiner has not.
That's so true. And if you don't want to play the whole thing, T, though, maybe later scroll through there, and he actually brings up a like a dummy arm that he uses in his training, and the marks on it are very similar to what you find on John's arm.
Okay.
Oh, I also want to add
about
the dog things. He goes and he explains that the types of dog bites that we're seeing, well, let's say they were dog bites. Let's just go there. If they were, they would be shallow bites where a dog kept re-engaging. So, like, the argument was, okay, was this like a trained police dog kind of thing? And he was explaining that a trained police dog is trained to like latch onto the arm and that be it, and then not let go. And he said it was very difficult sometimes to get a police dog to get off of an arm. But if you had a like a police dog that wasn't being trained
in the
well, yeah, like wasn't being trained well, or just a regular person's dog, what they do is they bite much more shallow, and so you would see like constant re-engaging where they keep biting and then like falling off and biting and letting go, and that looked to him to be more the case than if it were like a trained police dog who would have left like one mark. You know what I mean?
It was a really good video. I liked when he showed like the practice arm kind of thing, and when you see the bite marks on that arm, you're like, oh, well, that looks really similar. Okay.
Okay, so let me see. That's the video. I just added it to the playlist so that we can go through it if we want to. Okay, so do you want to hit? So we went over the prosecutor's theory. We went over the defense theory. Do you want to hit the timeline, or do you want to watch some of the surveillance stuff?
I think the timeline's going to be the best. Just even if we quickly go through the timeline of Sleuthies to kind of lay it out and then incorporate some of these things in there.
Okay.
I'm looking at your playlist. I like it.
I like it. All right, here we go.
I love all that nerdy stuff.
All right, let me make this bigger. And then Sleuthie, I know this is all you. Do you wanna hit some of the most important stuff you have on here?
Hold on one sec.
You're good. I'm trying to get it to actually fit on the screen correctly so people can see it.
I love a good spreadsheet.
I know. Dude, there's okay, so I used to be pretty good at spreadsheets. I'm not gonna toot my own horn, but like timelines was like I loved a good damn timeline. And then Sleuthie comes out with I think it was Quentin Simon's timeline, or was it Kylie? I don't remember which one it was. It was one of them, and I was like, okay, this is just pretty good at timelines. All right, yeah, I like it. And then I think somebody had said like, hey, make sure you're adding in like your sources and whatever. And then she was like, okay, you want me to add fucking sources? I'm gonna add fucking everything. Like, and then she adds in like I think they only asked her for like sources, and so she adds in not just a timeline. She puts in the who's who. She's got a list of witnesses. She's got all the documents in here. She's like, you want to know the discovery? Who are all the players in law enforcement? Here's everything I know about this person. Here's every question I have about this.
She's got it all.
And I was like, all right, fuck, I'm not.
She's like, you want it?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not ever making a timeline again in my fucking life.
I know. Like, I put together a timeline for the live that Tracy and I did, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it's nothing compared to Sleuthie. She's got it all. She got the whole kit and caboodle. It's crazy.
Yeah, now I'm like, do you have a timeline on this case already? Because if you do, I'm not even gonna bother. Like, I'm not even gonna attempt it because it's just gonna be like, it's just gonna be child's play over here.
Somebody asked for sources, and Sleuthie's like, hold my beer.
That's literally exactly what happened.
Do you mind if I answer Shaggy's question in the chat?
Absolutely. I wasn't even looking at chat.
Okay. They said, was the dog ever let outside on its own? We actually found out when they went to, I don't remember which grand jury. It was either the regular one or the federal one. But we find out from Brian Albert a new statement, and that was that he let the dog outside. He got home from the bar and grill before everybody else, well, him and his wife did. And he let Chloe outside into the fenced-in backyard because she was acting up. And he went back inside, and then his, like, exact words were, he never went back outside or looked outside the rest of the night.
Oh.
I always find that little tidbit interesting, and I don't see a lot of people mentioning
Oh,
it,
that is
and
interesting.
it is.
Okay, so Travis is saying third-party culprit evidence that someone has committed the crime charged or had the motive, intent, and opportunity to do so is a time-honored method of defending against a criminal charge. Okay, and that's Commonwealth versus Rosa in Massachusetts. It says, 2, a defendant possesses a fundamental due process right to present such evidence. The Commonwealth versus Duet in Massachusetts. He comes with the law facts. Just drops some.
I
We
mean, the
love
case. Listen, the case law I love.
At 3, doubts about admissibility should be resolved in the defendant's favor.
Ooh,
Ooh.
interesting.
I know we're all ooh.
Travis, I hope you are here for when we get to the TUI process, because I still need someone to break that down for me.
Right.
I guess so. Okay, so here's Sleuthy's timeline. I don't know. You probably have it pulled up on your own, Sleuthy, so you probably don't even need it up on my end. But I just wanted them to be able to see it, and I will. This is a public spreadsheet that she has put out. It is like it is pinned on her Twitter account. If one of the mods wouldn't mind dropping Sleuthy's Twitter account. Sleuthy basically lives on Twitter, so if you're looking for Sleuthy's info, it's going to be over there. So make sure that you guys are following her on Twitter. That's where you're going to find all of her amazing timelines. So we've touched on some of this, but I know that there's important topics in here that we need to hit on with the specific time frames. So do you want to hit on those?
I can start reading the timeline. I know she may be busy, but I can start reading it. She could take over when she's available.
Yeah, I'm good with that. This is so she's got in here from earlier on when the sister and the brother-in-law passes away. She's got the dog license that was issued for the German Shepherd for the Albert residence in 2019, and then she goes into well, this is a little bit about Proctor, which we haven't really gone too far there, but Proctor.
There's some texts that came up later on.
Right, and so here is from January 28th, if you want to go there.
Yep.
So that we're kind of in the same day. And then I can go over here so you can actually see it.
Okay. So on the 28th, John O'Keefe and his nephew, they go to D&E Pizza, which is the one owned by Brian Albert, the homeowner's brother.
Chris
Albert. Thank you. At 7:30 p.m., this is on the 28th. At 7:30 p.m., Nicole Albert meets her sister Julie, daughter Tristan. Oh, well, that must be from the actual document. And her boyfriend, which the boyfriend's name is Tristan. We know that. But that's based off of the transcripts. Out to dinner at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. 7:37 p.m., the victim, John O'Keefe, walks into C.F. McCarthy's bar wearing jeans, black Nike sneakers, a gray and dark gray long sleeve shirt, and dark baseball hat with what's on the right-hand side? There we go. With an American flag on the front with his friend Michael Camerano. Yeah, go to the left. 8 o'clock from the interview and statement, the victim's nephew leaves their house for a sleepover at a friend's house. At 8:45 from an interview and statement, Julie Albert texts the victim telling him that she's at Waterfall and to get down there. At 8:51 p.m. video footage, Karen Reed walks into C.F. McCarthy's wearing a black jacket, black boots, black pants, and a handbag and small purse, and a white shirt underneath her jacket. At 8:58, video footage shows the bartender hands Karen Reed a tall cylinder-style glass containing a clear liquid with a lime in it. At 9 o'clock, from an interview and statement, Jennifer and Matt McCabe meet Nicole Albert and her sister Julie at the Waterfall Bar. Also at 9 o'clock, from an interview and statement, Karen Reed meets the victim. Oh, sorry. Karen
That was
Reed
my
meets
fault. I accidentally scrolled the wrong way. Sorry.
That's okay. Meets the victim, John O'Keefe, at C.F. McCarthy's bar in Canton, where the victim had been with friends prior to her arrival. Also at 9 o'clock, from an interview and statement, Nicholas. Oh, I don't know how to say that name.
Kolaka. I don't know.
Kolakis?
So I've heard people
Oh
just
my
say
God.
Colo to keep it easy, like
Yeah,
Nicholas
Colo.
Colo.
Nick
Mhm.
Colo. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I hear. Nick Colo.
All right.
Mhm.
So Nick Colo arrives at the Waterfall Bar. Sleuth, are you available? You want to take over?
Yeah, but I mean, I really like hearing you read it. The problem is this is like a really like intense timeline because it includes everything. So like you can read something and it be wrong, but it's sourced. Does that make sense? Like
Yep.
if Jen McCabe says that she was there at 9, I'm just using this as an example. If Jen McCabe says she was there at 9, but her cell phone data says she was there at 9:47, like both of those are going in here because we're not at court yet and we haven't been to trial. So
both
the
are true right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant you wanted me to read it in a much more dramatic tone, and I could have done that for you too.
She's like, I got you. Nanya's like, I'm on it.
No, I thought it was really good. There's basically so there's a bunch of things here where she's seen on camera, with a drink. And so one of the things is that I had noticed was it sounded like, and I'm curious if it sounded like this to you guys too. It seemed like she had like this great big tall glass. They say it was shaped like a vase, but it seems like she was getting, say, shots and then just pouring them into this big glass. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like she was taking all the shots. Now, she has colitis. She has had a colectomy. She's got health problems. And one of the things was that night she was not feeling well. That was why she chose not to go to the second party. And I was like thinking about all these things. And I'm like, if she was drinking or trying to drink, that could cause a flare up. So
she's diagnosed with MS. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah. And yes. And so that can also like drinking is just not a good idea. Like for her with with all of her ailments, it's just not a good idea. It's like making yourself suffer for no reason. And so the fact that she wasn't, they never specifically say that she's seen like taking a shot, like drinking a shot with everybody. She's just, each time they're saying that she sees it, she pours it into her glass, pours it into her glass, pours it into her glass. And it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah, 7. So 7 times. But like the Commonwealth doesn't say that she's drinking all of these. And so where that might become important is then later when they do like this extrapolation thing and they try to like guess about how drunk she was. I think they could argue like someone buying you a drink and handing it to you doesn't mean you're drinking it if you're visibly seen pouring it into this glass. Like did you ever see her drink from the cylinder glass,
I also am curious though, because it's a clear liquid, right? And like
Yeah.
hang out with their friends or whatever. Like, did they ever actually confirm with the bar that was 9 drinks that she ordered, like alcoholic drinks? Or could that be like, just give me a, like if I go out, I don't drink. So I'm going to order like a Dr. Pepper on the rocks, right? To feel fancy,
Yeah.
But like if you've
No
seen that
pib?
coming over, in video footage, it may look like I'm having a dark colored liquor drink,
Right.
Right.
My husband, he drinks nothing but water when we go out to bars and stuff. He doesn't drink at all. Where I'll have one, 10 a year maybe, but he gets water and they always put it in a tall glass with a black straw, so it looks just like any other clear cocktail, minus the bubbles, of course, but
They don't
Well,
have like
we know what her
Mhm.
blood alcohol was that morning, and they,
Well, do we?
well,
But
according to
really.
them, according to,
Mhm.
Yeah. See, all of this stuff is gonna again like it's where you get it gets a little hairy because it's all gonna get like it's not a fact until we hear from the actual experts and they explain what all this stuff is.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
but like my best friend, I don't drink anymore, but back when I drank a lot, she would meet me at the bar, but she would always drink nasty tonic water.
ew.
Ugh,
Yes, she would order like tonic water or seltzer water,
ginger
and
ale. Ooh.
yeah, and they would no, 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 no. Tonic water, seltzer water, that does not taste like ginger ale, deets.
I'm just saying ginger ale's another nasty one that's clear, whatever.
I would much
That's
rather
actually kind of
have some
yellow.
hospital ginger
Is it?
ale. I
I like it. I like ginger ale.
Yeah, I like ginger ale.
Ugh.
She's the only person I know sits there like drinks seltzer water. That is the nastiest. I just no, thank you. I'd rather just suck
It's
on a
like
piece of ice.
drinking one of those LaCroix drinks.
Oh God, absolutely not. But she like
Mm.
I once had to like choke it back. Like I was long story short, I was going through some things and then I was going through some other things, and my mom was like, "Hey, your uncle said that seltzer water will help with your legs and it'll calm your legs down from being all crampy and shit." And like I literally was like gagging. I don't know anybody that likes it, but that we're getting way off track. Ginger ale I'll take
Yeah.
though, because I was sick in the hospital for a long time. I lived on ginger ale. Um, but it could have been any of those things, like we said. And it didn't really seem like she was paying for she was being handed these drinks. And if she didn't pay like with a credit card, I don't know how they could confirm that what she was
she
getting.
actually, right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now,
that's my point. Yeah.
yeah, the witnesses are the ones that said they thought it was vodka with a lime, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
All
and
right.
they're
Sleuthie keeps jumping ahead.
I
She's
know she
already
does.
got the drink served, and we just got to the bar on the timeline.
She's
well,
already been drinking. She's like, now we're
well,
7 drinks in. I don't know what you guys are doing, just showing up.
yeah, like the bar stuff is like the bar, like, so they go to the bar. Everybody, all accounts from everybody says that everybody was fine. Karen was fine. She didn't seem drunk. John was fine. Didn't seem drunk. Nobody was fighting. Nobody was arguing. Everybody was normal. Nobody seemed drunk. Like that's the whole bar situation. You could see them in that video. They look fine, right?
That was the other thing, was that, well, part of the Commonwealth thing was that they were fighting all night. And then then finally this little bit of footage comes out and you can see that they're not actually fighting. They're kind of lovey-dovey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's this is my first time seeing this one. I haven't seen this before, but like that doesn't speak of a couple that's fighting to me. But I mean, who knows?
Yeah, she's like putting her hand up his shirt, and
Yeah, no. I mean,
it doesn't mean they can't get in a fight later. I'm not saying that they don't, but I'm just saying like they're definitely not fighting all night.
if he turned his back to her and like, I think it would have been obvious. And she's smiling.
But this also could have been potentially, again, I don't know if there's a timestamp on this actual video, but it could have been when she just first got there. So they're just greeting each other, and then they could have gotten into a fight from there. Who knows?
Right, yeah.
But you would think with all the other heinous things that were said, like there's some shit that was said by some witnesses that I just was like, what? Like, why would she say that? Like, what is the point other than to just literally like dig? I just don't see the purpose in some of it. Some of it is just really just rude things to say. And so I just feel like if they were fighting at the bar, it would have been said. You know what I mean?
The one thing which I know was just discussed recently was the statements about the Aruba trip. That's not on the timeline, but that may be because that's newer than what your timeline was at the time.
Check out
Well, they had
Nomad Life's
talked about.
comment. Nomad Life said, my husband has LE experiences and in here listening and knows nothing of this case, and said, beaten with a police baton and attacked by a dog.
I wonder, he should, you know what? So, okay. So my whole thing has been like, I don't think John immediately, so he did not like immediately die. Like he did not get hit and die. He got hit, somehow got outside and died outside. Like it was a mix of hypothermia. He got hypothermia before he was deceased. So I've always thought like it was possible that whatever happened, and then he could have even walked out of the house. He didn't necessarily have to be drug out of the house or placed out there while he was already deceased, which I don't think he was. So that like gash on the back of his head, I wonder, see, because their medical examiner said that it was a blunt force injury to his head. And that would absolutely include a baton or a bat or a candlestick or whatever. I wonder if that, 3-inch or whatever it is, if that would be something that would happen with one good.
Consistent with that injury.
Yeah. And he could have thrown up. It's chocolate milk and it's good. I just got it for you. He could have thrown up. He could have been perfectly fine. Like, we don't know how drunk he was. Like, you know how they say, like, drunk people usually don't get hurt. Like, you could get into, like, an accident at 100 miles per hour, and, like, the non-drunk people that you hit will die, and you'll be perfectly fine because your body's more relaxed and stuff. Like, it's possible. I would be willing to believe, like, if they said that he got hit or whatever, got into a fight because they were all drunk, and then, like, he walked outside and then collapsed and nobody knew. But again, like, then I get into the whole, well, if that was the case, why didn't you just say something? Like, if he came in and somebody got into a fight and he walked outside and you thought he left, like, why not just say something? Right?
Yeah, why not just say, well, they got in a fight and he walked outside?
But if the question would there be criminal liability for having fought with him and subsequently died?
Well, they would have lost their jobs.
Regardless of whether or not he was on their property.
You're talking about police officers beating up another police officer. That's that's not going to go. That's not going to go over.
My answer to Jen Rand's question is the only reason why I think it can't be slip and fall is the injuries to me don't like the injuries on the top of his hands, for me, in my opinion, are very consistent with a fight. Just in my opinion. And then like the thing on the head, that maybe the thing on the head, you may be able to like I could see that, but that's all that I can think of. The other injuries don't equate for me to be.
I think it's also the totality of other things like Phoebe's here. So like you don't, then why are you Googling how long to die in the cold if you don't know he's out there?
Yeah. All right. 9:15 p.m. video footage. Victim hands Karen Reed a cylinder style glass with a clear liquid and a lime in it. 9:20 video footage. Karen Reed receives a shot glass with a clear liquid in it, which she subsequently pours into her cylinder glass. 9:20 video footage. Karen, where'd it go? There we go. Receives a shot glass with a clear liquid in it, which she subsequently pours. Oh, sorry, I read that one already. 9:30. Karina Colo arrives at the waterfall bar. 9:33. Karen Reed receives a shot glass with a clear liquid in it, which she subsequently pours into her cylinder glass. 9:57. Bartender hands Karen Reed a tall cylinder style glass with a clear liquid in it and a shot glass with a clear liquid in it. 10 o'clock. Interview statement. Brian Albert and Nicole Albert arrive at the waterfall bar. 10 o'clock. Video and statement. Brian Albert meets his wife at the waterfall bar when he returns from New York City.
Okay, so stop right there real quick. The reason these are both on here, I can tell you, and Sleuthie, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but Brian's statement to police, he says he and his wife went to the Waterfall Bar. Well, in Nicole's statement, she says that Brian actually arrives at the Waterfall Bar when he meets her there when he returns from New York City. So they say that one says they went together, the other one says no, he met her there later. So they both are in here because they're two different statements, but the same about the same incident.
I'm gonna look real quick so I can tell you for sure, but I almost want to say that was Julie's statement where she said that they came to the house. But let me look while let Nunya keep reading.
Okay, we're up here now. I moved it up so we can see it.
Okay. All right. 10:22 video footage. Karen Reed receives a shot glass with the clear liquid in it, while she subsequently pours into a cylinder glass.
Why does she keep pouring these shots into her glass?
And that's what didn't make sense. Is like, why would you? I mean, if you're taking a shot, wouldn't you just take the shot straight from the glass you're getting it out of?
You would, unless you were trying to not be rude and someone kept buying shots for everyone and you were like, this is going to tear me up, so I'm just going to pour it into this glass. You just kept
pouring them into the glass and then just kept putting your glass. Like, I'm curious where they see her finishing any of these. You know what I mean? Like, where is she actually drinking this glass? Because it's extremely strange that she's... The only time you ever do that is when you do like what do they call them? The bombs where you drop your shot in there and then you pound the whole thing. It's been a while since I've done those, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody knows. Yeah, so that's just weird. I'm wondering, like, do they ever see her like sitting these down and they're just like she's putting them off? Yeah, so maybe like her drinks are actually just drinks, and then, or it's just she doesn't want to do that many shots. I don't know. Okay.
All right, hang on 1 second. Let's see. So the same thing happens at 10:29. 10:40, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed leave the bar, and Karen is holding her last drink in her right hand as they exit the door to the establishment. 10:41, from an interview and statement, Julie Albert's last text to the victim. 10:54, from video footage, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed enter the Waterfall Bar. 11 o'clock, from an interview and statement, Karen Reed and the victim arrive at the Waterfall Bar. 11 o'clock, interview and statement, the victim's niece goes to sleep. At midnight, interview and statement, Nicole Albert leaves the Waterfall Bar and is met at her home by her sister Jennifer McCabe, brother-in-law Matthew McCabe, and husband Brian Albert. Also at 12, phone and location data show that Jennifer McCabe is in proximity to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. So that matches. 12 o'clock, GJ testimony? Oh, grand jury. Grand jury testimony. Sorry.
I'm going to scroll up so that it's easier to see it too. Okay. So here we go.
Ryan Nagel receives a text from his sister Julie Nagel requesting that he picks her up at Brian Albert Jr.'s house, the friend of hers for 15 years. At midnight, also, 12:10 video footage shows Karen Reed walks out of the Waterfall Bar with two females. At 12:11, video footage shows victim walks out of the Waterfall Bar with a short cocktail glass in his right hand, meets up with Karen Reed, and the two walk together towards Washington Street. At 12:13 and 46 seconds, phone location data shows Jennifer McCabe leaves the area of the Waterfall Bar.
Can we pause for 1 second? Sorry, I got back. So I wanted to summarize those drinks because when you're reading through it in the time like this, we kind of like lose track. Like we just hear 7 drinks. So take note that what she drank from 8:58 to 10:29. So an hour and a half, she had these 7 different drinks and then nothing more the rest of the night. And like you said, we don't know what they are. So 4 of them are shots. 3 of them are the tall cylinders with the lime in it. It's just a really short time frame for those 7 drinks, and then she has nothing at the next bar. So I'm very interested in hearing that testimony at the trial and see how that plays into it.
There is 2 bars. Waterfall's the second bar. Am I remembering that correctly?
Correct.
Yes.
Because there's the whole part about where she says that she didn't have a drink in her hand when she left, but then the surveillance shows that she did have a drink in her hand when she went from one bar to the other one.
Right, and they are actually right down the street. I took like a Google Earth screenshot of it, and just to show people, I'll send that to you because they're just so super close.
I started a Google map. I can bring it over here, but it's not done, so I wasn't going to show it. But
yeah. There you go.
I only have the waterfall.
Well, so CF McCarthy's is actually right next to D&E, where you have
right here.
D&E pulled up. Yep.
Okay.
So that's how close they are.
You guys probably can't see it. So Waterfall's here, and then the other one, the C&E is over, or the D&E Pizza's here, and then the other bar's here. And so they walked from here to this bar.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? I actually thought it was over here, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay. I thought it was like directly across the street, but maybe it was a little ways over. Okay, I'm gonna go back over. Here we are. Where are we at?
Hang on, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm trying to figure out where we even are.
Let's see. We were just at
There's the victim
Jennifer
walking
McCabe, the 46. It's 12:13:46. She leaves the Waterfall bar. At 12:14 a.m., a call, text, or search log showed the victim. John O'Keefe texted Jennifer McCabe, "Where to?" was the message. At 12:14 and 36 seconds, searches and deleted data. Jennifer McCabe calls the victim, answered 44 seconds, and then it was deleted. That call was deleted from her call log on her phone.
She deletes a lot of stuff.
She deletes a lot of stuff.
Welcome to the deletion portion of the evening.
I asked Deetz, I was like, do you ever?
Has a tab.
Yeah.
She has what?
I think she has a whole ass tab. That's how much she deleted.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, probably.
Communication log.
Like in her Google Docs, she has a separate tab.
I get it now.
Yeah.
But I had even asked Deetz at one point in time, like, do you ever delete your call logs? Like, that's so odd to me that people would do that. And she was like, no, not me. I was like, okay.
I think I don't delete. Because mine is like I have it where it only holds like, I don't remember if it's like 90 days or whatever it is.
So long.
But it's like, so it just kind of goes away all on its own. Like I don't have to delete anything. But back in the day, I did when it didn't have the auto delete, because it would fill up my storage. So I would manually delete. But I don't think in 2022 that was an issue. I think I've had it set like this for quite a few years. But I do remember a while ago, like you'd only have like 16 gigabyte phones, and then all of a sudden your text messages were like taking all of it.
We're so spoiled nowadays. Like
I know. Now I'm like
upgrading to a 1 terabyte. It's the best thing ever.
Dude, I have like when I bought this phone because it was the new iPhone, I didn't realize like I should have knew better, but I was like, 128 gigabytes ought to be enough.
No.
It's really, really not. And like, you know how you know it's not? Now they don't even offer that. Like the lowest now is like 256.
Right.
And I'm like, do I keep my paid for phone, or do I like spend another $1,000 for another phone because I can't keep anything else on this one?
So I can't. So Susan asked earlier about like, does she delete stuff regularly or just from this stuff? I don't know. She might delete stuff in the past, but what I find this is intentional because there are things mixed in that time. It's not like she deleted an entire chunk of time, because there are some messages mixed in and out, or calls mixed in and out that whole time period where she doesn't delete it. So she went through there and intentionally picked certain things to delete.
Like she'll call John and then she'll call Teresa, and then she'll text John, and then she'll call Joe, and she only deleted the stuff, the communication between her and John.
Right.
So like,
It is
she
weird.
deleted it.
So Travis says he deletes everything after it gets the bill, and it seems that Apple only keeps them on there for less than 30 days or less. Can you make it longer?
Well, this was like
No.
3 days after he died. 3 or 4 days after he died.
No, she just starts deleting everything. That's not even the craziest shit when it comes to the phones. We haven't even got to the craziest shit.
Yeah, I know.
Like what people did to their phones is outrageous. So yeah, so we'll get.
Save your
so
red
this-
flags. You're gonna need them.
Save your red flags. You're good.
Yeah, just wave them high. The other thing to point out though is that like on one side of that, it's not like this was an auto delete that happened. You know, like her phone just got full or whatever.
Right.
This is her intentionally going to that call log, swiping and hitting the delete button.
Mm-hmm. Intentionally going to that picture. Like she took some screenshots and then she deleted them. She sent text, deleted, sporadic throughout there. Very intentional, in my opinion.
Same.
And another reason why I think it's intentional, and we're about to get to it, and I was just going to blurt it out over top of Nunya, but at one point, the phone data shows that like she called John. So she was the last call. Like she connected. Should I wait maybe till she says it?
Yeah, I would.
I'm going to wait.
I know
Go
what
ahead,
you're going to
Nunya.
say. Yeah.
Okay, I'll hurry and get there for you. Okay. Let's see. So she deleted that one. All right. At 12:18 and 47 seconds, the call-in text search log. Victim's phone data reflects a call to Jennifer McCabe.
Hold on, where are we at?
We're at 12:19 and 33 seconds.
We're already down here? Oh no,
Yeah.
we did all this?
Oh no, I looked at the deleted message. I thought, yeah.
No, I think
no,
I
we
was
didn't do
this one.
those.
Yeah, this one. Because I
That
scrolled.
She moved the
to-
screen on you.
I'm trying to keep you on your
Okay.
toes, Tanya. Come on.
All right. Sorry. I'll keep up.
No,
I'll
I'm just
keep up.
joking. It's my fault.
All right, 12:15 a.m. There we go. Video footage. Large black SUV consistent with Karen Reed's Lexus travels on Washington Street and continues towards the Temple Beth Abraham. All right. That's the library, right?
No, that's the temple.
Yeah, the
Okay.
temple.
It's the actual. Okay. All right. 12:15 grand jury testimony. Ryan Nagel arrives at 34 Fairview to pick up Julie Nagel with his friend driving a Ford F-150 and his girlfriend. 12:15 a.m. interview and statement. Caitlin Albert is picked up by her boyfriend Tristan Morris, which is the Albert's daughter. 12:17 a.m. video footage. Large black SUV travels past the Temple Beth Abraham toward the intersection of Washington and Dedham Streets in the direction of Fairview Road. 12:18 and 25 seconds. Phone location data shows Jennifer McCabe arrives at 34 Fairview. 12:18 and 47 seconds. Searches and deleted data. Jennifer McCabe receives a call from John O'Keefe. Answered. They're on the phone for 36 seconds. And then the call is deleted from the call log by Jennifer McCabe. Also at that time, the victim's phone data reflects the call to Jennifer McCabe. 12:19 and 33 seconds. Phone location data shows John O'Keefe's first ping in the neighborhood near 34 Fairview. 12:24 and 28 seconds. Their phone data. You want me to pause? No. Okay.
No, that's just the dog going crazy.
Oh, phone location data. The victim arrives at 34 Fairview, so he gets there at 12:24 a.m. 12:27 call text search log. Jennifer McCabe texts the victim here? ? 12:29 and 44 seconds. Searches and deleted data. Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. Answered 8 seconds. This call is deleted from the call log from Jennifer McCabe's phone.
All right, I'm jumping in.
Okay.
So that 12:29:44, like she connected with him. So number one, she did not mention this phone call. Number two, at this point in time, the Commonwealth already says that John's laying dead in the yard, or had already been hit in the yard. she never mentioned it. She deleted it. When it was brought back up, she said she might have butt dialed.
There's a lot of
And that
butt
was the last
dialing
call that
happening
John
in this.
connected.
Butt dialing
I said
absolutely is a huge
a lot
part
of
of
butt
this.
dialing that happens. Has anybody, since you've gotten an iPhone or a newer Android since 2020, like butt dialed someone?
I do.
I
Do you?
have.
How do you
I have
butt
on
dial
accident.
someone?
Kind of old. It happens.
Well, the only way that I've actually done it is like if I'm trying to when you go to your phone app and it has like your most recent calls and like I may
Hit
accidentally
someone on
hit
accident?
hit somebody on accident, that I can do. But like my phone is in my back pocket and it starts calling people. No, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
That's what
So
I'm
like an
thinking of,
actual butt
because,
dial?
like
Is that you
yeah,
mean like a
because you have
physical butt
to
dial?
unlock your phone, you have to actually
Unless Siri, if you have
phone
Siri
has
hooked.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, Siri, yeah.
These goals.
Scott, I
I
love you.
I would say that for me, like it's like when I'm in a text message and I don't close out my phone, and then I go put it in my pocket, and then I could accidentally end up calling the person that I'm like texting, or I end up texting them like a bunch of letters. So I don't know about butt texting, like literal butt texting. I don't think or butt dialed. I don't think I've
It's
done
a
that.
lie. It's a
Yeah.
Well,
lie.
wait until we
I
get to the butt dials during
But I would refer to
intercourse.
that as
That
a butt
one's
dial still.
interesting.
So that's another thing to keep in mind, is because even though I would say that it's not a physical butt dial, I would still refer to it as that.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think this is just my opinion, but 8 seconds is a lot. Like, if we look at the timer right now, I'm going to be quiet. Teresa, I want you to just talk for 8 seconds, and I'm going to cut you off when it's been 8 seconds. So just talk and say something or address the chat. Go.
That's
Hello,
the same
everybody in
thing
the
that
chat.
Dietz and I did. We literally said, how much do you have to talk for it to be 8 seconds? And then there was another one that it's like,
It's
okay, well,
been 8
let's do 30
seconds.
seconds.
It's been 8 seconds. So, like, that's a
You
lot
can
of
get
time. Like, you could
lot
say, like,
said in 8 seconds.
Yeah, you
for
can.
sure.
I think that the issue with this whole thing isn't even the butt dial. It's the fact that it's answered for 8 seconds. Yeah. So
I mean,
whether
if he was
she's calling
dedicated-
him via a butt dial, he's answering the phone. How is he answering the
Exactly.
phone if he's lying there not alive?
Or I'm just going to throw this out there. You don't know where the phone is. You call it. It takes 8 seconds for you to listen to hear and find where it's at. And then you pick it up and hang up immediately.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't need
Like,
to
those are the only
answer
two.
it. Like, you don't have to answer it. You can hit decline if
Or,
You're
searching
panicking.
for it.
or what if we know how this is about to go down and we got to cover it up? I'm going to call him and make it look like he wasn't even here yet.
Yeah, and I thought of that too, but then she fails to mention this call. So there's something weird about this call.
It means something to her because she doesn't mention it.
Right.
I'm of that
Well, that
opinion
means a
as
lot to
well.
her the way she deletes it. That's what we're taking by her deletions.
Well,
And
no, but she doesn't bring it up in any of the testimony. That's why I think
Right.
it's important to her.
Mm.
And she deletes these calls, but she does, like, you'll notice when it said here or whatever it said, whatever this last one, like, she didn't delete that text message. So she doesn't delete the text messages where she says, so for instance, she connects with him for 8
The ones
seconds.
that make it sound like he's not there.
Not there, exactly. So if I'll let Nanya keep going, but so they talked for 8 seconds and then she deletes it, but then she sends another message.
Yep.
So,
all right.
Okay, I scrolled it to the top of the screen. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick while you guys do this part.
Okay.
So 12:59:44. The only reason we know that exists was because the call was still on John's phone. It was answered.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Carry on.
12:30 a.m. grand jury testimony. Colin Albert returns to his parents' home to his parents' residence, a few houses down from where the victim lives. 12:31 a.m. call, text, and search log shows that Jennifer McCabe texts the victim, "Pull behind me."
That's weird too. Is that not weird too?
So, I mean, the hard part to me is like, so for me, their interactions in general are weird to me.
Yes, very.
Their friendship is, I don't know. It's just, I think I feel some type of way about it. Who knows? But
Mhm.
like the way that she's constant, like, why isn't her husband texting him? Like, hey man, just pull behind, Jen's car when you get here. Or like somebody,
Mhm.
I get her husband wasn't friends
Yeah,
with him, so I get that. But like none of the men in the house like were contacting him, only the women in the house.
yeah. Well, even
Or at the
to the
bar,
bar,
be like, "Can I get your wife or your girlfriend's number? I'll text her the deeds or something." I agree with that, but also, I don't know, the texts are very peculiar. "Where are you? Hello, pull behind me." Those are
Hmm.
very, um,
like I had to send it and I had to make it seem like they had not come inside. I'm
like they
sorry.
were still there, and then you have to remember she's sending some of them after Karen has already arrived back at O'Keefe's residence.
Can I just
When
say
did
we've
she
been
get
here
back?
2.5 hours and we're only at 12:40? Like they didn't
It
even
just
find
it
them
doesn't
yet.
even
Like
feel like it though.
this, there is so much, and like uh, there's just so much. Like if you're gonna actually go through the actual timeline instead of just paraphrasing it, like there's so much, and now there's even more. Like we find out about
Yeah,
communication just yesterday, whatever day that was. The days are running together. Whatever
Mhm.
day they were in
two
court.
days
Friday.
ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we're finding out additional things that happen in between these times that like is even worse. And I just there's a lot of peculiar actions taken by
Yeah,
people that I just don't understand how they can be explained or why the Commonwealth would think they don't need to be explained to a jury. Like I'm a regular ass person. The jury's regular ass people.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
they're
they
gonna
have
be
to
like, this
convince
is really
us.
We want to know.
suspicious. Like, yeah, give me a reason why, like I just would
Explain
love
it
to
to
hear
me.
the
Give me the context behind it. Let this person, like, I really do hope that Jennifer McCabe has to testify. I hope that she is one of the witnesses. I'm sure that she will be, but I
Mhm.
hope that she is one of the witnesses. I would love to hear the defense ask her questions on the stand.
yeah, like I want to know. And Lally's been really bad about, and I've said this before, like if nothing's suspicious, just say it. So like when the defense started going on and showing the world these pictures of Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, with Jennifer McCabe's children in a picture on Facebook, and she's googling how long to die in cold at 2:27 in the morning, and everything looks suspicious, instead of saying that's not true, those are not her kids, like just say like, yeah,
Yeah, they
that's her.
gotta yeah,
They
there's
gotta agree.
a family connection, but
He
it's not like
denies,
they're best
denies,
buddies.
denies.
But no, it was deny, deny, deny for the longest time, and then it was,
Same thing
finally
with the
own
toe.
up to it a little bit, and then it's completely downplayed. I'm with you. Why
Yeah,
not just be upfront? Be like, "Well, yeah, he knows them, but they're not super close."
like
Right.
the
Or
toe
he
time.
knows that because the whole thing is that Proctor supposedly is actually close to Chris Albert and family, not Brian
Mhm.
Albert, and doesn't know Brian and Karen and that side of the family.
But these
Why
people,
not say
they're all incestuous. Like it's all like they're all like
that?
a big family, and also
What?
Right.
it is like they all
I
they
mean,
all know each other. They're related in some way. They've been friends for a million years. They're like
Well, the
that's really
one
what.
I mean,
Proctor's
but that
mom,
gives me like small town vibes. Like
Yeah,
everybody hangs out with everybody kind of a thing. And
but this isn't
you're
an
gonna tell me these
extremely
brothers?
small town, though, you have to keep that in mind. I mean, it's 25,000 people. It's not like
this isn't like
Mayberry, you
Delphi.
know? Yeah,
no, but I
it's
mean,
Delphi,
decent.
they're family.
but I'm saying it gives that vibe of like,
I
if they
know.
all stay, like they
Sure.
all grew up in the neighborhood and went to high
Yeah,
school together, and now they're,
yeah,
they're adult friends and they're friends, their kids are friends with each other, and like that's the vibe that it gives.
exactly. And then just acknowledging it, like with the toe. Like Lally stood there and straight up said they were liars. Like the toe, there was no time. The toe happened at this time, and they're saying, "Hello, like we have footage from their Ring camera, the exact time it was being towed. And like,
Right.
he come up with every excuse he possibly could. Oh, daylight savings. Oh, maybe
All right,
they
well, we're
didn't
definitely not at the
set
towing yet, Sleepy. Don't jump too far ahead.
I'm
Where did
just
you guys get
saying.
on the timeline?
I'm just saying he would probably, some of this could probably look less suspicious if it was just acknowledged when it happened instead of outright denied and then
Yeah.
ignored.
They lie about some really weird shit.
They do.
Yeah.
All right, where did we
All
get
right.
to on here?
12:37 a.m. to 12:39 a.m.
Okay. You guys
Footage
made
is
it really
missing
far.
from the Canton Public Library at the precise time Karen Reed would have been driving past it on the way home after allegedly hitting John. So that footage is missing. At 12:40, Jennifer McCabe texts the victim, "Hello." At 12:41, Karen Reed is at the victim's home, leaves a voicemail for the victim, and you hear the garage door closing, car door closing, house door closing, while she in her high heels on the garage floor. I don't know if you have that voicemail to play, but that'd be a good time to play it there.
I don't. Yeah, I was thinking.
Okay.
I don't know if I
No,
grabbed
I
that.
don't think that's that.
It's it's just mentioned in a
Hearing.
in one of the
The
hearings.
defense brings it up, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we don't actually have it. It's just mentioned.
I thought they released all her voicemails.
No.
No, they released some.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one's
Only the
not.
ones that make her look bad.
I don't think I have any of them on my playlist though.
Okay.
Yeah, the first time I remember like knowing about it at all, he said it in the hearing, and then they put it in a filing after that. They don't bring it up every time they file something.
No.
I'll see if I can find it.
Right.
That's the 911. I know we have the 911 call. I already have that one, but I thought that. Hold on, real quick. Let me see if this is one of them.
Okay.
No, this is some.
Now there's one on John's voicemail of Jennifer calling 911.
I have that
she's
one.
got
I have the
that.
911 call, but I don't have the voicemail, which I thought that they had released it. Maybe I'm just imagining that.
The only voicemail from John's phone that I've heard is the one where you can hear Jennifer McCabe making the phone call to 911. And that's because Karen called from the backseat and left her phone in the car when she saw him.
Yeah, you're thinking about like they talk frequently about how she had called him several times after she dropped him off and left him nasty messages, but they didn't release them that I'm aware of.
We never heard those?
No.
Yeah, because there's the supposed messages of like, you're a fucking loser, go fuck yourself, I hate you.
None of those.
Yeah, Lolly quotes them. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm increasingly.
Maybe that's why I think I heard him.
Yeah, I'm increasingly more concerned about his paraphrasing abilities.
The only video that isn't missing and messed with, it's the video from Karen's dad's home video surveillance. Okay. Let me go back to the timeline.
All right. 12:41 and 10 seconds. Searches deleted data. Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. The call is not answered, and then it is deleted from McCabe's phone. At 12:41 and 59 seconds, so just 49 seconds later, Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. The call is not answered, and then that call is deleted from the call log. At 12:42, so just 1 second later, Jennifer McCabe texts victim, "Where are you?" At 12:43 and 19 seconds, Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. The call is not answered, and it is deleted from her call log. At 12:45 a.m., Jennifer McCabe texts the victim, "Hello."
T, don't move
Huh?
this when she's done.
What?
Don't scroll when she's done. I want to point something out here in this box here.
Okay, you got it.
In the interview and statement, Jennifer McCabe observes the black SUV pull away and leave at that time. Okay. 12:46 and 16 seconds. Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. The call is not answered. She deletes this call from the call log. 12:47, 52 seconds. Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. The call is not answered. It's deleted from the call log. At 12:50 and 37 seconds, Jennifer McCabe calls the victim. It's not answered, and it's deleted from the call log. I'm going to pause there
Okay, I
before we
want
go
to.
to the next.
Yeah, because I want to point something out. So, 12:41, the pink one. Karen's home, leaving a voicemail, so she's not outside anymore. She's leaving a voicemail. What on earth prompted in 9 minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 phone calls, 2 text messages, one after the other. Like, what was the reason for the power calling at that point in time?
Right.
And then nothing at all the rest of the evening.
And remember, here she's saying this is when she sees them the SUV leave.
Yeah, and she was already home. Yeah.
Another thing, we don't have to do it right now, that I find extremely interesting is when you line up these call logs with the Apple Health data,
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah.
steps and all
And
that. It's really interesting.
definitely. And also, like I always said this about like Kayla Montgomery. So for anybody who was following with Harmony, one of the things that remains in my head because it wasn't answered at trial is like the whole story about what happened on Thanksgiving. So they're saying that on Thanksgiving they brought Harmony to her mom, and my biggest irritation with that is but she still was alive for like another week or two, maybe a week and a half. So why did they use Thanksgiving? Like Thanksgiving had to have been an important day for them to use, like something had to have happened on Thanksgiving in order for them to use Thanksgiving as the day that she wasn't with them anymore. Does that make any sense? Like, did something happen the day after Thanksgiving and so you already wanted her like out of your care at that point? Like,
That's always
I feel
my
like
issue too with Kayla.
yeah, so I feel like when it's a specific thing like that, like so for like this for example, she's doing all these power calls, Karen's already gone, people have already seen her come and go, all of that activity already happened outside of the house, everyone's using 12:15 as a time of when they're leaving and coming and going, nobody sees John, and at the same time that these power calls are going through, she says she sees the SUV pull away that's already at home. Like there's something weird about the blocks of time, especially when you consider the fact that like after he was found, they all like banded together and talked like prior to giving statements. And so
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
No,
I was
go
just
ahead.
going to say, can you scroll back just a little bit, T, back to 1219?
I was going to say, I actually agree with Scott's statement. I think that all these missed calls, regardless of them being deleted, they help the Commonwealth.
Well, because it's why would she have been calling if he was inside the house?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, exactly.
So I'm trying to hang on. Let me make this full size so I can
Which
see
could have also
your
been the
thing
reason
and my
for
thing.
the power calls, you know?
That's
Like if
exactly what
something,
I think too.
yeah, so what's the importance of it? Well, if something had just happened, if your whole thing is well, we can't let anybody know he was ever in here. Karen didn't come in with him, so she didn't know he was in here. Calling over and over again, like sending a text. Like, what is with the text that says hello? Like what?
So
Like,
at where does it say on here? So at 12:24:28, John arrives at 34 Fairview. And between 12:21 and 12:24:22, he takes 80 steps. If he's in the car the entire time up until 12:24:28, you deduce that he takes those steps right after he arrives. It's 80 steps. And in that time frame, he also ascends and descends 3 flights of stairs. That part's a little peculiar.
What time are his steps?
So you know how Apple Health data gives you like a time frame, so you don't know exactly when the steps
Right.
are being taken, but between
Mhm.
12/21 and 12/24/22.
So between
So,
12/21
it's
and
yep.
12/24/32?
2012, 24, 22. So it's actually like right before the vehicle stops. So then is there going to be an argument of, the accuracy of of when they're time stamped, when they're recorded? But if he's in the car that entire time and his
Ryan,
ping is at pinging him the GPS has him arriving at 12/24/28, just
But
a
is this, I guess, here's the
second
big question
later.
for me. At 12/24, is this when she arrives at the driveway, or is this when she pulls up closer to the flagpole?
That's a great question.
well,
Because if it's by the driveway, it makes sense that his
Mm.
steps would be there because she's already, or she goes to the driveway here, and this is more when she gets towards the flagpole. Because remember, she's waiting for him to get back to her, like, "Hey, I'm staying," or "What's happening?" And then she's calling him, but she's in the way, so she moves forward to get out of the way for the F-150.
right.
So if he
You
gets
also
out
have
of the
to keep
car
in
towards
mind
that driveway, he makes the 80 steps towards to go to the house.
it's like literally exact, and you have to keep in mind she was calling his phone. She blew up his phone for like the following hour. So let's say something did happen, you would probably like want to get that phone turned off, right? So let's say someone's in my house, someone keeps calling over and over again, and we're talking about people who have knowledge of, like, there's police officers in the house. So if the phone's going off, they know that it's pinging, right?
Mhm.
You could put it in airplane mode, but Apple Health is going to continue to collect
It's
that
gonna
data.
keep running. Yeah.
But if you turn it off, then it's not. How was John's phone not dead in the morning? Because it was registering steps. Like, it didn't register any steps for hours and hours and hours, and then it started registering tons of steps after he was found. So I just wonder if there was some kind of, we have to like get the phone, turn it off kind of thing.
Well, I mean, it's registering the steps after he's found because law enforcement are moving it, but
But did law enforcement remove it? See, Carrie is the one. Oh, did we put Carrie Roberts in that? I don't think we did.
not yet.
No,
Not
not
yet.
yet.
No, not yet. I haven't put her on there.
His
So
last steps, though, prior to him being found, are at 12/32/16. So,
and then Carrie Roberts finds the phone and it starts taking tons of steps.
mhm.
Like an outrageous amount, like 600 or something. I know it's in there, but
How many steps are at 12/32?
At 12/32/16, there are 36 steps.
which takes him like 80 feet, I'm pretty sure, which is the exact
83
distance.
83.53 feet. Yep.
Yeah, that's the exact distance from the
Is there
car
any
to the
data
front
on
door.
there about flights of stairs? Up and
So
down
the
flights
flights of stairs are the previous ones that I just mentioned. It's in that section between 12/21 and 12/21/10 and 12/24/22 is when he takes the 80 steps and ascends or descends 3 flights of stairs.
And Apple Health pulls that based off your elevation.
Yep.
So
We did
it can
all dive into
register your
that one night.
elevation. Yeah, we did look up that.
Hmm.
I wonder how much elevation. So if you look at the pictures of the house,
10 feet.
10 feet. Okay.
10
So
feet.
I wonder if running up the driveway and then up those like four steps or what, like up into the house would count as a flight.
So
Maybe.
I don't know, but I don't think the driveway has like that kind of elevation to it though, right?
It
Is
has
it
a
a
little
steep driveway?
slope.
Because I thought it was kind of flat.
It's a little slope upwards, but I don't know if it would even it and those little 3 steps would
Yeah.
constitute as an entire flight.
It's got
Because if you did that and then let's say he went in, see, I one of the things that I never hear anybody ever talk about, and it's like mind-boggling to me. And Dietz, I think I've said something to you about it and sent you pictures. The basement,
Yeah.
which is brought into question again in a recent hearing, has one of those. My aunt used to have one. Like when I see it, I think of like a tornado, like those like steel doors in the ground outside that are like on the ground.
Oh, the shutter doors.
Yeah, like you can pick them up
like
and walk
a
into.
what like I feel like further into the Midwest or into the actual West, they have what are those called? They're like a root cellar type of door.
Yeah,
Is what
it
I'm
looks like
thinking
they're
of.
going into a bunker. Like it's like a.
Yep.
It'll have like 5 or 6 steps, maybe 7 steps going down into the basement. And so if he would have gone in down the basement steps, even if he went up those cellar steps and say fell back down, I'm just trying to figure out where the 3 flights come from.
I don't know.
Yeah, unless like from
even this little slope isn't going to give it to you on an Apple device. It's just not.
Well,
I
agree, but what about an Apple device 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. When I was looking into everything Apple devices, it was in 2018 with Shanann Watts. So
okay, good.
And it wasn't going to do
and
it
that's
then.
why it's a question because I'm like I don't remember what our phones did 2 years ago, but I would agree that little elevation change there. I don't think it's going to register as an entire flight of stairs. But Gabriella's question, yes, there is also heart rate data on it. And so when you combine all of those things, the steps, the heart rate, and the phone data, it is very interesting.
Oh, and they have, so John O'Keefe's, they just have his phone health data. But Jennifer McCabe, they have her phone and her Apple Watch.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because she had an Apple Watch. John O'Keefe did not.
Well, that we know of, correct.
That we know of, yeah.
So for Keiki, in the morning when he's found, the paramedics pick him up out of the yard to take him into an ambulance, and Carrie Roberts, who's there, I guess we're going to get to that. She found the phone. She noticed the phone like under his body and she picked it up.
Yeah, I can send. Do you have the picture, T, of the grass, like where he was found, and that you can see the grass on the ground underneath?
I don't think you can see grass, really. I don't think I have that one. I think I just have the one with the snow. Let me see. I have this one.
Yeah, you have it. If you don't know what you're looking at, you would think that it was like a body. No, it's like daytime.
Yeah, it's not that one.
Okay, let me look. This one?
No.
That's the one later. Okay.
Yeah, that's later in the day when
I'll put the link in.
You got it. If not, I can keep scrolling to find it. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, I have it. Waiting for it to load. Well, it hasn't loaded, so I'm just gonna give you the link, Teresa.
Okay.
Hopefully it works even if it doesn't load on my end. I put it in the back chat. I think that's what she's talking about. I don't know if I need to like.
Yeah, I do have this one.
Do I sound like I'm getting like congested as I'm sitting
A
here?
little bit.
I feel like
you do.
Yeah, like I feel like I need to check my outlet plugs and see if I put a new set in there or something. I feel like I'm getting congested as I'm sitting here.
So the
Is
phone
that the
was
one you were
found.
talking about?
Yep. So the phone was found underneath him. So between him and that cold ground. I don't know about you. I've left my phone out in the heat before and it shut down, and I'm told it does the same thing in extreme cold. So how did his phone not shut down?
In
To
like no
me,
time.
his body temperature, because the snow and the cold hadn't really fully hit, right? So
Well, the
the
cold
warmth of
had,
the
but not the
ground, which,
snow. Yeah.
yeah, well, but there's going to be some warmth down in the ground anyways. So the fact that the phone was underneath him, so you've got his body temperature and the temperature of the ground that is protecting the temperature of the phone at that point in time. That's why, like, it has to be direct access. Even heat, like, it has to be direct heat that's hitting your phone to shut it down.
Well, also, I mean, even though he was below obviously normal body temperature, he wasn't. I think I don't remember. I read it yesterday. Now I don't remember. It was like 80 something was his body temperature.
Yeah, the 80s.
Right.
Once they found them. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, you know,
that's still warm.
he would have still, yeah, it would have still kind of been. I know that
Had
sounds
enough
terrible,
heat.
but it's like, yeah, it probably could have
It would
been
have been
still
warm enough for the phone.
Right. Yeah, cold for a human is way different than cold for a phone. Yeah. So, and that's the other thing, though, too, is the conversations about how much snow was on top of him when he was found. Ariel wants to know who exactly found the phone. Was it Carrie
Roberts?
Carrie Roberts.
Uh-huh.
She handed it to an officer.
Mrs. What am I looking at? This is the area where his body was found.
Can I say something about this?
Yeah.
The blood.
Yeah.
So it took me forever to put two and two together with this, because I'm like, what is the deal with this blood? This makes no sense. If he just laid there after getting hit and it all just like pulled out. But I forgot that they searched with a leaf blower.
Yep.
So I think a lot of what we see there, how it's like everywhere, was because it got blown
around
with the leaf blower. So it like made it like splatter out.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
I'd have to read the testimony again, but they talk about how they had to, he was covered with a dusting of snow, not like he wasn't fully, submerged under snow when the women found him. And so they did, wipe that layer off of him. So it could be that too, just like being flung, the top layer of snow being flung off of him.
Like one time they'll say that he was under 6 inches of snow. Then Jennifer McCabe says that just his legs were completely covered. But you have to remember that when they all got there, Karen like was able to like dust the snow off of him, because at one point they were saying that she like lifted up her shirt and his shirt to be able to put like her warmth on him. And so there was no mention of like her digging him out,
Yeah.
I was going to answer the question you had up there earlier. Carrie Roberts gives it to an officer that's on scene. That officer on scene gives it to Proctor. That's how Proctor gets the phone.
So he's the third person after the body's found.
Yeah.
Yeah, to get it.
Okay.
And this is, just another one of the reasons I feel like reasonable doubt's going to come into play. All these little things are going to compound.
Also, since I'm unofficially covering for the Commonwealth on this panel, I would like for you to know that according to Lally, it was a blizzard outside when this happened. And so that's the reason why you can't find a lot of what you could already could have normally have found if it was just a dusting. Obviously, it wasn't just a dusting.
Yeah,
but it was not, because even according to Ryan Nagel, it was cold, and but the snow was just starting to come down.
Right. Yes, it was like a. I want to say, I'd have to go back and look, but somebody posted what the snow totals were. Actually, it might even have been Tracy. the snow
Yep.
totals were at the time he was found. And I want to say it was just a couple inches at that point in time because the nor'easter didn't really hit until later that morning.
I'm trying to find the picture of the evidence, but we haven't got there yet, so I guess I can wait.
I'll see if I have it on my phone.
The solo cups. Do you have that one? Okay, let me
No, I don't.
go back to the timeline.
Oh my God, that piece of taillight just like makes me just.
I know,
I could literally.
angry.
I would
That-
laugh in Lally's face. I just don't understand. Now pull up. Can you pull up a side by side of the car, Teresa, and that? Come the fuck on. It's like the whole tail light in one piece. Are you serious?
And
then
please
they found
no,
all the little
well,
dust
and that
particles.
was found later too. It wasn't even found. At
Yeah, that's
the,
not found when they
Sleuthie,
find
I
him.
think that you're misunderstanding. It's because of the force she hit him with, Sleuthie.
That it just fell off
that
unscrewed and
27
everything.
miles per
Yeah,
hour.
that's
just-
why it didn't
just
come
the-
off shattered. It just came off in one full piece.
Like what?
He only
I
hit
just
the tail
don't.
light, not the rest of the car.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
All
Yeah,
I keep
And my-
thinking about is like,
And the
I'm
experts
thinking,
will tell you that.
yeah, I'm sure.
But not
I'm
the experts from the FBI.
No, those experts are not going to tell us that. No,
Those
they're
experts
not.
Lally
cannot
wants
do it.
nothing to do with the experts from the FBI. Like you would think he would be like, oh, good, like an independent person. Like me, I was like, oh shit, like yes, let's hear their shit because when they were doing their investigation of stuff, like
No, they don't want anybody else looking at it.
yeah, like they had no input from either side. Like they were doing their own thing. We'll let you know when we're done, and then they did let us know when they were done. And so I was happy. Like okay, we get this independent third opinion, and Lally wants nothing to do with it, and Bev don't want nothing said about it, and they're not going to. And I just find that insane that she
Well,
like
for
doesn't.
the record, it's because the FBI only got their information straight from
Yeah,
the defense. It's a partial investigation.
and they started it because the defense asked them to, and
Yeah.
nobody's been named a target, except whatever, what the fuck ever. I'm just saying, look at that tail light. Look at that
Look at
tail
the
light
tail.
and that whole piece of tail. Unless somebody, no, nope. I can't make an excuse
No
in my
way.
head about
Yeah,
it. It
it
looks like
doesn't
somebody
fit.
unscrewed it so it would just fall off.
Well, yeah, that's essentially what
Exactly,
Sky's.
Scott. Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
I
But
think
yet
we
they
were
found like the
after
37 pieces of dust particle from the, like they found
in
37
in 3
microscopic.
undocumented searches. Proctor
Give me
found
a
how many
break.
more pieces of tail light?
37, I think.
Mm-hmm.
37 like pieces like the tip of a pencil.
Do you have a page on Proctor in here on how, not to jump ahead because I know that we still got to go back to the regular timeline where we're at, but where he said, oh, you know what? I think I have it on the video is what I
Is
have
it
it
in
on.
the Who's Who?
No, it's when they're talking about that he wasn't even there that day, and then you go to the police reports, and it was him who
That
was
was
responding.
so weird.
It was Morrissey who says that he wasn't even there.
Oh yeah, that was the weirdest thing I've ever. Even to this day, like I'm
They
not
still
offended
argue
by it. I'm not like this is the most insane thing I've ever seen. I just every time it's just so creepy. You know who he looks like? He looks like that guy from Monsters, like the boss with like the crab legs from Monsters
Yes,
Inc.
he does. I'm never gonna
What was
unsee
his
that
name?
now, Sloopy.
You won't be able to unsee it. I forget his name, Mr. Something or other, but he. What's his name? Now I gotta look. Wait a second.
He will
Boss
never be
from
inviting us all back to the panel.
Oh hell yeah, I
again.
will. This is the best. I love
He'll
this.
be like, no, we're way off track.
Henry. It's Henry Waternoose, Mr. Waternoose. Google it so
Mr.
everyone can
Water News.
see. That's Morrissey, and every time I think of that announcement, that PSA he made, I just think how weird. Like I told Dietz, like whenever it happened, I was like, this is just so weird. That's all I said the entire time he was speaking. This is so weird. Like, what is he doing? He is Mr. Waternoose in real life.
Just reprimanding everyone. He's just out. Look at it. I cannot see it. I cannot see
That
it.
is him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God! Look
Oh
at the
my
eyebrows.
gosh.
Teresa, unmute. Oh,
I didn't even know I was muted. I'm over here cracking the fuck up.
what a mess! Even the same suit and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Here, hold on. One more time for you. Oh,
that's
shit.
a good
There
one.
it goes.
Someone
go.
needs to make a video of this PSA announcement with his head on that Mr.
Like
Waterdeuce's body.
talking, people that are
Oh
good
my
at doing
God. Don't threaten
yeah.
me with a good time.
Oh,
I'll
I was thinking the
use
other
Reed's
day.
face and take his face and put it on the other animal's
Yeah.
face.
Yeah,
I
and you
was
need to
literally
add.
saying the other day, I want to do like an entire channel of just court cases, just
Yeah,
like
and you
court
need
hearings
to.
and stuff like that. And all the people get their own like cartoon person, or like the
Yeah,
cat, because it comes, the whole
Oh
thing came from like
yeah.
the attorney who's like, I'm not a cat. Like they all have their own thing, and then we listen to the court hearing, but it
for any for anyone that's listening and they're going to actually make me the video that I desire, I want Morrissey's head on Waternoose's body, and I need you to replace the bookshelf in the background with the murder sheet bookshelf.
Oh my God.
Oh,
With the what
that's like a
bookshelf?
crossover series there, Swoopy.
What's the bookshelf she wants?
It's a Delphi thing. It's
Oh,
from
it's a Delphi
a
thing. Okay.
podcast.
Hold on, I'll show you
Just
really
all the
quick. I'm gonna
weirdness in
show
one
you.
video.
We are so off track, but it's so funny.
That
Hold
is totally a crossover episode
That'd be
you're
the most
asking
awkward
for.
video that exists.
Hmm.
show you.
Even better if we could like add them to it too and have him share the other headphone.
Hold on. No, I'm not gonna play it, but I'll just show it really quick because
Yeah, you don't
Stop
wanna
before
share
we
it.
get copyright struck, Teresa.
well, this is the prosecutor's podcast, but I'm
Oh,
not
she's
gonna play it.
copyrighting us right now. This whole thing's about to get taken down.
Murder sheet copyright struck me, so I have a personal vendetta there now. It's like,
Like
but
3 hours into our live.
maybe after
That
to edit it
bookshelf,
and
what a
shit.
disaster.
You put this bookshelf on. That thing is, I don't even. There's no way that's safe. There's
They
just
could
no
at
way
least like for their TV appearances, they could at least like paint books in that big crack there to make it look like there's some support of some kind.
and then they share a headphone. They share
They share wired headphones.
Why do they do that?
You gotta make. Look at Alice. She's laughing too. She said, "Man."
She's like, this shit's funny. He's about to spit out his drink. He's like, this is so funny.
I think that this is
Somebody
messing
please
with
send
my
these people some
OCD. I'm going to
Bluetooth
get
headphones.
hives. Some of
they
their
very
books go
first
up and
did
down. Some of their books go
I
sideways.
know.
The
It's
top
too
shelf, the
much.
books are
Oh
sideways
God,
and then
yeah.
Nanya,
stacked on top of each other. I couldn't handle
they
that.
have to do that. It's a very delicate balancing. They cannot remove a single book from that shelf.
If they
So
did, it would all come tumbling down.
they
Like
it's
Jenga.
like balancing scales.
You think they've read it? I mean, it looks like
one of
they
the
went
first
to
things they did,
Goodwill
they
and got a
didn't even
ton
have
of.
2 chairs. They had to share a chair.
No, I think they were just trying to fix the bookshelf.
Yeah, they
No.
were. They totally. She was sitting on his lap in the interview while they shared it.
Oh my goodness.
One chair and one pair of headphones.
Oh man, power couple.
We spent all our money on books trying to keep the shelf
No
up.
soup for you. No soup for you.
For you.
Those are all old phone books that they collected from old payphones. They just ripped them off the payphone.
They're like Goodwill books.
It's like she moves in
All
and
they
she's like,
need is
where am
like
I
a little
supposed to put my
coaster.
books? And he's like, well, you can just put them around my books.
They just need to slide a coaster under one of the legs there. Maybe
So-
it's not the bookshelf. Maybe it's the floor that's
Why is
uneven.
Lemon on the floor now?
Well, shit, maybe it's this bookshelf. Maybe this one's normal and this one's the one gonna go. I don't know. It's an optical
Maybe it's
illusion.
all an
We'll never
optical
figure it out.
illusion. It's all an illusion.
Yeah,
Come to
anyway.
find out, it's just a green screen and there's not really a bookshelf, a banky
I
bookshelf.
don't even know if
there.
anybody would ever
Plot
have that.
twist.
Mr. Water News.
Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. Back on track. Sorry.
Apologies.
Apologies.
Wait a minute. Let's see it. She said, it does look like the book section at Goodwill.
Or like they take a picture of that and then usually they're like, let's look like we're really, really smart and we're gonna have like
Oh my word.
We're gonna have a lot of books. I do not think they are bolted to the wall. No, I think that they're gonna come down at one point, and I just hope that we're live. They're live when we see it.
If anything ever happens, that's immediately I'm gonna be like, oh damn, that bookshelf.
That bookshelf got him.
Saw that coming.
Got him.
It's like
you
the
could reference this timestamp.
Foreshadowing of death. Ooh.
You have to scroll down when you're ready to do the timeline.
Oh, do I? Okay, I don't even know where I am. Where am I at?
We're at
Not even at 1 o'clock yet.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, we just got to 1 o'clock. I think is where we're at. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
This is an inaccurate statement, but I know it's in one of somebody's document. And anybody who is just it's from Nicole Albert.
Nicole Albert.
So anybody who is joining and wasn't here for the other part of this, all the statements, timelines are in here. So that doesn't make them the accurate one. It makes them the commentary from that particular witness. So she, like Nicole here, is going to say like everybody leaves. That's not the case. So just an FYI, that's why you see things the way that you do.
It's so once we get the real data, we can see who said, like, we'll be able to go back and say, oh, yeah, like, oh, Nicole said everybody left at 1 o'clock, but they didn't leave till 2:30 kind of thing.
Right.
Carry on, Nanya. I need to breathe.
Thanks. 1 o'clock a.m. interview and statement. All guests leave the Albert residence at 34 Fairview. 1:30 a.m. grand jury testimony. Brian Higgins leaves 34 Fairview and goes to the Canton Police Department to complete administrative work, because who doesn't go to do that at 1:30 in the morning? At 1:30 in the morning, interview and statement. Jennifer and Matthew McCabe leave 34 Fairview and bring Julie Nagel home on their way home. Another statement says Jennifer and Matthew McCabe leave 34 Fairview and bring Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson home on their way home.
So that should have two different documents attached.
Yeah.
One will be whichever one they were leaving it out. And then the other one is when the defense finally was told that Sarah Levinson was the other person that got a ride home. That's why they're both there.
It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why you would leave that out, but 1:47 and 17 seconds, according to phone location data, Jennifer McCabe leaves 34 Fairview. At 2:03, Jennifer McCabe turns right on Lawrence Street. At 2:04, Jennifer McCabe is on Leonard Way and her course is reversed. At 2:12, Jennifer McCabe arrives at her residence. At 2:15? Yeah, 2:15, an interview, according to an interview and statement, Brian, good old Lucky, Loughran arrives at the barn to get in his dump truck and begin plowing.
Oh, Lucky.
Oh, Lucky. 2:22 a.m. according to call, text, and search logs, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert talk on the phone despite previously testifying they were both asleep. Hence the another infamous butt dial. 2:25 and 11 seconds, call, text, search log. Jennifer McCabe sends a text message. Currently, we do not know who that text message was to. 2:25 and 56 seconds, Jennifer McCabe sends another text message. Also don't know who that went to. 2:26 and 37 a.m., searches and deleted data. Jennifer McCabe had screenshotted two things. One we knew though. One was it Higgins' phone number or contact information?
Brian
Brian
Albert.
Alberts.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the screenshot of that if you don't have it, T.
But we don't know. So she did delete. So she took a screenshot of Brian Albert's like cell phone number after John was found, and then deleted it. And then suddenly his cell phone number that was in the original report that was written from the people that showed up on scene, that same phone number she took a screenshot of disappeared in the second one. But these two, we don't know what these are. But it's highly suspicious that at 2:22, Brian and Brian are on the phone, even though they were both asleep in the past. Then she sends a text message. We don't know to who, but the defense
To
does.
somebody.
Then she's Then she sends another one. Then she deletes 2 screenshots, and then she's looking for How Long to Die in the Cold on the internet.
So I want to back up just a second. I don't think I have the picture you're talking about, Dietz, but at 2:22 a.m., Brian Higgins is supposedly at home sleeping. But remember, at 1:30, he left to go to the Canton Police Department to do his work.
Yes, but they actually both said they were at home asleep.
But I don't think that he could have physically done that.
Well, it came out recently that he did not do that.
Yeah, he did.
Neither one of them did that.
I would love for someone to say, what work were you working on?
Well, we know what Brian Alberts was
so
working
important
on.
at 1:30 when you're you're drunk. Like what was so important at 1:30? Here, he just recently, we found out, he admitted it to the grand jury that he was going to move his car before the snow or something.
But Brian Higgins is the one who has the Jeep with the plow on it. And then there's 2 phone calls here, though, that we now know about, because there's the incoming and the outgoing call between Brian and Brian.
Yep. So Brian, and Jennifer are all awake at 2:22 to 2:30 in the morning. They're all awake.
And we know that Jennifer is not just like laying in bed scrolling on her phone, because she's actively up and pacing around at this time.
Yes.
According to her Apple Health data.
Please tell us, where is home? What home did he actually go after Canton PD? He went to his own home.
I don't remember
home he lives in. I don't know his address.
I just know
I don't know either.
I just know that
I wouldn't say it.
I don't know what he's just a witness at this point, allegedly. But
he's looked up more suspicious as a witness, but still yet.
Yeah, I don't think his address is out there. Well, I mean, I don't think it's out there like that, but he did go allegedly from the Canton PD office to home, and he claims he went to sleep at first. He was asleep. He never made these phone calls. He never answered any phone calls. But recently,
you're talking about Brian Albert.
No, Brian Higgins.
Okay, Brian Higgins. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Per the most recent hearing, we don't have to scroll back, but if we're going way back, we only just now found out that he was also texting John O'Keefe.
Correct.
And the defense says that he was essentially like coaxing John to come over to the house. So that could be interesting.
Oh, well, unsafe bot, if Coffindoffer said it, Dietz is going to tell you it's the truth then.
Oh, yeah. That's, if Coffindoffer says it, probably
I have
accurate.
to say, I'm just going to say this.
She knows where Chloe is.
Like, I used to be really, 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 really close with Jennifer. And I just, it wasn't even this case. It was something else. Where one day I was just like, who are you? Like, this is not you. And it's just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. Every day I'm like, I used to get really upset about it because she was my friend. And now it's just like, when I can see outright that, like, if she says it, I'm thinking the opposite at this point. So, and that's really sad.
I agree.
Unsafe bots, like, I know. I was being facetious.
No, I do know that, but I just,
people,
and I take jabs every once in a while, but I try not to even like talk about her because it really bothers me because she really is like a different person. And so,
I know I looked up where Higgins lived at one point because I was trying to figure out if he could have gone from the Alberts
Yeah.
to the Canton PD back to his house in that time frame. And I don't know now. I just remember that
Of
it wouldn't have
all
worked. The time frame would
oh,
not have worked.
yeah.
But I
All
don't
the
remember what
things
it is.
I've researched on this case, I don't think I've ever looked up where he lived.
I
Because
never
and
have either.
that goes back to me telling you I didn't think of him as much. I mean, I found it peculiar going to Canton PD and then going home. I did find that peculiar, but it hasn't been
What
until
was so
recently that
pressing?
so much has came out about him.
Yeah, it never made sense because it was like, what was
Yeah.
so pressing after you've been drinking all day
I
that like you
again just
had to go?
conspiracy theory only. But I felt like there was potentially something to be destroyed. Maybe, I don't know.
Mhm.
Because it was
Oh, well, we do
a
know.
well-known fact that O'Keefe was had been recently reporting some activities, some drug activities from within the department.
Mhm.
Oh, let me
And
tell you something.
the new police chief, did confirm that they had received reports from him, but had not looked into them yet.
About drug
Mul-
activity.
Multiple
Mm-hmm.
reports from him. Yep.
Yep.
And that was per the current chief that it was
Yep.
about drug activity. But
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I was going through the discovery notices from the Commonwealth, and there were, because there were text messages between John and Kevin Albert, John O'Keefe
Yeah.
and Kevin Albert. And I was like, that's really weird. But then I was thinking, well, if Kevin Albert was the one that was investigating maybe whatever he was calling in, then that would make sense. But anyway, there was from 2021, 2021, there was like random police reports. And I'm like, why would these police reports from 2021 be turned over to the defense for this case? So I requested it, and they gave me back like a redacted to shit like narrative that was written. It was very, very brief. And she denied my other two public records requests because she said they would violate HIPAA because they contained medical information. Yeah,
That's
it was
weird.
bizarre. And
They contain medical information.
yeah, that's what she said to
Yeah,
me. The
but what
police,
medical information is on
A police
well,
report?
a police report?
yeah. So I was like, that's really weird. I did put in a whatever, an appeal or whatever, because I was like, I know all about HIPAA. I'm going to need you to explain to me what, like, this is a like, even if an ambulance went to go pick somebody up, like, it's a public record here. If somebody called 911, that's a
Yep.
public record. So I'm like, I've never, ever had a public records request denied because of HIPAA. And the one that they did give me, it was something about somebody calling in because somebody was, and the reason I'm putting this out there is because I haven't put the report out there, but someone might, I don't know how many people are here, but they might have heard something that will trigger this when I say it. But the report that they did send to me was about somebody shining flashlights into the house. Yeah, HIPAA wouldn't apply to a police report. I know that. I don't know why she said that, but it's just like Delphi, where the county auditor's telling me they can't tell me how they're spending public funds because it would violate the gag order,
Yeah, I
and that
don't
I
know.
need to
This
go
doesn't
put a
make a lot of
motion in
sense.
front of the judge.
HIPAA just doesn't
Is
really.
it?
I'm trying to think of what would be on there that could
That would even
potentially.
Yeah.
apply.
I wonder,
No.
is that maybe the incident that people have talked about between John and Colin?
Well, I wondered that too. However, it said that, so recently they started talking about that a little more in depth, and that apparently happened. No,
When
see,
she
that was
went to Aruba, or when
yeah,
she
that was
went
when they were in
somewhere, yeah.
Aruba. Yeah, and no, it wasn't the Fairview house. It was Meadows Ave, and it didn't even necessarily say that it was John's house. It didn't say that it was, like, it could have been John calling. They redacted the shit out of it. but it was turned over in discovery.
Can you go back just a second, though? You said there was messages between John O'Keefe, Chris Albert, and who?
No, John O'Keefe and Kevin Albert.
Kevin Albert.
And Kevin Albert.
Kevin's the Canton police officer.
Yeah.
Yeah, their brother, Chris and Brian's brother. And it was obviously before he died. And it was several pages.
Interesting.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, me too.
I'm glad that you guys didn't, like, I tried, but because it was so, like, I couldn't, I was appealing it, so number one, but number two, I was like, I literally couldn't think of a single reason, and she was very vague, just cited HIPAA and moved on. And I was like, I don't understand how that could possibly apply to anything here. I'm not asking for medical records. If someone gets shot and it doesn't go
under HIPAA. It just doesn't.
Right.
Even if it's a diagnosis that's on there, they'll just redact the diagnosis or redact a prescription or something like that. They'll redact that out, but you can still see the rest of the report.
I'm pulling it up right now because I said okay, this was 2 months ago. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
So she said both the CAD sheet and incident report, and there's 2 different numbers, contain information protected by HIPAA and therefore cannot be disseminated. And then told me I have a right to appeal.
I'd appeal it. What about a mental health break?
Yeah, but so essentially what you're saying is either somebody at his home or he called from his home had a mental health break?
I don't know.
And this is now protecting their HIPAA rights?
I don't know. I just sent Teresa T. I DM'd you the report that I got, the only one out of the 3.
Interesting.
Like, it was for a suspicious vehicle. Like, I'm looking at it, like, it was for a suspicious vehicle, but then they said that
and this is Goody.
That they were in the one that, so he was one of the first responders that showed up. He was like one of the first people on scene when John died.
I'm seeing a blank, a blank driving, flashing a spotlight on the house. Resident found this to be suspicious and walked into the station. The vehicle comes back active out of nothing else.
And then they redacted the piss out of it. See, but what purpose would that have to this?
Unless, I don't know.
What would a suspicious vehicle have anything to do with HIPAA?
And how it reads is like,
unless it's the Ford Edge
driveway, shining a flashlight at the house in a suspicious vehicle, which would mean whoever called didn't know whose vehicle it was. So like it would have been Karen's. And it almost sounds like that they were shining it at a different house, and like whoever the caller is walked over to the police station and said, hey, that somebody's being weird shining a flashlight in a house.
Super weird.
But I don't know what it would have to do with this case that it would have to be turned over in discovery. It's just weird to me.
I don't know. I'm wondering if the defense is going to use it to show something or to impeach somebody.
Yeah, what Tracy said, I was actually just texting my daughter that. She's like, it wouldn't apply at all to law enforcement agencies.
Yeah.
That's weird.
I don't understand.
I would appeal with that argument. Like,
I would.
I did.
Okay.
Have you heard back yet?
I have not.
Oh.
And that was 2
I
months
wonder
ago.
if you'll hear back in a couple of weeks, once it's
they'll wait till the trial's over.
After it's presented to the jury.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna be like, oh, you know what? You're right. It was a butt type. We didn't mean to. That was a butt email. I didn't mean to tell you.
It was the butt email. Oh, the butt stuff in this case, I tell you.
Okay, so hold on, there was a question.
So we're at.
Hold on, there was a question I wanted to answer first. About Colin and his friends drinking in John's yard. So you want to anyone of you want to talk about the relationship that the defense is claiming that John O'Keefe has with the homeowner's nephew, Colin, and why Colin is being named as a public person of interest on social media?
Well, they haven't been extremely detailed about it, just that there were altercations. They didn't like each other. There was actually, no, I take that back. There was a more detailed statement about it in this last hearing, and I've completely forgotten it. But I can get you the timestamp for that.
You know, I think the reality is that they're trying to be as vague as possible, and I don't think it's because they don't have a solid theory. I think that it's because they don't have to. I think they're going to wait to confront these people like on cross-examination, as opposed to if they give it away now, then they're prepared for whatever it is that the defense, because the defense doesn't have to turn over. Like if they found evidence against these people, they don't have to point that stuff out. They can just confront them with it while they're on the stand. And I personally think that would be smarter, because then there's no opportunity to prepare or make up a butt dial, or you know what I mean? Like you'd have to come up real quick, like in the moment, with an excuse.
So I know, just to be fair to both sides of it, I know that the defense is trying to make it seem as if that John O'Keefe and Colin Albert had some, they weren't like confrontations in the past and some issues in the past. But the Commonwealth side of things, not the actual Commonwealth, but the people who believe in the Commonwealth stance, tend to say that it turned out that those were Colin's friends, but it wasn't Colin himself who was at John's house prior to all of this happening. So I don't know that there's been any facts actually put out as to what their like full on interactions were with each other. Not that's like documented, at least. But I do know Colin is another one, didn't they? Isn't Colin another one that they lied about being in the house?
Well, for me, it's a struggle because it's gone back and forth. From what I understand, they keep saying that he left, and then now they're saying he didn't leave, but I think it's back to saying that they left.
Yeah, he's so initially he was never there for the longest time. For well over a year, he just wasn't there is what they were claiming. But then they finally came out and admitted when he went to the grand jury that he was there. He just happened to leave right before John and Karen arrive.
Right.
And that's where they still are. Yeah.
Okay. So hold on. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's so irritating. This is the email. Sleuthie sent it to me because somebody, I think Julio, was asking for it. Per your request, attached is a copy of the CAD sheet from this call. The CAD sheet and incident report contain from this call contain information protected by HIPAA and therefore cannot be disseminated. You have the right to appeal public records request determinations to the supervisor of public records under this code, and to seek judicial review of any unfavorable decision by commencing an action in superior court as described. So that's the response from the records keeper. Tracy's looking it up, though. It's like...
Oh, but Michelle, you're right. Chief Rafferty did say that. Said that the person John called in the Canton PD and communicated with about the drug allegations has not been mentioned in the case. I forgot she mentioned that.
Yeah, basically, if they deny your appeal, you have to sue them, and I ain't doing that, Sleepy says. EMS is covered under HIPAA, records of treatment and billing. What was Sleuthy's request? It was for the CAD notes and the incident report about a specific call. So I don't know why that would be under HIPAA, though. It just doesn't, I don't know, that's weird to me. Yeah, they'll probably be like, okay, we can release them to you now. There was these specific police calls were from 2021 were turned over to the defense team, and so she was trying to figure out what these calls are and why they would be important, and that's how this has come up. So they're older calls that for whatever reason the defense team got, and we don't know why or what they actually have anything to do with. So that's where we're at with that.
Interesting.
And then Sleuthy dropped down. Okay, so I guess we'll just keep going. We'll keep going on the timeline until she comes
She
back.
said she's at a Walmart Wi-Fi.
The way she wrote it makes you think it's covered. It is likely something medical, but police aren't covered entities at all. EMS is covered at all times, often on work. But it's weird that it would just be a police call that would be being turned over. Again, I don't know. Doesn't make sense. But so just to touch on the whole Colin John thing, there's like this controversy about that Colin was involved in bad shit, and that John was like calling the cops on him essentially, and that he was, just causing a ruckus and just being a teenager, drinking in his yard, throwing beer cans in his flower beds, stuff like that. And then there is a photo, and I believe it's actually of, somebody will tell me if I'm wrong, it's Colin, and is it his dad or is it somebody else?
Which one? Keep going.
That photo that they posted of him on John's porch, him and somebody else, I think it's his dad, but I don't want to say that and be wrong, drinking. And the comeback was that they sent that to John because they were watching his house while John was on vacation, and it wasn't anything nefarious.
Yes. It was mommy and dad, I do believe.
It was. Was it both? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
This
so
discovery notice is where they said they turned it over. It's number. Okay.
Yeah. So she just sent me that. So it's just basically saying here, like, a Commonwealth notice of discovery. It's what they're giving over to the defense, and they list these specific incident reports. And so she asked for them, and they're saying no because they have to do it. What, I don't know why, but okay. So where are we at here?
I pulled us back.
I paused at the 227 because it's such a point of contention. So I didn't read that one yet.
Yeah, let's do that one. Let's talk about that.
Oh Lordy.
Okay, please place your seats in an upright position in your tray tables because it's going to be a bumpy ride.
Hands in your feet inside the vehicle at all times.
So this is a very huge point of contention on both sides of this trial. So 2:27 a.m. or excuse me, 2:27 and 40 seconds. Jen McCabe does an internet search for Hoss long to die in cold. Some people say it's a typo and it should have been a W and that it happened at 2:27. The defense says, and the FBI recently has said, it happened at 2:27. The Commonwealth says what happened was she had searched something else. She had searched something else at 2:27, and when she did the search at 6, I don't know what the exact seconds is.
24, I think.
Okay, at 6:24, that's when she actually searched it when they found John, and she just used the old tab, the old browser to search that.
But we know that's not it because
the FBI confirmed with the Celebrate data that it's not. But we'll get into that in a little while.
Well, even though, so the argument that they've been presenting this whole time is that initially the Commonwealth was stating that that's not what happened. It was, she was looking at an OCAW basketball roster or whatever, a girls basketball roster. What it is that she closed out the page, the tab in Safari or wherever it was. I don't know what search, browser she was using, but when she closed out the tab that the How Long to Die in Cold was in, what immediately populated was the tab that was behind it, which was the OCAW basketball roster.
Okay. So here's my questions. So she has these, so we know these guys are on the phone. We know they're on the phone back and forth. Well, whether they're actually talking to each other, that's up for debate at this point. She sends 2 text messages. We don't know to who. She deletes 2 screenshots.
Yep.
We don't know
Okay,
what
so
screenshots.
well, let me explain this better. Okay. So
Okay.
the reason that the 22740 search is a point of contention is that timestamp is not the actual time it was searched. Sometime before, from when she opened her phone and got on it to 22740, she does the search. They don't have that data. They're unable to retrieve that data of when it was searched. The 22740 timestamp is actually when the page was closed. Does that make sense?
Okay, wait. So this search is happening sometime before here.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime. We just don't know
So
when. And you're
hang
saying
on, let
that
me pull.
this is when it gets closed.
Yeah, let me pull up her. Let me go to her records real quick. Her communication log. So she gets on her phone. She sends those texts.
Yeah, because it's
I
still,
would have
why
to
is it being
pull
searched at all before any of this time? If we're
Oh,
saying
exactly.
it doesn't actually search it until here, because I thought that was the argument for the Commonwealth.
The argument for the Commonwealth is that she didn't search it until 624. And the
Right.
reason why the 227 shows up is because that's when she was searching the basketball stuff. So she used that same tab and searched on that same tab at 624. They're claiming she didn't do that search at 224. She just opened that tab at 224 for something else.
Hang on,
But
I gotta
Okay.
find Green's report.
they also admit, the Commonwealth also admits that, well, two parts. One, that the Celebrate data, number one, the Celebrate data that they asked to be pulled was only pulled on the 624 search. They never asked for them to research the 227 search. So
Yeah,
that's
the
one issue. The second issue is that the Celebrate data that they were using was an outdated, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like an outdated version of how to interpret the data that they're looking at. And
extract the data.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. That was the right word. But so they're saying we didn't have the right resources to extract the data in the way that the FBI had.
Mhm.
But the FBI comes back and says this search happened at 2:27 in the morning.
Later on, yes. And to me, in my opinion, that's why Lolly and them want no mention of the FBI during the trial so that they can exclude that information. Ha ha ha.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
This is for you.
So what we actually hear from the defense, so we don't actually have any of the FBI documents, and we're never going to, well, I shouldn't say never, but we're not going to see those documents. What we have is the defense telling us that the FBI confirms that this takes place. So they're not saying that the search was at 227, but it does take place. That's when the screen was closed. That's when the Oakall basketball screen is populated right behind it. Like, they have it down to the nanosecond. I don't know why I can't find the document all of a sudden. Because it's a very short time frame. She opens her phone, gets on her phone. I want to say at like 2:21, and so it takes place sometime in there. And
Okay,
even
so
the Commonwealth, even the Commonwealth's own research supports this. It's just not put in there because that's not what the Commonwealth was asking their expert to look at. They were asking them to look at the 2 later searches in the morning.
because there's 3 total searches,
Correct.
but they're saying that the other 2 come after the body is found and not this 227 one, which is the point of
Right.
contention.
Right.
And the ones that take place at 6 after he is found, they're saying, well, that was, Karen yelling at Carrie Jen
Jen
to search
McCabe.
for it. Like, who does even that? Just doesn't even, that argument doesn't make sense in my head. Why would you yell to your friend to search for, or not even your friend, but yell to Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold, Google how long to die in cold, when you have EMTs there working on your man, you have other law enforcement people there. There's also multiple other things that were going down in that time frame. Why would you just yell out then for that to be searched?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't
thank you.
make sense that this is going to populate into some old tab. I just don't understand that. All right, so Sleuthie sent me this. So I'm gonna play it real quick, and we'll see how he explains it here.
January 29th, 2022. Why is that important? Because their expert, Mr. Guarino, indicated, oh, well, you can't rely on the timestamp of how long to die in cold, because that's at the exact same time as the Ozark basketball webpage was brought up. So something must have gone wrong. I don't really know what it was, but it must have been something. Well, what we would do, had we had an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Guarino, is perhaps explain to him that which he doesn't know, which is the following. More than one web page can be up and open on a cell phone at any given time. The court knows this. Everybody who owns a cell phone knows this. You can have multiple pages open. One page is sitting on top of the other, and then there are multiple pages behind it. All those pages are still open and potentially running in the program, in the iPhone. The 227, how long to die in cold search, was nanoseconds, milliseconds, before the Ozark basketball search page came up. How did Apple Cocoa Core Time relate those two events, those two artifacts on the phone? It happened like this. At some point, she searched, used her thumbs. The Apple iPhone doesn't coordinate the timestamp for when she's using her thumbs. People type faster, people type slower. It coordinates when someone exits out of a search. In other words, when you close that web page. She obviously Google searched how long to die in cold. We know that because we found the search. The deletion was not the deletion of the search, it was the deletion of the page. And as soon as that page was deleted, the other page behind it, Ozark basketball, was immediately populated. And when I say immediately, not at the same time, nanoseconds behind it. We actually have the nanoseconds. It's 5 digits beyond the decimal point. We know exactly how that happened and why it happened. And Rick Green, our expert, has verified that, not through 1, not through 2, but 5 different tools, establishing exactly how long that it took for the Ozark page to populate behind the how long to die in cold page once Jennifer McCabe exited out of that page, if that makes sense.
I understand this. This makes sense now. Okay, hold on.
Oh yeah, he's a heck of a lot better than me at explaining it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna see if I can do it.
Actually, I do believe Michelle After Dark tested it out. Yeah.
Yeah, because but I don't know about like on Google. It's like an actual web page.
It's on Safari. Like, do it on, because I'm looking at the Green affidavit. The search happened in Safari.
She has an iPhone though, and I have a Samsung, so that's probably that's not going to work. But I understand exactly what he's talking about because like I'll have let's see if I can turn my camera.
Like I have 50 tabs open right now on my Safari. If I close one, the next one behind it's going to pop up.
Let's see if I can show you. Yeah, so like up here I have 48. Like I have 48 tabs. If I hit it, then that's all 48 of my tabs. And then if I delete one, I just deleted the one.
It goes to that bottom one.
It goes to the next.
Highlights it. Yep.
Yeah, in the nanoseconds. Or if I delete that, just that search.
Boom.
It's there. Make sense?
And it shows up in the Commonwealth's, in the Hyde report, not their initial one that the trooper extracted because they didn't have the newer Celebrite. It wasn't available at the time. But the Hyde report, which is the second time that the Commonwealth extracts the data and reads it, she even shows it there in the bottom of the report. But that's not what they were asking her to look into. So it's not like heavily talked on, but you can see it in her data that she includes in her affidavit.
Got it. But I guess here's my thing. It's like it's not going to pop up in another. You're not going to go into this search and then have it in another. Like I'm not going to go into the basketball search and have the same thing. It's like multiple sunroofs.
Right.
You get it, Scotty.
Right.
You get it.
I'm trying to see if I can find where it says it in the data, because it clearly, or in the affidavit, it clearly states what he did, what Richard Green did to find it.
Okay. Well, I mean, at least it makes more sense now.
This search is one of the most recent motions that happened a couple of days ago. What they want to do is Lolly wants his expert to come in and explain it for the court and do a like a presentation of what they say happened.
Got it.
So here's what I was referencing earlier. He talks in point 9 of his affidavit. He says, I also performed a timeline validation of the 2:27:40 a.m. search by confirming that the device was in use at the time of the search. The following artifacts support that the user was interacting with the phone during this period. The iPhone was unlocked between 2:27:31 and 2:31:07. So the search would have taken place between. Wait, that doesn't make sense.
The search would take place. So say it.
Yeah, between two. Sorry, I read that number. It's very blurry. I read that number wrong. Between 2:23 and 2:27:40. Sometime in there is when that search happened.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. It's exactly what I'm thinking, because here we have, she searches it. Okay, these two are on the phone. She searches it. She takes a screenshot.
Yep.
Or takes a couple of screenshots of whatever she's looking for. She sends the text messages with the screenshots, deletes the screenshots, closes the tab.
Yep.
But I can imagine, again, we'll know once trial starts, but if one of those screenshots is the screenshot of how long to die in cold, like, you screenshot like Google Answers and things like that. If that's the answer and she sends it to one of them, I feel like this will just combust right open. Like, it won't be. Yeah, I don't think I even considered that being what she screenshotted.
It's a possibility. I don't know. I'm just, there is, like Nanya said,
text messages are too. Why don't we know what screenshots are deleted?
Well, if you were the Commonwealth, you probably wouldn't want that information out there, and if you're the defense, you might be holding on to that in the trial.
Right. What's Lucy say? Page 2 and 3 addresses this. Okay, let me see. The iPhone was unlocked between 2:23 and 2:31. This is what you're reading already, isn't it? Yeah. I think that's what you're reading. Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's go back over here. So now we have my first instinct, and not understanding all of that stuff, just knowing that this was a point of contention. My first instinct reading through the timeline like that is that that's what this is. She's taken screenshots of whatever she's finding about how long it takes to die in the cold, which would absolutely make sense. That they're making these kids go home that weren't even going to go home. They leave. She's still up, walking around and pacing. Brian Higgins leaves to go to the police station because, wouldn't it be great if he's there when the 911 call comes in? And now Brian Albert is talking to him on the phone, and she's looking up how long it's going to take, and they're like, no, like you're going to have to leave him there for a while.
Read me that time frame again, just because I'm not looking at that tab, but I want to.
Which one?
The 12, or wait, is
the
it
Bryans are on the phone at 2:22. Jen McCabe sends one text message at 2:25. She sends another at 2:25 and 11 seconds. She sends another text message at 2:25 and 56 seconds. And then she deletes her screenshots at 2:26 and 37 seconds. So they're about 40 seconds apart.
Mm-hmm.
And then the celebrate data comes in at 2:27 and 40 seconds. So 3 seconds later, after she deleted the screenshots, is when she closed out the tab.
Mm-hmm.
So in that time frame, in that 5-minute time frame, she is pacing almost 100 steps. So she is walking around doing whatever she's doing. Like it feels like, like nervous pacing and doing these things.
Yeah. So, okay,
Because
you
you
came
got
back and then you
home.
left.
How long ago did she? So she got home at 2:12. 10 minutes later, 10 to 15 minutes later, she's doing all this pacing. Like, wouldn't you have got home at 2:15? I mean, you're home at 2:15 in the morning. Like, wouldn't you be winding down and getting ready for bed?
All
And
right. Oh, she's busy. She's like at 2:12, or at 2:13, 40 steps. Between, I mean, I could add it all up, but hundreds of steps between 2:13 arriving home and let's just say 5 a.m. when she gets around the time she gets contacted from Karen. Sorry, I kept forgetting her name. There's only like there's 1 hour of downtime between 3:50 and 4:55. She only takes 6 steps. It's like the only time this chick rested the entire time frame. There's just like
Well,
1
that's when her
hour of
phone or her
rest.
watch rested. It doesn't mean she did.
True. Her watch rested for an hour. 1 hour, y'all.
but she could have just taken it off at that point.
Mhm.
Wow.
Okay.
Chasing says she sent Deets I
Oh,
think a screen recording of her doing those the search, kind of to show you
Okay.
how the tab pops up.
oh, okay.
That's what I'm assuming. Also,
Okay.
Chelsea said y'all are better detectives than the actual detectives.
No way.
I think that the defense team is got their investigators on this case.
Yeah,
Taking
they're
for sure.
pretty spot on.
And I don't know enough about it to say whether I think that she did it or didn't do it. So this is a lot for me too, because like I said, I know the case, but I've never dove that far into it.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I have no. Wait, is that?
So I'll read this part while you guys are doing that. So
Okay.
from between 2:30 and 3 a.m., Brian Lucky Logren, sees a Ford Edge parked in front of 34 Fairview Road, towards the left of the property facing Chapman. I think it says the vehicle was there for an hour. And Lucky is the plow driver for that neighborhood. He drives the plow to clear it, and he was salting the ground. 4:30 a.m., the victim's niece is woken up by Karen Reed. 4:53 a.m., Karen Reed and the victim's niece called Jen McCabe, distraught because the victim had not come home. 4:59 and 26 seconds, Jen McCabe calls John O'Keefe. The call is not answered, and Jen McCabe again deletes this from her call log. At 5 o'clock a.m., Carrie Robert
Why is
receives.
she so worried about him? Why
That's what
doesn't
I
she think
say.
he just went
Like,
home with his girlfriend and they passed
Yeah.
out from drinking? Why is
yeah,
she up all night so worried about him?
Dietz knows how I feel about her. Like her phone records, her interactions with him, the things that she says about him, the things that she's doing are super duper
It's
suspect to
very
me.
peculiar.
It could be absolutely nothing, but the way she interacted with him was very like thirsty wife who just wanted a man's attention kind of vibes.
Or
And
like, this is
she
what I
was
would be doing to my husband. Like, where the fuck are you?
Right.
Why are
yeah,
Where
you
is
not
her
answering your phone?
husband?
Where's Matt? Yeah. Did he go to
Yeah.
bed?
yeah.
I don't know. That's weird to me. Her interest in what he's doing is very odd that she didn't go home and pass out herself. Mm.
So the other thing that I thought was peculiar is so Karen and the niece called Jen McCabe at 4:53. So 6 minutes later, which maybe they talked for a while, it doesn't say how long the call was, then Jen McCabe goes straight to trying to call John.
Okay, I also find it very weird though. Why does Karen call Jen McCabe?
Because okay, so Karen wasn't friends with these people,
She
right?
didn't have any of their numbers. No.
And the niece and nephew were friends with these people's kids.
Yes.
So the niece and nephews had the phone numbers to contact the
Well,
adults.
yeah, she actually had to
Gotcha.
go in and
That's
wake
right.
up. Yeah, she had to go wake up O'Keefe's niece. Sorry, not daughter,
Mhm.
but niece
Well, it is a
to
daughter.
call Carrie. or Jen. Gosh, I keep getting these
call
names are
Jen
becoming a jumbled mess. Yeah.
because she didn't have all these people's numbers. Okay, that makes more sense to me.
And she actually
But-
calls Carrie Roberts, which is another one of John's friends, all these female friends. And because not that Carrie wasn't there, she had, wasn't a part of the night, whether it be at the bar or the house, but it is one of John's friends, and that's why she reached out to Carrie.
So the thing that's peculiar to me is, maybe because, okay, so Karen goes to the niece, wakes her up, and has her call Jen McCabe, right?
Mhm.
And then turns around and calls Carrie Roberts. But
Right.
like, it's very odd to me that, like, why would you call Jen McCabe first? But I guess the only thing my mind can come up with is because she was there that night.
What time did she call Jen McCabe?
Karen?
Yeah. Or the
Um,
niece.
4:53.
So 4:53.
Okay, and then Jen McCabe answers, and then she calls John,
Yeah,
and then deletes the call.
Yep, and deletes that from her call log. And then Carrie Roberts, enter a new character. Carrie Roberts receives a call from Karen Reed stating that John didn't come home. It was snowing and she was worried. Karen Reed stated to her, "John's dead. Carrie, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He got hit by a plow."
Okay, so this is also up for debate.
That is according to what Carrie says Karen said, but Carrie's statements come after a very odd time frame, in my opinion.
So this is something Nadia and I had went through the other night in great length, spent a lot of time on, which is how much. So Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts don't know each other, allegedly. They don't know each other. They're not friends.
Okay.
For two women who are not friends, they then speak on the phone after John is found for oh my gosh, it would be a combined total of hours. And that is between from when Jim McCabe gives her interview and then Carrie gives hers. They're on the phone multiple times, off and on, off and on, off and
You're like,
on.
what did you say? Well, what did you say? What did you say?
It's weird. It could be explained away too. That's why I like, what we hear in court's going to be huge. Because that's what the jury's going to hear. They might not hear
What we
or
do.
see this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep going then. Okay, so this, but like I said, so this is up for debate whether this was actually said or not. So I know that that's a point of
Yes.
contention because other ones are just saying like, I don't know where he is and he didn't come home.
I mean, I guess for me, it'd be like, why? Like, I don't know if you would instantly, like, to just instantly go there, like, just naturally. I don't know who would. I mean, I get freaking out, like, oh my God, what happened? What if he's been hurt? Like, I could totally understand that reaction naturally, but like to go to, he was hit by a plow, like what?
So let's think about it for a second. They're alleging that she tells Carrie, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He could have been hit by a plow. Then there's the quick search for how long to die in cold, blah blah blah. Then there's the tail light, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit all of these things? She's just flailing them out there, and they seem to come at weird times according to what we know of the timeline. Like they just like instantly that's the first thing she says.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, that's
all of these
that's what the
instances.
Commonwealth is kind of saying is
Yeah.
she's setting it up. So she knows she hit him and she knows she left him there. But so when she is, calling like a Carrie Roberts, she's like setting it up. So he's dead. It's snowing. He had to have gotten hit by a plow. So because she knows she hit him and left him there for dead.
Right.
So
All right.
unless you're psychic and he got hit by a plow, which I mean,
Right. There's that.
5:04 and 5 seconds. Jen McCabe calls the John O'Keefe. It's unanswered. She deletes that from her call log.
Why would you
5:05 and
delete
1
that?
second. I have no clue. This is what I don't understand. Karen Reed calls Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe does not answer, but Jen McCabe deletes that call from her call log. Like, people would expect you to be calling.
Yeah.
each other. What? Okay. Jen McCabe calls 5:05 and 14 seconds, so 13 seconds later. Jen McCabe calls Karen Reed. It was answered. She answered the call. It was 43 seconds long. I think this is the one we tested the other night. And then she deleted it from her phone log. 5:07, Karen Reed's vehicle backs out of the victim's garage and strikes the victim's car, his victim's parked Chevy Traverse. So there is video footage of that where she backs out of the garage and hits his car.
Let me pull that up. It's
Let's
in
talk
here.
about the case that we're talking about tonight, which is in Massachusetts. The
Let me find it real quick.
was the girlfriend.
I should have had this ready. I apologize.
The victim, a
Did I miss
Boston
it?
police officer.
Yeah, because we've been on schedule all night. I can't believe you're holding
Yeah.
this up.
I know. I totally messed it up. Okay. So this is the surveillance, the camera from John O'Keefe's house when Karen Reed is leaving to go find John O'Keefe.
Camera video from the victim's home where his girlfriend, Reed, was staying the night. So she, this is what the video, here it is, Vinny. So she's pulling out in the black SUV. And that's the victim's SUV parked. And the defense says that she makes contact, hits the victim's SUV right there, damaging that back right passenger side tail light. And they also claim you can see, the victim's SUV move, indicating that there was a collision. And then as she pulls away, they say that you can tell there's missing parts of the tail light coming.
Which the taillight would be right here then.
But you see how it, like, if you go back like 5 seconds, you can see there's still plenty of red there.
Oh yeah.
Like, it don't look like it does in that other picture you
See
showed.
the victim's SUV
No, where it's
move,
gone.
indicating that there was a collision. And then as she pulls away,
So can you pause right there? Now compare that to your picture that you had up earlier. Like, see how that's there?
Let me pull it back up.
You can see both sides of the tail lights for the car. You can see that there's clearly something wrong with the tail light
Like
there.
a crack or something.
Like a little crink in it. But there's still some tail light pieces there on the car at that point in time. And then if you show your picture.
If I could find my picture.
Okay.
I'm like, what did I do with that? It might be one of these that wouldn't actually load. There it is.
There you go.
Yeah,
that
it's
doesn't
gone.
look like there's any of that red tail light left on it. Now, again, could it have fallen off in the meantime? Maybe. But that had a lot of tail light still left on it. And to me, that doesn't look like that kind of damage.
Right. And you wouldn't see, with the taillight cracked, if it was completely gone like that, the light you would be seeing would be all white light. It wouldn't be any red. And you still see plenty of red in that video.
Yeah. So the other part of contention is the Commonwealth claims, which is part of what they're dealing with right now, is the Commonwealth claims that there was hair found on the vehicle in that headlight.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And
not the hair.
Yeah, the hair. It's a hair, the Commonwealth says. And they sent it out to have DNA tested, I think 2 years ago now, Deets? It's been there 2 years or a year and a half?
Right after. It's
Okay.
been, I think within a couple months they sent it off.
Okay, so they sent it off. The lab recently confirmed that they are struggling to pull DNA from the hair, and they're trying to do a mitochondrial breakdown of it so that they can match it or not match it.
Mm-hmm.
And while it's been waiting, Lolly has been waiting almost 2 years for this DNA to happen.
I thought it was confirmed that it wasn't even a hair.
It's about to happen in the next week.
Yeah, they can't
the hair was
confirm.
on the bumper, in the back right bumper. But I thought it was determined it wasn't a hair. They determined it wasn't a hair at all.
Well, mind you, Lolly says a hair constantly. That's why I'm saying it like that. That's the Commonwealth
Mhm.
side of things.
Oh yeah, you are the Commonwealth.
Yeah, the very first test that came out said it was not. And that's why he sent it off again to be retested to see if they can extract enough of the I don't get all the sciencey stuff,
Mitochondrial.
so
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for the expert on that one, but
You could definitely
it's
see the car
coming.
move.
Like, yeah, just barely. Like, I saw like a really zoomed in version of this, and the only way I could tell was like you see some of the snowfall, just a
You do.
slightly
You see,
move.
you
Yeah.
see it bump, and you see the car
Mhm.
kind of
Oh.
shift.
Just yeah, and then like you see a little bit of snow that's on his back window shift down.
Yeah, she definitely taps the car. Now, I
Mhm.
think that it's going to be whether it was enough to break the tail light or not. But this is, I mean, the tail light's supposedly already gone, right? Because she's already hit him, and there should be no tail light because it's all left at the crime scene. The source of that photo for me, Jen, was Google. So no, I don't know if it's a police photo or not. I
Yeah,
just
so
got
they're saying the police actually took out the whole light unit. That's the picture you're seeing.
Mm.
okay.
Also
So
notice
that's from
oh,
that.
sorry, go
That's
ahead.
from after it was in police custody. But why didn't they?
That's
Where's
what the
the one
chat
that
is
just
saying.
said
I'm not saying
partial?
that's
Yeah,
but
but I don't know where the partial one is.
Here, let me see if I can find it. But also, if you go back, notice how much snow is or is not on the ground.
Right.
It was a blizzard, Deets.
It was a blizzard. Everything in those kind of cameras are gonna look like a blizzard, but
I mean, it's definitely snowing pretty good.
yeah, it is. But I mean,
You can definitely
it's
see the
not even
bump.
fully
See it
covered.
bump and go.
But
Yeah.
this was hours after. This is what,
Yes.
5 a.m., 4:55, 5 a.m.?
Mm-hmm.
When the snow is picking up.
Right, Phoebe, because by this time the state or the Commonwealth says she has already hit John and left the large red piece in the yard. Where's that
Yep.
large red piece
Yeah.
missing from?
Jennifer H said, I was hoping that the hair would match Proctor, to be honest.
All right, so there's that one. Let's go back over here. So yeah, so that's that's when she's leaving the house, and at 5:07 you can see her backing out. 5:08 is when she is traveling out of the driveway and onto Meadows Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think that's where we are. Let me scroll this up.
Okay.
So we're kind of where we're supposed to be.
Zoom back in.
Okay, here we go.
All right. So we got Karen Reed's SUV. Okay. All right. 5:08 and 49 seconds. Jen McCabe calls the victim. The call is unanswered. She deletes this from her call log. At 5:09 and 36 seconds, Jen McCabe calls the victim. It's unanswered, and she deletes this call from her log. 5:11 a.m., the large black SUV travels down Sherman Street, takes a left onto Washington, and travels in the direction of the waterfall. 5:14 a.m. and 10 seconds, Jen McCabe calls the victim. He does not answer. This is deleted from her call log. 5:15 a.m., video footage, large black SUV travels away from the area of the waterfall on Washington Street, comes over Sherman, and continues on Washington towards... I can't see the next word. Towards the Temple Beth Abraham. Now, I'd like to point out, for the record, for the defense, or for the Commonwealth record,
So the Commonwealth record.
for the
All right,
Commonwealth
Lolly.
record, okay? Why, if you knew you dropped him off at the Albert's house, why did you go to the
Why?
waterfall? Which tells me you don't even remember the night before. So it's highly possible this could have happened.
Why'd you go into the waterfall?
She
exactly.
doesn't. She does. So that comes up in Jen McCabe's testimony later that Karen did not remember dropping him off at the
Doesn't
Albert.
Denise supposedly say that too?
Mm-hmm.
That she left him at the bar?
No, they don't
Denise
say that.
doesn't say that? Oh.
I don't think so.
I thought when she woke up Denise, she told her that John never came home from the bar last night.
Oh, that could have been. Hang on, I'll pull that up while you guys are reading.
Okay.
All right. 5:16 and 24 seconds. Karen Reed calls Jen McCabe. The call is answered for 157 seconds, and then it's deleted from the call log on Jen McCabe's phone. 5:18 a.m., a large black SUV travels by the front of the Temple Beth Abraham toward the intersection of Washington and Dedham Streets. 5:19 and 21 seconds, Karen Reed calls Jen McCabe. It's answered for 24 seconds and then deleted from Jen McCabe's phone. 5:25 a.m., Jen McCabe calls the victim. The call is unanswered and she deletes it from her call log. 5:26 a.m., Jen calls Karen. The call is answered. They talk for 95 seconds and then she deletes it from her call log. 5:31 a.m., Jen McCabe calls John. The call is unanswered and the call is deleted from her call log. 5:32 a.m., Jen McCabe calls Karen. She answers. They talk for 64 seconds and then she deletes it from her call log. 5:33 and 47 seconds, Jen McCabe calls Tom Beatty. The call is not answered and the call is deleted from her call log. So Tom Beatty is a new name.
And who is he? I don't know that.
He's a friend of O'Keefe's. They have his niece and nephew have Beatty has children the same age as his niece and nephew.
Okay.
That's all I have found so far in documents. I don't know if there's something else there because she tries frantically to get a hold of this guy the rest of the day.
Okay.
He was not at the house that night.
Anybody.
He is simply a friend of O'Keefe's and connected through the kids. So it's very like it's like it makes sense. Like, hey, are you gonna go out and search with us? Like, we can't find John. We're trying to find him. You know, we don't know what happened. It makes sense to call, but like she's not calling all of their friends and letting them know, like, everybody come and help us find him. You know, like she just calls Tom, which is what's odd, and you'll know more in a second.
Okay. So then my other question in here is so Karen Reed leaves and she goes to search the bar. She doesn't actually know where she dropped him off at. She can't get back there. So she ends up going to Jen McCabe's house, correct? You guys tell me if I'm wrong here. So she goes to Jen McCabe's house and Carrie. No?
Yeah.
No. Well, no. Wait, what? No. Karen goes to the waterfall and then goes back home. When she calls Jen McCabe, doesn't Jen McCabe tell her go back home? Then Jen McCabe goes to her house? Well, John's house?
No, she goes from Waterfall to Jen McCabe's. Then Jen says we should go back to your house and see if he's there. By this time, Carrie Roberts has arrived at Jen McCabe's home, and they do like a convoy back over to Karen's house, which
I
is
thought
why
that Jen McCabe drove the SUV back.
Yes, she drove Karen's back to the O'Keefe house, correct? And Carrie follows behind them, and then they all three get like they search the house for a little bit. Then they all three get into I don't know who, I can't remember off the top of my head whose vehicle, but they all get into someone's vehicle and go searching for him again, going straight to 34 Fairview, which is why like some people's theory is that is Jen delaying going back to 34 Fairview because it does add some time to it. And, you know, with the search of how long to die in cold, is she delaying going back and finding him? I don't know. But what I do know happens is that Karen went to Waterfall searching for him. Then she went to Jen McCabe's, and then Carrie arrives there. They go back to O'Keefe's. Then they go to Fairview.
Right.
And to me, it would make more sense for McCabe in that moment to call her sister and ask her sister, like, hey, I don't know what happened. You know, we're out looking for John right now. Like, you guys come and help, kind of a thing, versus somebody not there that night. She also
why doesn't she call her sister or her brother-in-law?
Yeah. The other thing is it's like, let's not go to my brother and sister-in-law's house to look for them where we all were last night. Cause I mean, Jen's only, you know, according to her watch, she only sat down for an hour last night. So you clearly probably know what happened, you know, to an extent of like that you were last at the house. But like, to me, it's like, why if you seen their car outside, you knew they at least arrived at your family's home. So all of the, like, to me, it's definitely, it looks like a delay to me of, okay, you guys come to my house. Okay, now let's go to your house. Okay, now let's go to my brother's house or my sister and brother-in-law's house.
Right.
Why? Why wouldn't you just go like, okay, you got me here. I'll drive the car. Let's go to my brother's house or my brother-in-law's house,
No, it's weird. Well, I don't know. Because maybe when they're talking, they're like during these calls back and forth. That
Mm.
I also don't understand okay, hold on. Let me look back at this timeline real quick. If she leaves the house and travels in the direction of Waterfall,
That's
she,
Karen.
yes, but Karen's talking to Jen McCabe here.
Yep.
5 minutes later.
For 157 seconds, which, as we've seen, that 8 seconds was quite a bit of a conversation. So
Right.
essentially,
So
what is
is
that? Almost
Jen
3
McCabe not
minutes?
saying no? He's not going to be at Waterfall. You guys can't. You dropped him off. You were supposed to drop him off or you were supposed to drop him off at the house. Where did she come up with the fact that she left him at Waterfall? That's an interesting one to me.
Well, I
And
think
then
that's where I'm saying that's where the Commonwealth has kind of a point of, were you that drunk that the next morning when you wake up, the only thing you know is the last thing I remember is being at the waterfall. So can you really say I didn't hit him with the car if you don't even remember?
yeah, you don't even remember being there.
Yeah, so that's where I feel like the Commonwealth kind of has her going out and searching at the waterfall the next morning. That's kind of like a check that one in their column kind of a thing for me.
Yeah. Okay, so Karen goes from the Waterfall. She goes to Jen McCabe's house. Jen McCabe ends up driving the SUV back to John O'Keefe's house while Carrie Roberts is following behind. They get into one vehicle, I don't know whose, and they drive back to 34 Fairview.
Yep. In this time, Jen McCabe calls John's phone again. It's unanswered. She deletes the phone call. Then she calls Tom Beatty again. It's unanswered. Deletes the phone call. Then they're going to leave John's house. The next thing is tracking that shows that she's in the proximity to the waterfall bar and grill. So they go back to the waterfall again.
What?
Right. Why would Jen McCabe say no? Like, last I talked to him, you guys were outside the house. He was going to come in.
And they saw the SUV, and she's telling him to pull up behind me.
Right. Right. But she takes Karen and Carrie to the waterfall bar and grill where Karen just was.
Okay, that's weird. Okay.
Okay. Then Jen calls Tom Beatty. The phone call is answered for 2 seconds and then it's deleted, right? Then
Okay.
they head to 34 Fairview and they get there at 6:03 a.m.
Okay. They get there and then the 911 call. Okay, let me pull that
Yeah.
up and play that. Ah. Where is it? I know it's in here. The four. I think it's this one. Hold on, this one's enhanced. This is.
Do you have it slowed down?
Do I still have it slowed down? Hold on, I probably do from when I was doing the other one.
I was like, I've never heard a police call go so slow. This is
Yeah,
crazy.
it
I
was
love
really
it.
weird, huh?
Yes, I need someone to see 34th Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man trapped out in the snow.
A man trapped underneath snow.
So can you pause?
Mm-hmm.
So
Can you guys
that
hear
to
it?
me is a moment of like interest. A man trapped out in the snow. So not John, her friend, not a police officer from that department, like not all of those things. Just a man caught in the snow. And she's so calm, cool, and collected. She just found her friend in the snow, not breathing.
Just a man.
Yeah, just a man. Just a man in the snow.
All
All right.
Go back a little. And not an officer.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that. I can put that. Okay. I know. Where do I get? I don't see blanket, Carrie. Yes, I need some.
Is this the whole call? Like, where does it start normal?
I actually think that this is the recording from her phone, not the 911 call, maybe?
Sorry, I was hurrying back. That's what it is. So the official 911 call has not been released. So what it is Karen Reed was calling John, just constantly calling him. And she's in the process of calling him when they spot him. So she drops her phone on the floor of the vehicle and, shoots out to go do whatever it is that she, get on top of him, CPR, all that stuff. So it goes to voicemail and John's voicemail picks up and it records this conversation that Jen McCabe has with 911. So we can't hear 911 side of it. What we hear is Jen McCabe speaking to 911 as well as
the background.
Karen and Carrie in the background. Yep.
Okay. That makes more sense.
John is 46 years old. I don't know. He's been out of the car and it could be an operator. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know. I do. I know I'm on the phone with Andrew. I know, honey.
Can you pause?
Yeah.
So this whole time she's on the phone with 911, just silent?
I know. Like I've got it turned up really loud so I can hear the stuff in the background. So
Yeah,
thanks
me
for,
too.
but
All
there's
you can hear
not
is Karen in the background screaming, "Hurry,
And Carrie
hurry!"
telling her to calm, and Carrie telling Karen to
Mm.
calm down, but
Yeah.
and the windshield wipers, but you hear very minimal information was given, and then there's not a whole lot else there.
Yeah.
And
So just
normally,
clarification, the person that called 911 is not John's girlfriend. It's Jen
Jennifer
McCabe.
McCabe.
It's the homeowner's sister.
Yeah, in-law. Oh, sister and sister-in-law, yeah.
Yeah, sister and sister-in-law. Yes. It's
She says
so. I mean, this is weird.
yeah, Ariel says she says maybe an hour. I don't know. Someone would really need to clean the well, hopefully we'll hear in court the actual
911 call.
911 call and we'll know what's being said, but
Why
there's
is
so much we
why is
can't
she
hear
saying
here.
like there's a man passed out in the snow or whatever? I mean, I
Mhm.
don't even know if that's exactly what she says, but it's nothing like my friend, oh my gosh, get here. He's an officer. Like
Oh, that's a
I
good point too. So Blah said she didn't even go inside to get blankets either. Like,
I
why wouldn't
know,
you go
right?
inside and like your family's house, grab blankets and wrap him, you know?
That's your sister's
when does she
home.
That's
call
a
her
good
sister
point.
is what I want to know.
Huh?
You're gonna okay, so it's on here, T, like her calling, like we've probably already missed it, but the 2 phone calls are in this time frame of when she would have called her sister, but we can't hear it. Some people say that if you listen really close, you can hear her say something, but I've listened to it numerous times and I haven't been able to hear it.
So she calls her sister from her sister's front yard?
Yep. 2
Yeah.
phone calls for both, like, what, 6 seconds and 8 seconds?
Ooh. Okay. Let me go back.
I think there's
Why is it doing that?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man trapped out in the snow.
Trapped underneath the snow. She says trapped underneath the snow.
Yeah, there's a man trapped underneath the
Trapped
snow.
underneath the snow. She does not say passed out. She says trapped underneath the snow.
Come on.
She says there's a man trapped underneath the snow.
Trapped underneath the snow.
I'm gonna play it again, and I'll download
Please.
this and play with the audio of it myself, so I can.
I was trying to see if there is, like, someone who's
This is
messed with the
this is
audio.
the quote. This one says enhanced audio. If you find a better one, let me know, because
Okay.
I pulled one and then I was like, wait, this one's better, so I'll grab this one. Hold on. So she says, need somebody, 34 Fairview Road. There's a man trapped underneath the snow. Oh, Glare. How come Glare probably has it?
Does he?
I would think that Glare has everything. Right here. Okay, hold on. So it's at like 2:10. I'm gonna pause. Or am I gonna?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man trapped out in the snow.
There's a man trapped underneath snow. Yes.
I think he's dead.
Is that what she said?
Yep.
Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket.
Hold on.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man trapped out in the snow. Yeah, I don't know why he did that.
I think he's dead.
Okay. I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Terry.
I don't see blankets, Carrie. John, 46 years old, 36 years old, however old he is. Carrie.
I actually think she's saying hurry.
I think she's saying both. And then she screams Jen. Karen's fucking losing it.
Yeah, and then I think that's Carrie telling her, like, you've got to stop. Like, you're not helping yourself right now.
And you just gonna hear just the windshield wipers just going back and forth and back and forth. That's weird though. Why don't they go to the damn door? Why isn't she going to the door to get her brother-in-law, who's a fucking cop, her sister there for her own moral support? I don't know. It's weird to me.
Yeah.
It's weird. Okay. So now we have, where are we? So we've got, they arrive there. She calls 911, 3 minutes and 32 seconds. It's deleted. She deletes the 911 call from her own phone.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Deletes the 911 call. Guess I don't know. Okay, hold on. I gotta go in a little further. Okay, where are we at?
So Travis said, like, you wouldn't say he's a cop if you think he's passed out drunk, but she doesn't. She said she thinks he's dead.
Yeah.
And she acts like she doesn't even know him.
Yeah, and yeah, she says just a man buried in the snow. Is that what she says? Or a man trapped in the snow. That's what she said. Trapped in the snow.
No, she
And like,
said, what did she say? No, trapped underneath the snow.
okay, but like this is her friend. Like John and her were friends. Like I just like I would imagine instantly you'd go to like my friend. He's trapped in the snow. Please send help. Like I don't know. It's just odd to say a man.
Yeah, some guy. There's a guy
Just
trapped in the
random
snow.
guy outside, right? Okay, so 6:04 investigation. Officer Seraph is the first officer to arrive on scene when he observes 3 females waving at him from the front yard area of the residence. This scroll to the right.
I had a pop up. Sorry.
That's okay. This is Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts. 6:07:42 searches and deleted data. Jennifer McCabe calls Nicole Albert, the homeowner. She answers for 9 seconds, and then deletes that from her call log.
So weird.
6:08 a.m. Jen McCabe calls Nicole Albert. The call is answered for 7 seconds, and then the call is deleted from her call log. So she calls her at 6:07:42. They talk for 9 seconds, which would have been 51, 6:07:51. And then what, 20 seconds later, she calls her back? I don't know. 6:08:35.
Hold on real quick. People are going back to saying that it says passed out. Why would somebody say passed underneath the snow? She says the word underneath. That just doesn't make sense to me. She says underneath.
I don't know.
So I don't know how it passed doesn't make sense to me. Trapped underneath the snow. And I get it's Boston, so it's like, you have to try to listen to the Boston accent in there. I get that, but I don't know why anybody would say underneath. Mama K says her husband deletes every phone call and message. That's weird.
I was trying to listen to a couple different audios. I don't hear, I mean, I don't think anybody has something like crystal clear. It's all sounding about the same.
All
But
right.
a thing to know is that the defense team did not get a full version of the 911 call for over a year.
Wow.
Yeah, they were sent a partial version of the 911 call.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. No, well, I don't know. It just says in the documents that here. Let
This
me
had
go
to
back
come
up.
from somewhere.
Well, that they probably
voicemail.
had that, but the actual 911 call, the defense counsel did not receive a complete 911 call in this case until a year after the alleged January. I don't know why it says alleged, but January 29th, 2022 incident. So it took them a while to get the full 911 call. That's just weird. Like, why would they send them a partial of the 911 call?
Okay, so that people are still
Why
thinking
would they
that
wait until a week or two before the trial to turn over discovery?
Right.
Like, I feel
they do
like
that shit on.
that's it. Some of it seems very intentional, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Which is where Dietz, I feel like, and I know we've had the discussion before, that's where I feel like a lot of this, it's guilty without a reasonable doubt. And some of this just naturally puts a reasonable doubt in your mind. So unless the Commonwealth, or on the flip side of things, the defense, can give more context to make it make sense, I just don't foresee them being able to get around some of this.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to download this and see what I can do
Jen
with
calls
the
her sister twice during or after the 911 call? After the 911 call. So
It's
she calls
after.
911 first.
Mm-hmm.
And then she calls her sister twice.
I'll download that and see if I can play around with it and come up with
Oh,
something.
good. I hope someone does. I said somebody needs to get that to Gray Hughes. I don't know why he doesn't try messing with it. I know. That's kind of like
you're passed out in the snow. Passed out in the snow, and I hear trapped underneath the snow.
I heard trapped too.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get it. You can't put her on. You can't put Jen on the stand, can you? Put Jen? You can put Jen on the stand.
Absolutely. She's definitely going on the stand, in my opinion. Well, she was on the stand in, oh wait, was it just the Alberts? In the state grand jury for the indictment? Did Jen go on the stand, Dietz? Do we know?
I mean, they spoke with her. Yeah, she was subpoenaed and she.
Okay.
In
I
both
didn't know if we knew if she was
grand
subpoenaed or
juries.
not. If it's only 8 to 9 seconds, do we know they didn't go to voicemail? Yes, because it's showing you answered, unanswered. Like if it's a missed call and there was a voicemail, it'll say like the missed call, but these are answered calls.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, so she's answering them, just not doing anything with it. Which, I mean, to be honest, you're up until 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, we lost Nunya again. You're up till 3 o'clock in the morning, drinking, drunk, and having sex with your husband. I might be just kind of hitting the fucking phone too, like shut up, like leave me alone.
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
possible. That's very possible.
Sorry, I zoomed in too far. My phone was like, "Oh, you want to go out of this chat completely? Awesome."
Oh, goodness.
So many technical difficulties. Okay.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
we'll leave the 911 call as undetermined for right now, and then I'll do what I can to see if I can fix anything on it.
Good. That'll be
So where are
nice.
we at then? Where does that leave us?
6:08:35. Jen McCabe takes a screenshot of Brian Albert's contact information. 6:23, so 15 minutes later, Jen McCabe calls Brian Albert unanswered. He doesn't answer, and then she deletes that from her phone. 6:23:49, Jen McCabe does an internet search for how long does it take to digest food? 6:23 and 51 seconds, so two more seconds. Jen McCabe does an internet search for how long to die in kicked.
How long to die? Why does she care how long it takes to digest food?
I think she did. You know how it
When
like
you
does
do like, yeah,
suggested?
predictive.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like the project. Yeah.
Like
So
if
it's
you
like
type in
how
how
long does
long,
it, and then it's like
yeah.
take to digest food. You click on it real quick in a moment, and it's like,
Gotcha.
oh no, that's not what I was looking for. Let me Google it again.
Okay.
6:24, according to grand jury testimony, Sergeant Lank, a new person in the who's who, arrives at 34 Fairview. So Sergeant Lank works for the Canton PD and was not on, I don't want to get him mixed up. He was not on duty that day. And it has now come out that Lank had some personal connections to the Albert family.
Mhm.
Which are it wasn't the homeowner though, I think it was his brother.
I'm pretty sure it was Kevin.
Yeah.
And maybe even Chris is. Oh no, yeah, and Chris. Sorry, I'm starting to get brain fog. It's getting late, but so Lank and Chris, the personal connection that's a deep one. That'll take you down a rabbit hole. It's like a completely separate case where it's believed that Lank covered up some stuff for Albert and
Which Albert? Kevin?
Chris.
Oh,
So
for Chris.
Lank,
Because Chris is the one who got
yeah,
in the car accident back in like 95. Is that what you're
That's
yeah,
the
talking
one.
that's the incident. Yep.
about? Okay.
Yeah.
So, but Sergeant Lank works with Kevin Albert because they're both on the
Works with
Canton
him.
PD.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But the connection that like Nunya was speaking of was that incident that happened in the car accident, and he got a hold of
That was
Lank to
years ago.
come save the day. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he was off duty at the time. So we believe, I think that one of the Alberts contacted him. But he doesn't say that. So
Right.
Only one, Travis. There's Jennifer McCabe. That's the only Jennifer there is. So Jen,
yeah, which
Jennifer.
is also referred to as Jen. Yeah.
There's a bunch of Bryans, but only one Jen.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Bryans, yeah.
That's odd. All right, 6:24:18 a.m. Jennifer McCabe, does an additional internet search for how long to die in cold.
So this is the one that matches the same spelling as the 227 one.
Exactly.
Correct.
So that is the search that is linked to the 227 one. And again, depending on who you ask, they explain it differently. But the Commonwealth side of people believe that this was the actual search she did using that old tab.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason why it shows up the 227 time.
Right. So just to show everybody back to the original, homeowner's brother and other brother is over here, Kevin Albert with the Canton PD, which is where all this is transpiring. So this is why they end up calling in Trooper Proctor, because they're all too close to the case to be able to quote unquote work it. So yeah, there's a Kevin Albert up here. So Kevin Albert works with Sergeant Lank.
Yeah, but Trooper Proctor comes in because in Massachusetts, all homicides are
They have to be investigated by the state police.
Yeah.
I thought
So
they
that's
brought
how
him in though
Proctor
too, so
comes
he
in.
was like
So they argued that, like in the beginning, there's a newspaper article, and then there's some kind of document that Yannetti argued where it said that because of impropriety or whatever it is, that the case was handed over, And in that timeline, it was supposed to have been before John was declared deceased. Well, now they're stating that now the Commonwealth states that no, it was only turned over because he was declared deceased. And that was like part of the last set of motions, not this Friday one, but the one before that. And I don't know what came of that yet. Because in this case, like, she doesn't answer a lot of the motions, so.
Mm-hmm. A lot of them are outstanding.
Oh, that's actually very similar to Delphi then too.
I know it's scary how similar.
But we have a lot
these
more.
are.
You have a lot more hearings in the Reed case than you do in Allen's case.
Yeah, every Tuesday they've had almost every Tuesday they've had a hearing in the Reed case.
Yeah, no, we don't get that.
Okay.
I don't get any hearings. So everything has to be done in these motions to try to. That's why almost every day I'm reading a court document, because they won't. She won't hold a damn hearing. We're like less than 4 weeks from trial, and she won't hold a hearing to like say what's coming in and what isn't. There's no hearings. So they're just literally doing like motion after motion after motion to have it on the record that they're trying to talk about the evidence.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Crazy. Okay, so here we go.
All right. 6:35:03, Jen McCabe calls her husband, Matt McCabe. The call is answered for 19 seconds. They talk, and then she deletes that call from her call log. So
That's like
she
the only
just now
time
at
she's talking to
6:35,
her
now she
mans.
calls her husband.
I don't know, like, you've gone this whole time not talking to your man.
Yeah, she called Tom, she called Nicole, she called Brian, she's called everybody else, and
This
then was
baby
like,
guy
"Oh, I
is
guess
like,
I better call my husband and let him know what's up."
yeah, she doesn't care too much about Matt.
She does
19
not.
seconds. Hey, Matt, our friend was found
Hey,
No,
deceased
there's
on
some
the
guy.
lawn.
There's some guy.
You might want to
after
get
the
over
snow.
here. Oh yeah,
hey, we
when'd you
found a
find him?
man trapped underneath the
Half
snow. Just
hour
thought you
ago.
should know.
I thought you might want to know.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
The first call I'm making is to my husband. That's wild to me.
Exactly.
Well, after 911. Well, I don't know. Like, why are you
Yeah.
calling your sister? Just go open the fucking door. Go bang on the door.
Yes.
Your
Especially to
friend
get
is
the
dead in the
blanket.
front yard. She's
Yeah,
super calm now. For somebody who was
as
up
soon as I
super
got off the
400 steps.
911 call, I would be rushing straight into my sister's house, grabbing blankets, heating pads, whatever I could find to get out there and put
Anything.
around him.
And honestly, my husband would have left the house with me that morning.
I'm really curious if we'll ever know how much all these people had to drink, though.
Well,
No.
surely
I think
there's
you have to
bar
go up
tabs
a little
and
bit.
such.
All right, so where are we at now?
I think you have to scroll up a little bit. I think we went too far.
I went too far. Okay. She calls her husband.
Okay. All right. So 6:38 a.m., the state police CPAC unit is contacted. Trooper Proctor called back within a few minutes and was made aware of the situation. 6:47 a.m. and 4 seconds, Jen McCabe receives a call from Matt McCabe. Oh, he called back. She answers it. They talk for 18 seconds, and then she deletes it from her call log.
Maybe she just is one of the weird people who just deletes everything. I guess I'm curious on maybe what does she actually leave? Because I don't think she deleted the hello text messages.
Like maybe she has an iPhone 6 at this point and just doesn't have any storage left.
And she's like, send it, delete it. Send it, delete it. Send it, delete
answer it, delete it. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know.
You said one of these people that deletes everything. I need to meet these people. I don't know anyone that deletes all the things off their phone.
I don't either, but the one in chat said her husband does it all the time.
Yeah, I want to meet someone that's just constantly deleting the things off their phone.
All right. So she talks to Matt at 6:47. At 6:52, Jen McCabe rejects a call from Matt. She ain't got time to talk to him, and then deletes that from her call log. 7:21 and 40 seconds, Jen McCabe calls Karen Reed. The call is not answered, and it's deleted from her call log. Why is she calling Karen if they're out in front of the yard?
They're not anymore. Now,
Not anymore.
The other weird thing that I'm trying to figure out is she's Googling these things about how to die. How long does it to die in the cold? In all the how long does it take to digest the food? The EMS is there. They're putting him in.
EMS got there like within 3 or 4 minutes. They're very close.
Yeah, we don't have that on the timeline.
So it's not on the timeline.
I think
But
I mean,
6:03, so
officer sheriff
6:04,
is
the
there.
officer
I think this
arrived.
is I think this is essentially when I mean they get there very, very quickly.
It also doesn't
Yes.
say what time John leaves that location. That may
True.
not be known, but what time he leaves the location, and they go to the hospital.
So I'm like, this is what as soon as you find, like, these are the things you're curious about, is how long to die in the cold. How long to die in the cold.
And
And this is weird
again,
too, because why doesn't this pop up? Why doesn't this when you're searching this would auto populate because it's the last thing you just searched. So now these two being spelled different is actually weird to me.
That's another thing. That was another thing that I just know they're going to use this in the trial. So on the Hyde document is the expert for the Commonwealth that extracted the data the second time and looked into it. On the search for the second How Long to Die in Cold that's spelled the same way that it was at 227, it says underneath of it, recent search. The only way that you're going to have it populate as a recent search, like the How Long to Digest Food populated as a suggested search. So the only way you're going to get recent search is if you recently searched for it. So I know they're going to bring that up.
if these were the only searches like that in her phone, I'd be like, oh, okay, like you're curious, like you may be trying to figure out what's
Like
going
you're
on
looking
and
at
what
my
happened.
phone?
Huh?
Like if you were looking at my phone, it just has random weird shit that I've Google searched.
Yeah, then I could see it. It's the 227 one that is like what are you Googling that at that time for? You weren't even supposed to have known at that point. That's the problem to me.
So Lank arrived on the scene at 6:24. And then it's right after Lank arrives that she makes that search. Okay. Interesting.
Okay. All right. So let's see. She calls Karen Reed. Calls not answer. Then Jen McCabe receives at 7:21 and 48 seconds, so 8 seconds later. Jen McCabe receives a call from Karen Reed. The call is answered. They talk for 2 minutes and 19 seconds, and then that call is deleted from her call log. In the grand jury.
So she probably left and went with John to.
I pulled that timeline up and she actually didn't go with John. So it says, Sergeant Lank arrives on the scene at 6:24. Sometime between 6:24 and 6:29, John O'Keefe is transported to the hospital. The time is not exact, but Lank's report says shortly after he arrives. And then another one says within 5 minutes. So within sometime right before 6:30, John is transported to the hospital. Sometime shortly after that, this is in Good's report. It says that, and this actually just recently, some information on this recently came out, but Reed and Roberts left around 6:29, 6:30. Reed and Roberts left. Canton Control advised me that Reed was making suicidal statements to her father. Where did they get that from? Why did Canton Control just advise the officer that? And then Roberts then brought Reed back to the scene where Good asked me to fill out Section 12 paperwork, and she was transported to Good Samaritan. Oh, that came from Officer Mullaney, not Good, sorry. So, and then at 6:30, the first search of the crime scene begins. So all that's happening in like the first, or between 6:20 and 6:30.
Yeah, I mean they're on it. They're quick. But okay, so then I have a question really quick, because across the street is that if I'm understanding correctly, that's where the deputy chief of police lives.
The X one, yeah.
Was he the deputy chief of police at the time of this?
No. He was yeah. But he's a retired deputy chief of police, yeah.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to make sure I'm at the right spot.
Yeah, I interrupted you. So I just wanted to fill that in before we got too far away from that time frame.
You're okay. So according to grand jury testimony, Sergeant Lank leaves 34 Fairview and returns to the Canton Police Department. At 7:33, Jen McCabe calls Carrie Roberts. She answered for 4 seconds, and then that call is deleted from the call log.
Pause.
At 7:49, Jen McCabe calls Carrie Roberts. Carrie answers they talk for 1 minute and 49 seconds. That call is deleted from the call log. At 7:50 a.m., John O'Keefe is pronounced dead. So that's
Okay, we'll wait there for a second so Deets can say what she needs
Okay,
to.
so
Oh.
when Lank left at 7:24, note that he is only there for 1 hour. He was on the scene for 1 hour. In that time frame, he assesses the scene, handles whatever situation's happening for the 5 to 10 minutes outside that he's there, and then he goes in and does interviews, and that's when Jim McCabe enters the home. So, and I think Matt shows up as well. So he does the initial interviews with Brian and Julie and Jen, not Julie, Brian and Nicole and Jen and Matt, all within that 1 hour time frame.
Jen,
Yep.
Julie.
Not
You said
Julie.
not
Jen,
Julie.
Nicole, and Brian. I got that wrong. Nicole and Brian, Jen and Matt.
So they finally come out of the house.
Well, they go into the house.
No,
They
don't
Lank
come
goes
out.
into the house.
Lank and Jim McCabe go in.
Okay.
All right. 7:59, the Massachusetts State Police officially assumed jurisdiction of the case upon John O'Keefe's passing. 8:30 a.m., according to grand jury testimony, Julie Albert arrives at 34 Fairview to drop off Dunkin' Donuts for Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. And when she arrives, Brian Albert insisted scroll over.
I'm grabbing it. There you go.
She come inside and told her there had been an accident.
But this is also in the time frame in which Lank. Oh no, he had already left from the
He had already
interviews.
left.
My bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
he
So Lank
He
leaves.
comes back in a second. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna come back, but at 7:24 he leaves.
Okay.
So now inside the home is Jen McCabe, Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert. So that's who's in there now that Link has left.
Okay.
All right.
So you have Julie, Jen,
Nicole,
and Brian. And
Yeah.
little Brian? Well, not little,
and
but
little
yeah.
Brian because it's his birthday.
And
Yeah.
Caitlin.
So his aunt brings him Dunkin' Donuts for his birthday.
She's never left. So Caitlin's there.
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So 8:38 a.m., Jen McCabe receives a call from the Canton PD. She answers the call for 2 minutes and 45 seconds and then deletes it from her call log.
Jesus. Okay.
8:45, Jen McCabe receives a call from Carrie Roberts. They talk for 4 minutes and 15 seconds. She deletes this call from her call
Caitlin
log.
left at 1:45.
That's the new
In the
information
afternoon?
that came out. Oh, that came. Yeah. That's when Tristan picked her up. That's right. Tristan picked her up at 1:00. So previously, remember I said when we were
She's
way
one
back
who
on
was
that,
not
like
even
3
supposed to have
hours
been
ago?
there and switched again.
Yeah, remember previously it was stated that she left at 12:15 and all this stuff was going down. And so this is one thing that, Sleuthy hasn't been able to update. It has recently came out that she was there until 1:45, 1:47 a.m.
So which would be about the same time that the McCabe's left with the other two girls.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry about that. Caitlin and Colin's stories changed a lot, so
When
they're a
it's
little
not
bit more
in there.
challenging to keep up with each time you learn something new. Okay, so we know Jen McCabe gets a call from Carrie Roberts. They talk for 4 minutes and 15 seconds. She's still in the house. 8:50, Jen McCabe receives a call from Tom Beatty. She missed that call and she deletes the call log for it. 8:59, Jen gets a call from Detective Sergeant Michael Link. She answered it. They talked for 13 seconds. 8:59 and 47 seconds, Jen McCabe receives a call from Carrie Roberts. She answered and they talked for 5 minutes and 28 seconds. 9 o'clock, Jen McCabe calls Sergeant Link and asked him to return to 34 Fairview to speak with her because she recalled that Karen said, "I hope I didn't
Hope you
hit
didn't
him,"
hit him.
when they were driving around looking for the victim.
And how long was it she spoke to him there, Nanya? Does Sloopy have it?
Yeah, 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Oh, no.
No, that's Carrie.
No, there's no time frame on their phone call.
It is
Well, he's there for an hour.
It's 13
Yeah.
seconds is how long their phone call lasts.
Okay, so this is so you've got Brian, Nicole, Julie, all the Alberts, and Jen McCabe in this house. Lenk
Mhm.
leaves the house. Well, Lenk already left the house. Julie comes. They're all inside the house. Jen McCabe calls Canton PD, talks to them for 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes. Then she gets a call from Carrie. Carrie and her talk for 5 minutes.
5.5 minutes, yeah.
Then she gets a call from Tom Beatty, but doesn't answer it. She misses that call. Then she calls. Oh, actually, you know what? Oh, wait a second. 8:45. Oh, she was on the phone with. That's why she didn't answer Tom's call. She
'Cause she
was
was on the
on
phone
the
with Carrie.
phone with Carrie when Tom called. So that's where the missed call is coming from. Okay.
I don't think so. She just hung up with her. 4 minutes and 15 seconds would have put this call ending at 8:49 and 24 seconds.
Look at that YouTube math.
You gotta watch out for me. It's not 3 a.m. yet. I can do math a little better. Smart ass.
Okay. So, well, she gets a call from Tom, and then she doesn't answer that call, but she goes in to call Sergeant Link. She talks to Sergeant Link for 13 seconds, hangs up with him, and then goes and calls Carrie back. Her and Carrie talk for 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Then she goes and calls Link back and asks him, "Hey, can you come back? I think I remember something that Karen told me."
Yep.
That's weird. These two don't know each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
They just met that morning, allegedly.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So that I think is kind of sus. 9:37. Yeah, just a little bit. Oops, wait, no. 9:08. Karen's blood is drawn at the Good Samaritan Medical Center. 9:30. Jen McCabe calls Carrie Roberts. It's answered for 2 seconds.
She doesn't want to talk to her.
9:33. Huh?
I said she didn't want to talk to her right then, I guess.
So, no, on the blood draw, though, the interesting thing, excuse me, that was part of the motions in limine that they wanted to have that removed because they didn't send an officer to request the blood draw, none of that. Like, they just, a doctor ordered it. And the way they were kind of making it sound, it was like a CBC that was drawn. And so they're kind of arguing, how could it have gotten the accurate BAC, or did it go through the proper protocols
Who
and
made
chain
the
of
decision
command?
to draw her blood then?
I don't know. It's not listed anywhere who wanted to draw. Like, it wasn't drawn as part of a request from law enforcement is what the defense is arguing, because there's nothing from law enforcement stating that they requested her blood be
Well, then
drawn.
she's just gonna randomly go draw my blood?
It's part of, I guess it was part of a section 12 or something, but then they later went and tested that blood for her BAC.
Because remember, she went to the hospital under the guise of like, oh, her dad said she was
5150.
suicidal.
Yeah.
Right.
And so she was already at the
My friend just
hospital
died.
getting care, for that or whatever the case may be. And I'm sure she was frantic and all over the place in her thoughts. So them taking blood probably was like nothing to her, like whatever. But yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that part goes.
Yeah.
Or that
And
motion.
she was like you guys tell me if I'm wrong, like a 0.07.
Oh,
At like
I'd
9
have
o'clock
to.
in the morning.
It was yes,
high.
very high.
It was
Yeah,
still
I know
very
it was
high.
high.
0.07 to 0.08 at that time.
Yeah. Okay, so they're trying to exclude the BAC because it's hearsay created in preparation of litigation.
And
How is
then
it
they
created?
because they did from that calculation, they did like a retrograde extrapolation analysis, and he opined that her BAC around the time of 12:45 a.m. would have been between 0.13 to 0.29.
That'd be fucking wasted.
Yeah.
Blah, we don't know. That hasn't come out yet. So we don't know who made the
Who
call
said that? Yeah.
or where the dad's statement had come from. Not yet, at least.
Okay, that's going to be interesting. There's like a few big key points that I can see being like the main things that are going to come up here that you're going to need answers to be able to make some decisions. Okay.
Yeah, it is a huge range. That's a huge range. What, 0.19 to 0.29, that's a big
They don't
range.
have any. They have no standard.
Mm-mm.
All right. So 9:30 a.m. Jen calls Carrie Roberts. She answered 2 seconds. Now, mind you, that call stays there. Jen McCabe receives a call from Carrie Roberts. She answered it. They talked for 1 minute and 44 seconds. Then Jen McCabe receives a call from Carrie Roberts. They answered it. She answers it. They talk for 1 minute, 27 seconds. Then Jen McCabe receives a call from Carrie Roberts. She answers it. They talk for 15 minutes and 4 seconds.
Jeez.
That takes us up to 10:40. So that's a lot of talking the two of them are doing, right? That's what I felt like.
Strangers.
A lot of conversating for two people.
Strangers. Yeah. So
And you guys,
10:41 a.m.
yeah.
Sergeant Buchnick calls the medical examiner's office.
This is Yuri.
Yuri, yeah.
Yeah, Yuri. Okay.
Calls the medical examiner's office and states that the case is now being treated as suspicious due to a domestic situation that happened after
The defendant
D left the bar. Who's
Defendant.
D?
Defendant.
Okay. After the defendant left the bar, there is a possibility the defendant was struck in the face with the cocktail glass.
So this was their original theory, and no one discusses this anymore. But this absolutely happened at what's the time again?
Oh shoot, let me go back over. Hold on.
So
10:41 a.m.
at 10:41, they're not looking at it as a vehicular homicide. They're looking at it as a domestic violence murder.
That she killed him on purpose and left him there because she was struck in the face with a cocktail glass.
No, she struck him.
She struck him in the face with a cocktail glass.
She struck him in the face with the cocktail glass, is what they claimed.
Okay, well this says the possibility that D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass. That's her. She's D.
Oh, deceased, not defendant, deceased.
Well,
Decedent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, Sleuthy, where'd you go? Okay, so
we need her on that for sure.
Acronyms.
Yeah, you can't just be switching shit up if you're normally calling them a victim and then you're calling them Okay, so that they're claiming that Karen struck John in the face with a cocktail glass?
Yep.
Yeah, I can find
at that point.
The document.
What I remember about a cocktail glass from before when I was looking at this case was that I thought somebody had broken a cocktail glass at the house. And they talked about that could have been the glass fragment.
So they find the glass. They find glass around John O'Keefe outside. They find that in their very first search. They don't find any taillight in the first search, but they find clear cocktail glass. And so I think that is where their initial theory came from that they're speaking of there at 10:41.
That she threw a cocktail glass at him.
No, she struck him with a cocktail glass.
It's interesting since she's
the one she had in her right hand. Remember in their statement, in the witness statement, she left the bar with the cocktail glass in her right hand.
Okay, so they think that the cocktail glass that's outside found by John O'Keefe is actually the cocktail glass from the bar?
Yes.
That's what they are initially
at that
believing.
point in time. This theory has completely gone away now, but
Mm-hmm.
Now that nobody talks about a cocktail glass anymore.
well, they do
Well, they
talk
talk about the
cocktail
one
glass.
that's found, but not her striking him with it.
Right.
So where are they saying that the one that was found came from now?
By his body, and that it is the cocktail glass, and that's how they know that,
From the
like,
bar.
because he
Yeah.
also left with the cocktail glass in his hand.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And so I think what they're trying to say is, like, here he is getting out of the car with this little drinky drink, and she just boom hits him, and
And the
that's why the
glass
glass
is
is found
broken
next to
because
him.
he has the glass in his hand.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
fuck, that kind of makes sense.
According to the Commonwealth,
I can see that. That makes sense.
except for the
He's not
hitting
gonna
never
be carrying.
happened.
He's not going to have that cocktail glass with him once he goes in the house and comes back out after being beaten.
But you know what doesn't make sense to me? How
That's
did they
true.
find clear glass in the snow after using a snowblower, but they didn't find red taillight?
Until days later.
Well, no, later
They
that
haven't blown
afternoon,
them up.
after it had snowed several more inches, then they find the red taillight.
That's a good
Yes,
question.
Teresa. We've been on for a little over 5 hours. Teresa's like,
I know.
yes, we have. We've been on for a little over 5 hours. Like, we knew we were doing a long one because we had a lot to go over. So
I'm
we ain't done
rubbing
yet.
off on you.
You are. I was like, Dietz is coming on. I don't have time for anything else tonight. Leave me be. We're gonna be on here a while. Okay, so they're now treating. They're telling the medical examiner that we're gonna be treating this like it's a suspicious death. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go.
All right. 10:55, Jen McCabe receives a call from Trooper Proctor. She answers the call. They talk for 1 minute and 18 seconds. 11:16 a.m., Jen leaves 34 Fairview. 11:22, she arrives at her own home. At 11:30, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchnick interview Jen McCabe. 11:30, Jen McCabe receives a call from Brian Albert. She answers it. They talk for 1 minute and 31 seconds. At 12:15, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchnick interview Matt McCabe. At 12:20, Jen McCabe calls Brian Albert. They talk for 7 minutes and 53 seconds. At 12:37, Jen McCabe receives a call from Carrie Roberts. The call is missed. At 12:37, Jen McCabe calls Carrie Roberts. It's answered, and they talk for 6 minutes and 28 seconds. 12:49, Jen McCabe receives a call from Trooper Proctor. She answers. They talk for 1 minute and 9 seconds. Notice none of these are deleted.
No, we're keeping everything now.
We're keeping everything now, so that's how you know it's not a constant. You delete everything.
This is weird.
12:53, Jen McCabe deletes the screenshot she took hours earlier of Brian Albert's contact information.
Okay, let me scroll up here.
At
Okay.
1:04, Jen McCabe calls Ashley Bella mom. The call is answered, and they talk for 12 minutes and 43 seconds. At 1:08, Jen McCabe receives a call from Julie Albert. It's missed because she's on the phone with Ashley's mom.
Mm-hmm.
At 1:16 and 28 seconds, Jen McCabe receives a call from Brian Albert. She answers it. It's 4 minutes and 37 seconds. At 1:24, Jen McCabe calls Trooper Proctor. It's answered. He answers, and they talk for 1 minute and 42 seconds. At 1:26, Jen McCabe rejects a call from Ashley Bella mom. At 1:31, Jen McCabe receives a call from Tom Beatty. She answers. They talk for 3 minutes and 14 seconds. At 1:34, Jen McCabe calls Peggy. She answers. She talks to Peggy for 7 minutes and 18 seconds. Listen, there's a bunch of people who she should not have been on the phone with that day, and she's telling all the business, but okay.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
1:46:48, Jen McCabe calls Brian Albert, answers, and they talk for 6 minutes and 6 seconds. 1:59, Jen McCabe receives a call from Julie Albert. She answers, and they talk for 33 minutes and 21 seconds. At 2:16 p.m., Jen McCabe missed a video call from Kelly M. Girl, Kelly M was like, I got to FaceTime this. What is going on? 2:22 and 2 seconds, Jen McCabe calls Carrie Roberts. She answers, and they talk for 11 minutes and 22 seconds.
Okay, I mean, they talk a lot. It's very weird.
But you know what's interesting, though, is it's like her and Carrie talk, and then her and Brian Albert talk, and then her and Proctor talk. And then she talks to Brian, and then she'll talk to Carrie again, and then like it's like, I don't know, it's weird to see that, again, maybe it's just trying to, talk it out and figure out what the hell's going on. Maybe that's what's happening, but I don't know. It's just
I don't
that's
know how
odd.
she's still going. How is she even still functioning at this point?
She hasn't slept.
I know, she has no sleep. Then she had a rush of adrenaline, I mean, for finding him and all that whole situation. What happens when, that adrenaline rush leaves you? You're exhausted. I don't know how she's still going.
Yeah.
All the people she's talking to.
And she's
She
got to
may
make sure
just have to
everybody knows.
spread the word. Yeah.
Everybody's convinced.
2:31. Troopers assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Norfolk. I can't. It's so annoying.
Norfolk office called Patrolman Nicholas Barros and informed him they are on their way to to a residence. Yeah, scroll to the right.
Okay, hold on.
To a residence in Dighton to speak to a party and retrieve a vehicle that was involved in an accident and occurred in Canton yesterday morning. They also told him that the vehicle was involved in a homicide.
So now, yep, this is why I wanted to point that earlier one out. So now at 2:31 in the afternoon, after all these interviews and discussions, now it is a vehicular homicide.
They've decided this.
The start.
That's where they're headed that way in their investigation.
Okay.
All right.
Which is also becomes an issue when which we get to down here. Okay.
Yep.
2:36, Jen McCabe receives a call from Brian Albert. They talk for 4 minutes and 35 seconds. 2:53. Hold on. Sorry. 2:53. Jen McCabe calls Nicole Albert. They answer. They talk for 5 seconds. 2:56, Jen McCabe receives a call from Nicole Albert. It's answered. They talk for 22 minutes and 58 seconds. At 3 o'clock in the investigation, Trooper Proctor calls Nicholas Barros to inform him that they were 10 minutes away from Karen's parents' residence. At 3 o'clock, Jen McCabe missed a call from Karina. 3:43, Jen McCabe calls Carrie Roberts. The call is answered and they talk for 5 seconds. 3:44, Jen McCabe calls Nicole Albert. The call is answered. They talk for 13 minutes and 41 seconds. At 3:57, Jen McCabe receives a call from Carrie Roberts, and it was answered. They talk for 34 minutes and 37 seconds.
Jeez.
So her and Carrie have been on the phone quite a bit since this happened. Just saying. Okay.
Hours.
At 4:04, Jennifer misses a call from an 800 number. At 4:12, video footage shows Karen Reed's black Lexus SUV is towed from the driveway by Diamond Towing in North Dighton, Massachusetts. You want me to pause there or no? Not yet.
So initially it was stated that it was like 5:15 that the vehicle was towed. And then it came back later because of the video footage. It was actually 4:12. And that kind of conflicted with some of the things that were. So right here, so she has it right in the next statement. That at 4:30 they arrived. So
according to the interview and statements,
right.
Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchnick arrive at Karen Reed's parents' house to interview and recover her car. Proctor notices the passenger side taillight is shattered with a large red plastic piece missing.
if the vehicle, if he had it towed at 4:12, as we see in video footage, how could that have taken place at 4:30? And then, that goes on in the statement and it's later towed is what the statement says.
Right. But the problem is
Mhm.
that there's footage of it being towed, and it's
Exactly.
daylight when it's being towed.
And
And when he
timestamped.
says, and when he says it's being towed, it would have been dark. The sun had already gone down.
Mhm.
Now, problematic, just a little bit, is now Proctor has access to this vehicle for like over an hour without anybody around. He's on his own.
Mhm.
Thanks,
That
Heavy
also
Metal.
comes up in the latest hearing as well, and Yannetti said the funniest the vehicle is then towed back to Canton, and it's stored in the Canton PD garage, and instead of, like, one of the state police stations that are closer to where it is. It's towed all the way back to Canton, and there's a motion detected, camera that's supposed to come on, and it does there's, like, what? A 20-minute time frame missing from the camera footage at the police department,
Oh
and
yeah. Oh yeah,
the Lolly
that's
says
the
that
other footage that's missing.
yeah, and so Lolly says, "Well, the cameras are sometimes motion detected," and he's like, "Well, it's still ironic, like, if it doesn't come back at that time, when you watch the footage, it just teleports inside of the garage, it just shows up out of nowhere,
It's just there.
just there,
Just
just
randomly
poof,
starts there.
there's the SUV."
So,
Gosh, this is crazy.
see, well, this is why people start to go, okay, if how do you have so many little fuck ups and so many little weird coincidences and so many
Mhm.
things that are like eyebrow raising without expecting that people are gonna raise their damn eyebrow? And then everybody's like,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I don't even know how you could look at it any other way. Of course she just hit him and that's what it is. And it's like, it's very possible, but then how does the investigation become so bad? And then these are the people that we're counting on to protect you.
42 minutes. Thank you, Unsafe Bot. Like, I could not remember 42 minutes is missing from this police camera.
It's the
And we're
definition
supposed to
of motion. It's motion. It's
oh
motion.
my yeah,
Except for at this particular time, it did not happen
that's
to
because
catch
Lolly said
motion
that
from
it's
the start.
mostly motion detected, and Yanetti's like, "That's the definition of
I think that the hard part is like, look at how far we're in, right? We're still in the beginning of the stuff, like all the details of this case right now, right?
Right,
Mhm.
And we're already like, well, I could see some points for the Commonwealth side. I could see some points for the defensive
right.
side. And there's some stuff that it's like, I need more context and I need to have more of an understanding, know what happened here, right?
Yeah.
That's why I think for me in the beginning, I struggled with this is because people were so one-sided, and this is not one-sided to me.
Mm-mm. It's just there's a lot of weird stuff happen.
It's so much weird stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, let's finish off the day, and then we can play the. I want to play the interview of Karen Reed. Well, yeah, actually, first we'll play Morrissey, but
Oh,
we'll finish the day first. Though.
Okay. All right. So 4:30 Trooper. Oh, we already did that one. All right. 4:59 Jen McCabe calls Nicole Albert. It's answered. They talk for 9 minutes and 1 second. 5:07 Jen McCabe misses a call from Ashley Bella's mom. 5:08 Jen McCabe calls Matthew McCabe.
I'm
The call's
sorry,
not
Esther.
answered. What?
That's how all my kids' friends are
Like,
saved in my phone, so it totally
I
makes sense.
know, mine too, but I just can't believe, like, in the documents, they didn't change it to whoever it was, but no, Ashley Bella's mom. Just cracks me up.
Oh, hold on. My puppy came inside.
Uh-oh.
Oh, not the toppers. Oh my goodness. Except for when it's Proctor's fault on daylight savings. Yeah, that was the initial argument, was that it was daylight savings is why the footage was an hour off. Yeah, okay.
Do we know who was in the driver's seat of Karen's SUV when it hit his car with it? She was.
She is. You can see her,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can see her in the car.
I think she's even on the phone. It looked like it anyway.
Okay,
There's a
we're
lot
gonna
of
We're at Bella's bone here. Okay, here we are, 15.
Okay.
Try to mark it so I can remember where we are.
All right. So 5:16, Jen McCabe calls Carrie Roberts. They talk for 8 minutes and 32 seconds.
They are like
Five-
new BFFs, you guys.
Right?
Totally BFFs by now. They're bonding. 5:25, Jen McCabe calls Nicole Albert. The call's not answered. 5:25, as part of the interviews and statements, Trooper Matthew Dunn and Trooper David D interview Carrie Roberts.
Finally, she gets interviewed.
So she gets interviewed after all of these phone calls and conversations are happening.
Yep.
Hours. She's been talking to Jim McCabe for hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then she has her interview.
Yep.
And Jen doesn't understand why she is so suspicious in all of this.
She has to understand why people are like, what? Now, I don't think that warrants people going at her to the extreme level that they have. But yeah,
No,
I've got some raised eyebrows for sure.
She's a little too talkative.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it really is a homicide investigation and that's what they're telling them. Like, okay, we're going to look at this like a homicide investigation. You need to shut your fucking mouth. Like, be quiet.
Right? Go take a nap, girlfriend.
T Fox is like they've already planned a family vacation together. Oh, we had. Oh, shit. I don't know what they did. Okay, so they interviewed her. Now, here we are. Okay.
Okay. 5:30, according to an interview and statement, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchnick, okay, sees Karen Reed's black SUV from the driveway and Diamond Towing transports it to the Canton Police Department.
So again, that's the original time they stated, but we then later found out it was actually 4:12.
A lie. Right. Mm-hmm. And that he had the car for over an hour by himself.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. All right. As part of the investigation, Trooper Proctor and the Sergeant B sees Karen Reed's cell phone. In an interview and statement at 5:30, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Massachusetts State Police, conduct a second search of the crime scene located outside of the 34 Fairview residence.
What's the time on that again?
That is at 5:30 p.m.
So that's when they find the tail lights fragments.
Here they locate one piece of clear plastic taillight, a black Nike sneaker with the white Nike logo along the side, and two red plastic pieces of a taillight.
So the one piece of the clear plastic taillight and two red plastic pieces of a taillight.
And a black Nike sneaker.
And so people were making having the theory of, oh, well, they planted it. It couldn't have been found the first time, so they planted it. And their argument was that, no, it couldn't be planted because that search took place at the exact same time that the car was being towed. But then we find out the car was actually towed at
an hour and some, an hour.
Yeah, an hour and 15 minutes earlier.
Mm-hmm. Here's Jen, Miss Talkative over here. Yeah. Okay.
She's over here just spreading it around town. Just got to get the word out.
Yeah, okay. And you notice who she's not calling to check on?
Matt,
Karen Reed.
She's not calling to check on. She doesn't give two shits about what's going on.
Not her husband. Nanya's worried about the husband. She's like, not her husband.
Matt is a side piece at this point. He doesn't even matter.
Absolutely. He's carrying very side piece energy.
But she does not call Karen Reed, who she literally just witnessed have a nervous breakdown when finding her boyfriend's body. She does not even call to check on her.
Yeah.
Instead, she's like, ooh, guess what?
Guess what Karen did, guys?
Hey, Ashley Bella's mama.
Yeah, guess what happened today? You're never going to know what I just did.
Like, seriously.
My day has been a hot mess.
Hours with Carrie, like, she's talking with lots of people.
I'm curious if
Nicole
Carrie calls
and
Karen
Julie.
at all.
Oh,
okay, 5:51, Jen McCabe calls Matt McCabe. He answers. They talk for 56 whole seconds.
Mm-hmm. It's about as much as I talk to my
5:52.
husband.
Jen McCabe receives a call from Maureen D. They talk for 23 minutes and 21 seconds. Her priorities are not on point.
She's got to fill her in from the beginning.
Yeah.
That's why it takes forever.
Yep, exactly. All right, 6:16. Jen McCabe calls Nicole Albert. She answers. They talk for 5 seconds. 6:16. Jen McCabe calls Nicole Albert. She answers. They talk for 6 minutes 33 seconds. 6:27. Jen McCabe receives a call from Carrie Roberts. It's answered. They talk for 8 minutes. No time frame, I don't believe, is had, but in the interview and in statements, Trooper Matthew Dunn and Trooper David interview Carrie Roberts. So it looks like their statements don't align for what time they interviewed Carrie.
Right. So Sleuthy adds them all in here. So these are kind of sporadic because there's things that happen this day that we don't know what time they happen for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love that you get it. Like I get Sleuthy's timelines and you get Sleuthy's timelines, but I've seen other creators like grab this and try to read it and understand it, and they get so
Sleuthy fits into
confused
my
on
brain.
those
Like,
things.
a perfect little fit. It's like the weirdest thing. I don't know what she just does.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, I got you.
All right. At 1 o'clock, Trooper. No, this is a different date. Can you go to the far left? Because this changes the date because we went from 6:27. Yeah. So on January 30th at 1 o'clock, Trooper Dunn and Trooper interview Carrie Roberts. So maybe that's a second interview.
This is still the 29th. No, you were right about this one. You were right on this one. This one right here starts the 30th. Yep. And this is at 1 o'clock when they interview the Canton firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Wait,
all right. So Trooper Proctor.
Wait. Is she related to McLaughlin, the prosecutor?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know that there's anything official out there on it, but rumor has it. Strong possibility.
So we have the firefighter who's there who's related to the prosecutor on the case?
But that's the person who is saying she heard her yelling out those things, right?
Yep. She does also have ties to the Alberts somehow. I just heard that at the last hearing. What was the tie to the Alberts? Hang on, I'm looking. You can keep going.
Okay.
Okay. So now we're on January 31st.
January 31st, time unknown. During the investigation, Dr. Irene Scortibello from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner conducts John O'Keefe's autopsy. The investigators review video from the 2 Ring cameras attached to John O'Keefe's house. The video was observed by utilizing the Ring application on the victim's cell phone. Members of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene Service Section.
Now we're February 1st. Yeah, so February 1st, we're here.
Okay. Crime Services Section, a crime lab chemist, and Trooper Joshua Paul from the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction Section, CARS, respond to the Canton Police Department to inspect Karen Reed's vehicle.
So 2 days later.
On February 1st. Also on February 1st, Trooper Buchnick. Well, wait a second. Buchnick is not a trooper, though, right?
He's a
sergeant with the Canton PD, right?
No, he's with the Massachusetts State Police.
Okay. All right. And Trooper Keefe traveled to C.F. McCarthy's bar and spoke with the manager of the bar, reviewed surveillance footage, and obtained receipts. They also go to the Waterfall bar and obtain surveillance footage and receipts. February 1st at 7:40 p.m., Karen Reed is arrested for the first time. Trooper Proctor.
Oh, God. No, you're good.
Trooper Michael Proctor's sister Courtney texts him, just saw Julie, and Julie said when all this is over, she wants to give you, Michael Proctor, a thank you gift.
Mm-hmm. And what does he say back?
Julie Albert, his response? Trooper Michael Proctor responds to his sister Courtney, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth is his wife. So don't give me anything after all this is over. Don't give me anything. Just get Elizabeth a gift.
Yeah, so that's what it was, is Caitlin and Katie are friends. They've got several pictures on social media, like even parties and drinking and such. So that's the connection to the Alberts.
So Julie Albert, which is the homeowner's excuse me, sister, is the one who is texting Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator for the state police,
Colin's mom is the
and saying, "We're going to get you a gift when this is over. No, don't worry about me. Go ahead and get it for
my wife.
get it for my wife."
On what day? I'm pretty sure it's like the
I don't know. I think it's
31st.
reloading for me on my screen. I think it's the first.
Okay.
I think it was the first because it was the same day as she was arrested. I think T is reloading.
Yeah, Proctor is under internal affairs investigation right now. And I think it's because of the release of that statement right there.
That was weird. I got like booted from my own stream.
I was wondering what happened.
That's what we figured.
I was like, what the heck? I'm like, why can't I talk to anybody? And where's my screen at?
That's okay. We handled it fine. Don't worry.
Thank you. All right.
We totally trashed the place. You're gonna need a cleaner after this.
That's okay.
Yeah, it was
That was
February
weird,
1st.
February.
Okay,
1st.
so last I was hearing was that Michael Proctor's sister Courtney is saying, just saw Julie, and Julie wants to say thank you
With a gift after all this is over.
And he doesn't say no, that's not right, or no, thank you. He says, I get one for my wife.
That's weird.
I believe that's why Proctor is under internal investigation right now, because the AI started right after that was released in court.
IA.
Yeah, sorry. AI, IA.
Same thing. All right.
It's so not the same thing.
Not really,
Not
but thank
Not at
you
all.
for making me feel good.
All right.
Okay,
So
now
February 1st,
yeah, so now
February 2nd, Karen Reed is arraigned at some point in time in the day. Also on February 2nd, the Massachusetts state applies for and receives a warrant to examine the contents of something. Oh, the content of Karen Reed's iPhone. Jen McCabe turns her phone over to law enforcement also on the 2nd.
So she does that. That is something that the Commonwealth has stated many times, is that, well, of course they don't say it like this, but she willingly turned over her phone. Like, she did it on her own volition. But now that we see all the stuff that was deleted, why do you think she just went and turned over her phone?
There's no way that she has this many law enforcement agents in her family and she doesn't know that they can get her data.
Really weird.
All right.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
February 3rd, Trooper Evan Brandy from Crime Scene Services arrives at the victim's home with Trooper Proctor and documents all sides of the traverse and the garage doors. February 4th at 8:50 a.m., Chief Berkowitz discovers a piece of taillight in the yard of 34 Fairview Road while he was driving by in his police cruiser.
He's just happens to go to the victim's home and then happens to go back to the crime scene, and he's driving, like physically driving, and he happens to just spot
out
a
of
piece
the
of
corner
taillight.
of his eye. It just stood out to him like the universe was telling him, this piece, you need to come and see it.
That's the picture you have, T, of the taillight in the snow. That's the piece he found.
That's the one it's like, ooh, look what I found.
Yeah, it's so, yeah.
Nobody ever found this until I found it.
It's such a weird
Days
thing.
later. See, shady shit.
And Berkowitz is the one who lives across the street, right?
No,
Who lives across the street?
a retired deputy sheriff.
Oh, okay.
He's not named in these.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Makes it even weirder that he'd be driving by there, right?
Yeah, I was thinking, oh, he lives across the street. Of course he's going to be driving by. No,
Mm-mm.
no, not at all. All right. 8:50 a.m. Chief Berkowitz. Oh no, I got that one right. Okay. So
Is that where
February 10th at 5:30, Sergeant Yuri and Trooper Michael Proctor conduct a pre-scheduled interview of Chris and Julie Albert together at their home.
Yeah, now they're interviewing Chris and Julie, who were not at the party, but were at the bar.
Yep.
And this is after Julie had texted Michael Proctor, "We just want to give you a big hug after this.
We're gonna get you a gift.
You're so cute. We're so thankful for you."
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, did the dog attack again?
I hope not.
No.
Oh
I meant
gosh,
his
this
dog.
dog. I cannot. Yeah, you know, if I'm not keeping up on the conversation, you know it's because she's all up on me. Okay.
Mhm.
All right, go lay down. Go. Okay. So next is February 22nd. Both the victim's 10-year-old nephew and 14-year-old niece are interviewed at the Norfolk Advocates for Children Center in Foxborough, Massachusetts. This is the only way I could say it similar to, you know, how they say it.
Norfolk.
You gotta say it fast too. I can't
Norfolk.
do it unless it's Norfolk.
All right. What's the next one? February 22nd. Oh no,
Wait a minute.
May
Now we're in
May
May.
of 2022. Canton Animal Control Officer writes a quarantine order for Chloe, the Albert's German Shepherd, after a purported skin-piercing incident.
Not Chloe.
Chloe, the German Shepherd, is rehomed to that farm in Vermont, according to
Allegedly,
Coffendorfer.
according to Coffendorfer.
No, she didn't go to. She is rehomed, but only Coffendorfer knows where she's at. Apparently.
Well, that's because she talks to the family.
Mhm.
All
You know,
right.
she did have a photo where she posted a photo on Twitter, and in the corner it had it had Chris. I think it might even have been Chris A. And that's where everybody started to speculate. Oh, that's her. That's how she knows what's going on. That's how she has the inside deeds.
Yeah, she's talking to the one of the brothers.
Mm-hmm.
She's in
Chloe's
Whitsack.
in Whitsack. That's a Fred Hill and Ziggy thing.
Chloe's in Whitsack. Oh gosh.
Hashtag free Chloe.
Free Chloe. She's in Whitsack. Tater, you're too much.
Okay.
Okay, so where are we at now? Hold on. So the defense.
We're
so this
at
is
May
May
of
27th.
2022. So June 9th. Oh no, we're still up one more. Defense accident reconstructionist Miss Carrie Alvino makes the trip to inspect Karen's vehicle in police custody.
Sorry, I was reading that. I didn't know that she got caught talking to the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to fill me in on that.
In police custody, upon arriving, she found that all pieces of the taillight and the entire taillight housing unit was removed. Therefore, she was not able to inspect them.
That's the photo where everything is gone.
Yeah,
it's already been removed.
So they just took the whole thing out. Like, oh, forget you know, being able to come and take your own pictures and trying to reconstruct what happened to the taillight. You just took the whole thing out and now there's nothing there. So you can't really reconstruct it.
Oh, that makes sense now. All right.
Mm-hmm. On June 9th of 2022, Karen gets indicted by a grand jury. Not
she
to
was
be
charged
confused
with, I'm going to have to remember this. She was charged with
second degree.
Second degree, but they upped it.
I didn't hear your second part. What'd you say, T?
What did they up it to? What was she indicted for?
I think it's still just second degree.
Was it
isn't
second
it?
degree? I thought the charge changed.
Let me see. I don't
All right. Well, I could be wrong. We've been doing
I
this a
don't
while
think
now.
it changed. Yeah, I don't think it has changed. Second degree murder, vehicular manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol and leaving the scene of an accident.
Okay. And so no prelim. Here she is, indicted by the grand jury, and then she's arraigned again. See, why is she arraigned again? She was already arraigned.
So they did. Let me see what the initial charges were.
Okay, it was originally manslaughter up to second degree.
Mm.
That makes sense, because then she has to be arraigned again on new charges.
Yep.
So she was just indicted by the grand jury. It would essentially the grand jury would take over what the preliminary hearing would be, that there's enough evidence to go forward. That's essentially all that says. But when somebody's rearranged, that their charges have to be
up charge.
right. Okay, so then we just have a whole bunch of stuff, and then
pre-trial conferences, motion hearings, all that stuff. But then on February, go back.
I'm going back.
Yeah, right there on October 5th of 2022. So this happened in January 22. This is now October 22. Trooper Proctor interviews Julie Nagel for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hold on,
9 months later.
Hold on. So Jennifer Coffindeffer was caught talking to the prosecutor about how big her Twitter platform was?
So that's a Turtle Boy release, and that's why I don't mention it, but I can send you the info on it. And
okay.
I take that stuff with a grain of salt. I can't remember what he showed. Someone had just sent me that not too long ago. Let me see. I go to my email.
Well, at least Karen Reed's, they're talking about the Karen versus Richard Allen. At least she's not being housed in a prison where she's eating her own feces. So
right.
I'm curious how he caught on to that. Not that I don't believe him. I would like to see the receipts.
Let's see here. That was communicated with Michael Morrissey's office. From Morrissey, that one's to Proctor. Oh, so she CC'd in on the email.
She was talking to the media spokesperson, not the prosecutor or the DA. There's an email from the spokesperson to either Lolly or Morrissey talking about how big her following is, and she can debunk stuff. Ooh. Her tweet was because he said he'd arranged to have her brought in, but they arrested her. So she's on an email with the media spokesperson and one of the prosecutors for the Commonwealth talking about how big her platform is and how she can debunk stuff.
So do you want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So it says at Coffindoffer. Okay, so there's the second part of the conversation. Hashtag justice for John O'Keefe. Report writing is one of the most difficult jobs in law enforcement. As my first job in the FBI, Mr. Hooper told me, if it's not on paper, it didn't happen. Hashtag Karen Reed. Conspiracy theorists have... Oh, so I was like, why are they throwing the hashtag in there? It makes sense. She's saying that Karen Reed conspiracy theorists have found two entries that are confusing. Conspiracy theorists have chosen to call the DA a liar based on the attached writings. The DA's statement was correct when he said Trooper Proctor was not at the Fairview address on 129. He wasn't. He was on call that day and got the ticket to respond to a homicide involving a motor vehicle. In law enforcement, when you are on call and you get the call, you go. Those involved were Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, and he did not know them. Although Trooper Proctor and his boss, who he was with all day, hustled to respond. Sorry, this site has so many freaking pop-ups. Hustled to respond, they had to rally up, find a vehicle that could tackle the blizzard conditions that existed, and by the time they arrived in Canton, the Fairview scene was clear. So Officer Proctor and his boss went to the Canton police office scene. The Canton police office scene? Why would she put scene after that? Anyway. Okay, so Trooper Proctor took custody of Officer O'Keefe's cell phone, which had been retrieved from under Officer O'Keefe's body by a Canton police officer at the Canton PD scene. No issue with this. The Canton PD officer is in the chain. Usual as in initial responding officer. Now, in the inter-office correspondence below, not an official report, the person who wrote the memo said on scene, not specifically the scene. So the person who wrote the memo said on scene, not specifically the scene. So that's why she kept putting scene after Canton PD office scene. Like, what? Okay, so he was referring to the Canton PD. In law enforcement, we use on scene to refer to the different scenes of response. The Canton PD in law enforcement. Oh wait, the Canton PD was the scene Trooper Proctor and his boss responded to. Should it have been worded better? You bet. The bottom line is the Canton PD law enforcement officer found and secured the phone from underneath Officer O'Keefe and gave it to Trooper Proctor at the Canton PD. Sorry guys, these pop-ups are insane. Insane. Okay. That link will be in the chain of custody submitted at trial. The defense would be foolish to even talk about an inter-office memo that is only meaningful amongst conspiracy theorists and blogger worlds. As for the official court documents underlined in blue and red, the scene referred to was the McCabe house. Should that have been clearer? Yes. But again, law enforcement officers use scene to refer to where investigations take place. Hope this helps clear up any confusion. The bottom line is that the DA did not lie. And then, okay, so they respond. It's the same thing. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay,
so I'm trying to remember.
Oh, no, here it is. Here's the next part. So he forwards that on to the what is that person, like the media person, and says he forwards the post on to them and says she is a retired FBI agent with an enormous Twitter reach who has provided context/pushback to some of the more easily debunked aspects of the social media blitz.
Wow.
That's crazy. Oh. And then there was a voice message sent as well.
To who?
It says that David Traub, the media person, from Jennifer Coffendorfer.
I was trying to find the report where I remember reading that he shows up in the on-scene thing, and I can't remember which one it's in now. Damn it.
And then there is, okay, here is David Traub. He is, I feel like all I'm doing is fighting pop-ups on this site. Dang it. So then he says that, so then David Traub, who it says here, he's the press officer, director of communications, he sends to Gretchen Voss the party we discussed, and then sends Jennifer Coffendorfer's email or her tag on Twitter. So he sent that to Gretchen Voss, which is a media person. Yeah.
Look at her being a prosecution shill. Dang. Caught, too. Caught. All right, so
Okay,
back to the
that's it.
timeline. October 5th, which is nine months later, essentially, they finally interview one of the people who was at the party. This is crazy to me.
It is.
I don't know if Nanya's got puppy duty going on.
Where'd we
I
get
have to
to?
drive for a second. Go ahead.
Okay. So October 25th, we have the altered incident report provided to the defense. Do we know what that is? Do you know what that is? That's the...
So Sleuthy has it. So she has the original report. If you go to the documents, it's on February 2nd. The
Is this the phone
original.
one?
What's that?
Is this the phone one where they changed the phone number or no?
Yes, I believe so. So they changed names. Some of the names are kind of changed and the phone numbers are, and there was something else that was changed. It's very slight, but it is altered. But Sleuthy has both for those that want to check it out. She has the altered one and then the original one.
Okay, and then we have November 17th, Brian Albert lists his childhood home and longtime residence for sale. November 21st, there's a discovery motions hearing, conference review status. And then February 17th of 2023, the house is sold.
For $50,000 below asking.
That's fucking nuts.
So
Is it? In this market, it is. Holy cow.
definitely is. But the thing is what people, I think I hear a lot of people like, oh, like he dies there and then they decide to sell. But the house was on the market prior to that.
Was it? Or because it says
No, it's after.
November.
Yeah. We were wrong
it was
on
there
that.
before. It was on like November, October,
Of
November. I
22.
can get you the if you go to
Was it November of 21?
I'll go screenshot it. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe that's why earlier I thought it was before as well, because I know that was some weird
Because that was a really big thing of like, oh, that makes them look so suspicious. And
There was
then I
no, there's no
remember
for sale
looking it
sign.
up.
There's no for sale sign in front of that house though when the cops are there.
No.
There
So
is
that's
not.
weird. If it's on the market, why isn't there a for sale sign?
True.
That's true. That is true. But it was listed for sale and hadn't gone anywhere. And then they dropped the price down after the fact. That year later, they dropped the price that far down and somebody bought it.
It's also not, I mean, as weird as it is, it's also not uncommon when you have a high profile case that people don't leave your fucking house alone. People sell it. So, I mean, that's a tough one to go one way or the other for or against, because I also see not wanting 30,000 people driving by my freaking house.
Does it change your mind? Does it change your mind if you find out that there was like a major basement remodel that took place in there?
When?
After John dies and before the home is sold.
Okay, but is it after it's listed and before it's sold?
Yes.
Or is it before it's listed?
Well, we're going to have to double check on that listing date, but I'm pretty sure it's after.
So, because so here's the thing too, it's like, if you know you're going to sell the home, there are certain things that like the realtors will have you do to your home in order to, spend $10,000 and redo your basement, and it'll make you
40 grand.
20,000. Yeah, it'll make you 20,000 in the long run. So that's a tough one. If he did it from January 29th until the house is listed, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
if it's, or maybe October or, somewhere right there, I think that would be more weird. But to do it while you're about to sell your house, I don't think it's actually weird either.
See, I don't find it weird, but that is one of the things that people harp on, is that, the basement floor was remodeled. Well, if you, like you said, if you're selling your home and maybe the floor is janky, it would be one of the things that would improve it.
It could go either way. That could go either way. I think it really depends. If he does it like in February or March, then I got a real problem with it. If he does it in October, I don't necessarily have as big of an issue with it.
See if I
because he's getting ready to sell the house. So I think the timing of that would be more important to whether I think it's important. That's just me.
No, I agree. I'm gonna see if I can find when he did it.
So now the grand jury testimony. So we already had the grand jury that indicted her. Is this when they're talking with the FBI now? when does the FBI start doing their investigation into everything? Do you know?
So we do know they started investigating just a few months afterwards. That came out in a recent hearing. It was it because they started investigating before. One of the things was, it doesn't matter which side you're on, but people were like, "Oh, that's because Turtle Boy got No, it wasn't. They started investigating, the FBI did, before Turtle Boy ever even covered the case.
Okay. So
And
so
he
what's
was
with the second grand jury then? Does that have to do with the FBI?
Yes,
Yeah, that's the
it's the federal
grand jury.
grand jury.
Okay. So Colin Albert actually is called for the federal grand jury in April of 2023.
Mhm.
And he's one that was not actually interviewed by any of the troopers.
See, Unsafe Bot said August 20 of 22. I think it was April of 22 for some reason.
And she's talking about the FBI, or are they talking about? I say
Yeah,
she. I don't know. I don't.
the
Shouldn't have said she.
FBI.
That's wrong. Could be a total dude.
The FBI.
Okay, so then we have a hearing. Trooper Proctor and Trooper Guarino go to 34 Fairview Road to physically measure GPS coordinates from John O'Keefe's phone. And then May, we have Morrissey sends a letter to the United States Department of Justice of Office of Professional Responsibility. And then they respond to Norfolk. No, I don't know how you guys say that. Norfolk. It's Norfolk. They respond. Trooper, what is this Department of Justice? Why are they talking to each other? Do we know what that's about?
So I think that's when Morrissey was
That's the
demanding that
letters.
they explain to him what they're doing their investigation on.
Have you ever read the letters?
No.
Oh
the
my
letters
gosh.
are hilarious.
They're a treat.
Really?
So Morrissey knew that the FBI was investigating, obviously, because some of his witnesses were subpoenaed, and he wants to know why the FBI is investigating. And so him and his office, another person in his office, are writing to the FBI, the Department of Justice, to Levy himself, trying to find out exactly what and why they're investigating. And it does sound like a kid throwing a hissy fit in these letters.
Well, he sounds like he would be throwing a hissy fit. Do you have the letters?
Oh,
I
yeah.
could probably can I Google them? I could probably Google them.
Yeah, you can. They're out there everywhere, but I can grab them for you while you're reading.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor interviews and speaks with Caitlin Albert for the first time. Now we're in July, a year and a half after John O'Keefe is dead. This is the same. This is so similar. This is so similar to Delphi when it comes to this. So you have the defense who puts out the memorandum in September for Delphi and names all these people, and then all of a sudden, now the cops are going back and interviewing all the people that were in there. They're like, oh no, we cleared all of them. We're good.
Yeah.
Now they're re-interviewing them all. Okay, that's good, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Not even re-interviewing them. Now they're
No, they're not even re-interviewing.
They're starting the interview.
they're starting their investigation process now.
So we have Caitlin, we have Brian Albert Jr., who was in the house the entire night, and Colin Albert for the first time, who was there, then not there, then there, and I don't even know how that. Do we know how that turned out? Has it ever been proven whether he actually left at 12:15 or not?
Not officially. There is the Boston Globe or the Boston Magazine, one of those Boston local papers, put out screenshots. Globe, thank you, Nanya. Put out screenshots of the text between him and Allie, but as of to date, we haven't heard the validity of them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Man,
And then we have a road rally for Karen Reed. And then there's in July of 2023, there's interviews Jennifer McCabe regarding harassment and intimidation.
That was because of the rolling rally, and so that's kind of when it triggers. Like I said, I kind of had kept all of the Turtle Boy outside situation separate from John O'Keefe's case itself. But when that happens on July 22nd and 23, and then the interviews with Jim McCabe starts, that's what starts triggering to where they're starting to combine these cases because of the actions outside.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for sending that. I'll pull that up too in a minute.
Witness intimidation.
This is the witness intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and then they're interviewing Colin about the harassment and the intimidation.
Yeah.
August, Proctor and Yuri interview the plow driver Lucky, which is just that's absurd to me.
Like
But they did
almost
not even interview the freaking plow driver to see if he saw anybody out there.
a year and a half after the incident, they do the interview of Lucky, and only because Turtle Boy had released the interview that he had done with Lucky.
Right. So the police weren't aware of Lucky until after Turtle Boy released his interview.
Well,
They weren't aware because they didn't investigate it. They didn't give a shit.
Well, the FBI was aware of him, and the defense's PI was aware of him because he talks about in that interview of speaking with those two entities, but the Commonwealth side, I guess we'll state it as that, hadn't spoken with him. He said they'd never called him, never talked to him, never interviewed him, nothing. And that is also the only interview that is recorded and that we have a transcript from. And what is it like? Out of 23 pages, there's 23 pages of transcript in that interview, and like 13 or 14 of those pages are about Turtle Boy.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody was asking who is Turtle Boy. So Turtle Boy is a blogger. He can be considered controversial. His ways are, in my opinion, are controversial.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely takes things to a whole different level that I don't personally agree with. But I know that there are a lot of people that feel like his campaigns to get answers are worth it. And at least somebody is fighting for the residents of Canton. So it just depends on kind of what side you're on as to if you like him or not. But he is a blogger. He runs a website, and he's very active in his local area.
And his the incident where I feel like he went too far, well, a lot of it I feel is too far, but like definitely crossed that line that we often talk about, is he goes to one of Jen McCabe's children's ball games and confronts her in the stands of her child's lacrosse game, I think it was, and calling her a murderer and all this stuff. It was too much.
I mean, yeah, he has a very big following, and like I said, I mean, there's people. We talk about this on Dietz's channel a lot too. It's like, how far is too far, and where does the line actually draw? And it's different for everybody. So I try to respect other people's boundaries. It is too much for me. I could never put myself in that type of situation. But I know that old school investigative journalists, that's what people did. They just went and shoved mics in people's faces and just said whatever the hell they wanted to. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think I struggle when it comes to being around anybody's kids, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, everybody's line's very different. And, if those are, like I said, those are conversations we have on Dietz's channel a lot. So they talked to Lucky for the first time. They talked to Allie McCabe for the first time, which is Jen McCabe's daughter. And she's the one who supposedly was picking up Colin, if I remember correctly.
Right. Correct. So a year and a half later, she's interviewed for the first time. It's just wild.
Right. And then so here, the district attorney, Michael Morrissey, puts out a bizarre public service announcement, which I do have up to play because I do find it very bizarre. So he's obviously very defensive of his team, and he rightfully should be. I get that. But it is kind of interesting to put this out as like a weird public statement. Hopefully I put the sound on when I joined again, so we'll see. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Yep. My cousin is Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home.
Hey, T.
Colin Albert, the young man being vilified.
So I have a question. Does this not feel like the big thing is, tainting the jury pool? The statements that he's making, some of them are extremely definitive. He absolutely did not do this. Witnesses absolutely did not do that.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Right?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
I'm just mind blown by this.
I'm curious of how much of everything he's saying was actually public from like the probable cause affidavit, because I read it when it very first came out, but I haven't read it again. And I don't remember what I know from that. I don't want to say like I know it from that or I know it from something else because I don't remember. But this is like the same argument that's happening in the Idaho 4 case.
Yep.
It's like how much is being tainted because the district attorney is out here saying these are the absolute facts of the case, and stop trying to say that they're not.
Yeah, like Nancy H said, it's like, so he's giving testimony. He absolutely is.
Well, not only that, he's saying there's, cell phone data showed he did not enter the home. Well, cell phone data also shows that he climbed 3 flights of stairs, and even if a car hit him and he went up 1 flight and then down another flight to hit the ground, where's the other flight, sir? Like, so no, cell phone data can't show that. Like, the cell phone data doesn't align with the hitting of a car, in my opinion. So like, and I agree, like he's making such factual, exact statements. And he's like, listen, guys, if I already said this is how it happened, you just believe me and go with it, okay? Don't question us.
And people put a lot of weight in it. It's the DA. You're going to put a lot of weight on that side.
Yeah.
When they make a statement like this.
Did her defense attorneys address the fact that he put this out there tainting a jury pool?
Oh yeah. But Bev, Judge Canone's a lot like Judge Goal in that aspect.
Oh God. Morrissey's health data shows his eyebrow ascended 3 flights of stairs.
Oh God.
Just this one over here did, or this one over here did. This one's still downstairs though. Only one has made it all the way up.
Oh goodness.
Oh my God, I'm dying.
Was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative. Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night.
What about Nicole Albert? He didn't name Nicole.
Or any of the other. What about Brian Higgins?
Yeah, she just leaves all that.
Yeah, what about Nagel?
Well, he's not sure about or Higgins. He's not sure about them, but
I mean, he doesn't even like add Nicole in there.
I know. This is wild.
Oh shit. Nicole, you're next.
They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them.
Wait. You're going to tell me right now, Mr. Morrissey, that you asked Jen McCabe to talk on the phone to 50 different people that day and to come up with whatever story she decided to come up with about what Karen Reed told her. and tell the world all of the juicy gossip of what happened to John O'Keefe.
Well, not only that, though, what you're trying to also say is we did a thorough investigation. We talked to all of these people. They're just out here doing their civic duty, speaking on behalf of the Commonwealth. Meanwhile, a lot of them we didn't talk to for 8 months up to a year and a half.
A year and a half later.
Oh, shit, you know what? That's a good. Hold on a second. Let me go back real quick to the timeline. Okay, so hold on. So he puts out this. Oh my gosh, where am I at? My eyes are like starting to hurt. I can't even see things anymore. Where is the?
It's the last purple one.
All right, here. So he puts out the bizarre statement. So he does this August 25th of 2023, and they had just interviewed Colin for the first time in July.
And Brian Albert Jr., all three of them.
And it's the same day that they interview Allie McCabe for the first time.
Aw, she's just doing her civic duty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. All right, let me go back over here. We'll keep playing this.
Chief John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight.
Pause.
She further found
that's
that
not
the line
true.
of abrasions on his arm was consistent with.
Oh,
that's not true.
What he's about to say is also not true. Go ahead and let him say that, and then pause. We interrupted too soon. We're like, nope.
Okay. We'll go over all the things that are. It's okay. Jen's like, please tell me this is going to happen again. So Dietz and I were actually talking about, because this is more a case that her and Nunya and Sleuthy, which she just like abandoned us. I don't know what happened there.
She went to bed hours ago.
She like went to Walmart and like never came back. I don't know what to think about that. But we were talking about doing something very similar with the Delphi case, because that's where I am like entrenched in all of the details of it, and doing something like that on Dietz's channel.
And it's just not computing in my head. So I'm like, we need T to show us the ways of Delphi.
And I needed you guys to show me all the Karen Reed stuff. So I'm like, to repay the favor, I'm like, I will do like the Delphi for Dummies over on Dietz's channel. So we are we're going to plan something like that. Okay, so let's listen to his other lie, and then we'll talk. I'll pause it.
Blunt trauma, not an animal attack.
I'll rewind it for a second.
O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not an animal attack. A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw. I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason.
Just come forward and bear witness.
Come forward and bear witness. But the problem is his witnesses' stories change so much. Like even the grand jury stuff, they just had emotions that are out on it right now. But even the grand jury stuff, it's like, okay, this person told the grand jury they never even knew this, they didn't know these people at all. And then lo and behold, I think it was Proctor, but then lo and behold, these text messages come out and they're like, hey, Julie said she's going to get you a gift after all this is over.
She's going to give you a big hug.
And he is like, we put this in front of a grand jury full of normal everyday citizens. And with all the evidence we showed them, they went for the indictment. What? With all the evidence you showed them, which we now know at this point that's a lot of it wasn't as accurate as it was made to seem. It was lacking a lot of context in a lot of parts, but And the medical examiner thing was completely off. Like all the medical examiner said is that it was undetermined. Like they could not determine the cause of death.
He suffered some blunt force trauma to the head. Hypothermia contributed, but it is undetermined the manner of death.
Yeah, no, not according to him. He's got it all figured out.
He sure
And then I
did.
don't know if hold on, I lost you guys.
And I know it's super duper jumping ahead, but after this lovely man's office told people not to, there you go, not to destroy phones, and there was a court order that told them not to destroy phones, they took a trip over to the military base to destroy their phones.
I have that pulled up with a timestamp if
You
you
do?
do want
Perfect.
to, if
Yeah,
you
I
want to
do.
play that after this, because I
do.
feel like Higgins is kind of left out of the timeline because we just learned so much about Higgins Friday.
Right. And so, yeah, and they also released like 100 and some documents. I don't know how much is even worth it in the documents, but there's some, tons about Higgins that's coming out that we didn't know at all when any of this stuff was even made. And it's all really all brand new just in the last hearing, which was like 2.5 hours, which there's no way we're going to play tonight.
No. I just got the little portion where Yannetti's up there speaking. So the reason a lot of it comes out is Lolly is filing a motion like demanding the third party defense, right? And so
Right.
that's what Yannetti's up there arguing. And in that argument is when a bunch of this information, he shares a bunch of it about Higgins.
Okay. Let me finish this one and then I'll pull my screen down and share yours.
The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury. And the internet does not know all the facts. Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day.
Michael Proctor was never at 34 Fairview Road on the day of the incident.
Right, but there's a document. This is the one I was trying to find, but I don't know which one I read it in because I read so many of them preparing for this.
I think it's in the unaltered one, but that is what we were just reading with Coffendoffer. She was trying to explain to the media person that remember the on scene and the Canton police office scene, and that's how she was explaining it away.
But so there's a document where it says that they arrive on scene. But I am almost positive, and why I wanted to look at it was because I think it does talk about. I think it does say that they arrive at 34 Fairview.
Okay, I'll see if I can find it for you.
Yeah, I agree. It's just poisoning a jury pool. Like,
absolutely.
The people of Canton and Turtle Boy, they were so loud and so out there that I feel like Morrissey had to do a video and tell people, like, listen, guys, calm down. What we told you was the truth. Don't believe anybody else. And don't believe what you hear that's about to come out of this evidence that you're about to see for yourselves.
This is unacceptable. And I hate, I honestly, like, I'm super pro, like, I believe in our justice system. I really, really do. Like, when law enforcement says something, I lean towards that it's the truth. When a district attorney's coming out and this is what they have, or they give us the probable cause. I hate that now there's another case that I feel like, what the hell are these people doing?
And I never feel like that in a case. And until I started listening to you cover Delphi, I feel it there. But then this one, like
well, and then it's just like, oh, you're just a conspiracy theory, you just conspiracy theory channel, and you just like to, think all the things and whatever. But it's like, there's so many screw ups with the investigations. It's like this doesn't even make sense.
And like you heard him just say, and that becomes the big argument, is that it can't be a giant conspiracy with everyone, and it doesn't have to be a giant conspiracy with everyone. It could absolutely be mishandling of evidence, mishandling of writing police reports, but it could be a conspiracy between just a couple of people as well. It doesn't have to be a giant one where everyone's in on it,
Yeah,
but it
well, that's how I
can
feel
be.
about Delphi. I feel like there's a couple really bad actors, and
Mhm.
everything that's happening is to cover up for those couple of bad actors.
Yeah, and it kind of snowballs from there trying to fix that.
All right, let me finish this one.
While other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict.
That's
Another lie.
Had no reason to step out of this investigation.
Well, we know that's not true. That's, I think, so proven at this point. It's like over proven on how much Proctor and Proctor's family is connected to the Alberts and the McCabe's.
Yep.
When Proctor's mom is saying that the Alberts are like their second family, I think there's an issue.
Yeah. And that's what like makes this message crazy now. Like back in August, we didn't know what we know now about Proctor. So it's like, okay, like, wow. Yeah. Okay. But now I feel like everything that he says, I'm going to actually be starting to think the opposite. And even something that's not proven yet, I'm going to think that that's now in the evidence.
Was Proctor at a wedding with the Alberts? So Proctor is actually in a wedding with Colin Albert. They're in the same wedding. And I think it's Proctor's sister, if I remember correctly. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong.
Courtney?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's his sister's wedding, and they're both in the wedding party together.
Mm-hmm.
Not just at the wedding, they're in the wedding.
In it together, yeah. Like, and there's another picture of them together, like at a ball game or something. And then there's like Proctor's mom. Is it Proctor's mom? One of Proctor's family members comments under an Alberts thing. The Alberts had made a post and said the Alberts, they're, the Proctor's second family or something like that.
Yeah. So that's like my second family. It's Proctor's mom. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they don't know each other, but then Jen McCabe was caught at Proctor's house for like an off-books meeting.
Yeah.
Jesus. So this makes it so like whether she's innocent or guilty, it almost becomes irrelevant, and that's a problem for me.
And that's the thing that sucks.
And I hate that. Yeah.
Because they chose to do things the way that they did and not do some things that they really should have been doing. That is what's going to allow for the reasonable doubt, even if she is guilty. And that sucks.
Or the fact that she's found guilty. These fucking people get away with just doing whatever the hell they want to do.
Yeah.
With and their supervisors do YouTube videos to defend them.
Yep.
That means that the next person, whether you're guilty or not, it's going to happen to you.
Good.
And I mean, to be fair, Karen Reed has the financial status to be able to hire a Yannetti and a Jackson. There's a lot of people out there that probably don't have that kind of money. And
absolutely.
Who knows what other innocent people may be, locked up because of this kind of stuff, because they don't have the support to be able to fight against, this entity.
Well, they say like, okay, so Proctor didn't know Brian Albert. So let me just say, so if one of my very dear friends, even if I don't know his brother, if my very dear friend, who's like my second family, and his brother is now going to be investigated for murder, you don't think I'm going to take care of my best friend? It's not like just my best friend I would do it for. You know what I mean? Like I would do it for his family too. If I'm fucking shady, I'm shady. I'm going to do it.
Absolutely.
All right, man. This is like not even a 6-minute video, and I can't even listen to this, man.
It's so much. Had you not heard this one before?
No, I don't think I've ever watched this.
Oh yeah, this
I
is
never seen it
outrageous.
either.
I saw the clip of it where he's only talking about Michael Proctor not being at the scene. That's the only thing I've seen. I saw it in somebody's video, but I've never watched this from start to finish on its own like this.
To the contrary is a lie. This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others. What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now.
He just talked about the constitutional value to a fair trial. I'm fucking done.
Right.
I
Right.
can't even,
But you missed it.
can't
If you go
even.
back about 2 seconds, he says, it needs to stop now. And you see his hand like pointing, like right now.
It's
Kind
contrary
of
to
a
the
thing.
American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now.
Look at his hand.
I am releasing this recorded statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court.
And I think he didn't want to deal with questions from the media.
Absolutely.
No, hell no, he didn't. And he knew that he was going to say something off the cuff, and it needed to be scripted.
Yep.
Like, no doubt, no doubt. This is the epitome of bullshit right here. There needs to be a fair trial, and he's out here saying this isn't a fair trial. You have literally made it an unfair trial, and that just fucking fires me up. What the hell?
Is wrong and it needs to stop.
Yes, it does. You're right. You are
It
wrong. And you need to
absolutely
stop.
does.
It is crazy. It is crazy.
Wow.
And if the argument is like, okay, all this stuff is happening, in favor of the defense, even though the defense is not doing it, that they try to allege that. But if there's these outside entities that are doing it in favor of Karen Reed, and that's what they're trying to combat, they're the office that should know you don't do this. You don't do this at all because of what it portrays to the public. And yet he's the one out there, pointing fingers and telling people to stop and throwing out false things. Like a lot of the stuff he says, at least 4 things are not true.
Yeah, a DA telling potential jurors that all the state witnesses is 100% truthful. That's a first. Yeah,
Right.
and then all the people that anybody else wants to talk about are just good citizens doing their civic duty, and to leave them alone. Ah, man, that actually that pissed me off a little bit.
That's why I think it's hilarious to say that when they did the bumper, is that what it is? The bumper rule or bumper something? Bumper zone.
Oh, the buffer zone. Yeah.
There you go.
Did you
Buffer
hear about
zone.
that?
Sorry.
There's a buffer zone around the
but when
courthouse
they did the
now.
buffer zone, Lolly's whole point was we can't have these people outside the courthouse because as the jury enters, it's going to influence what their thoughts are on the case. And I'm like, your DA put out a whole 6-minute video, like, make it make sense.
Nobody stopped to be like, dude, don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's a bad idea. We should probably,
Well, there's no gag order in the case.
No.
So,
well,
I mean,
there's only a gag on the FBI documents for obvious reasons.
Right. Well, because it's not done.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no. I mean, so he has the right to do it. But I mean, is it the right thing to do? I don't know. That's kind of crazy to me.
I feel no.
You want to share your screen?
Oh yeah. This one is. I couldn't find that document. I know I will later, but there absolutely is a document out there that talks about him arriving on the scene.
Okay, so this is him talking about. What's he talking about here?
Higgins. It's actually him talking about, the third party, some other dude defense. But it's where we learn a lot of things about Higgins. This guy here in the pink tie right behind his shoulder, I can't think of his name, Nate something. He's a reporter. Watch his face some of the times. It's hilarious.
Okay.
I'll do 1.25.
And just a reminder for those who are learning this, Brian Higgins was the ATF officer who was at the house that night, but left at 1:30 to go into the office to do some admin work.
Yes. I'm trying to think. So, also prior to this statement here, where we're learning a lot, there it came out a couple weeks ago that Higgins and Karen Reed had an extramarital affair. We don't know to what extent, we don't know how far, but we do know that there was some type of extramarital, well, they're not married, but relationship that happened between
There was some
her
type of
and
flirty
Higgins.
text messages that were found, right?
Well, the way that it was presented that there was a relation she cheated on him. It's kinda how it's being presented, but these are just things that are being spit out in motions and stuff, so we don't have the full context of it,
Okay.
but there was
Is this the
something
butt dial
there.
one? Yeah. This is a butt dial guy.
Alright, let me get back over here.
Third-party culprit alone, not third-party culprit as it goes to Bowden, but third-party culprit alone, because of all those factors that I told you, as you well know, the case law is clear, that I have to consider. And if I had to do it now, and you know I can do it pre-trial, right? You know that today I can just exclude it. I'm not inclined to do that, but I need to be able to make those decisions to weigh those factors, because right now I have zero information on
Right,
those.
I understand that, Your Honor, and that was my plan going into today anyway. So the initial question is, why is there a third-party culprit defense?
I forgot how fast they speak. I actually slowed it back down to normal. They do speak very fast, so it is on normal speed, don't worry. There's some
And this
fast
is
talkers.
Yannetti from the defense team speaking.
Correct.
Why is it relevant? And we start, Your Honor, with the fact that our forensic medical examiner, Frank Sheridan, a pathologist, forensic pathologist who has performed himself thousands and thousands of autopsies, has already submitted a sworn affidavit to this court that John O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with having been in a fight and are not consistent with having been hit by a car. Since he submitted that affidavit, the federal authorities have provided us with their reports, whereby FBI experts also corroborate that John O'Keefe's injuries are not consistent with having been hit by a car. They employed experts in biomechanics and kinematics who have reviewed the evidence in this case, and they've confirmed that the physical evidence essentially shows and doesn't show what Dr. Sheridan has opined. So therefore, if John O'Keefe was...
So that's what they say about the John being hit by a car. That's exactly how they word it, of what the FBI found. And that is being picked apart out there on social media, saying that's not what it was, blah, blah, blah. Because Lawley comes back and say they're not representing it or interpreting it the way that the FBI is stating it. I don't know if we're ever going to know, but.
You don't think that that the defense would have the FBI testify or ask them to?
I'm curious. So they were given that 3,100 page report that had some exculpatory things in it for Karen. The way that they state it, and Lawley actually he never denies it. He's just like, they're not interpreting it right, is basically his argument. But he's not saying how they're not interpreting it right. So I'm very curious as to what that's going to lead to in the trial.
Well, they have their own expert, though, too, who already said that it wasn't, and then he's just saying the FBI is in agreement with it.
And they also agreed. So I wonder if will they be able to get the FBI expert to testify?
We can't make them.
Especially because isn't their investigation is still ongoing. I don't know that nobody knows if they're completed. So if they're in an active investigation, they may not want to end up on a bench to speak to it.
Maybe not. Interesting.
Was not hit by a car. That means that Karen Reed did not kill him. And we know that John O'Keefe did not die of natural causes. This was not a heart attack or a stroke. John O'Keefe was injured. He was mortally injured. If he was not hit by a car, as both our expert and FBI confirmed, then he was attacked. And if he was not hit by a car, then there is a third-party culprit or culprits. So by asking this court to prohibit the defense from introducing evidence that others had the motive, opportunity, and the means to attack John O'Keefe, the Commonwealth is essentially asking this court to prohibit Karen Reed from being able to defend herself.
So I don't think they're asking that you be prohibited from doing that. They're asking first to have you tell them what that is.
Right. Well, this is, Your Honor, I'm getting to that in terms of
Right, so go ahead. You have your remarks.
That we're either required to give them or not. It is not our job to solve this case for the prosecution. It's our contention. They had the opportunity to do that, but they failed. It is not our job to name a specific third-party culprit. We do not have to prove that Brian Albert or Colin Albert or Brian Higgins or some combination of them intended to kill John O'Keefe. We don't have to prove that any of them attacked John O'Keefe such that he eventually died. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they didn't. But the fact of the matter is there is evidence that all three of them had a motive, had the opportunity and the means to attack John O'Keefe. Now, the Commonwealth cites Commonwealth versus Conkey in their motion, and as this court started the discussion on this issue when you first took the bench, Conkey makes clear that a defendant has a constitutional right to argue that somebody else may have committed the crime. And certainly, no, the acts of that person can't be too attenuated in time or method of operation, as Mr. Lally mentions. But in terms of being the right time period, Your Honor, you can't get any closer than their presence at the scene at the very time that John O'Keefe was killed. And in terms of the method of operation, given that we have evidence that he was not hit by a car and that he was attacked, all three of these men, either alone or in combination, possess the ability to attack him with or without a weapon. I mean, it's a very low standard here. The Commonwealth acknowledges that. It's a low standard of simple relevance. And the evidence here establishes relevance. Now, I would note, Your Honor, the Commonwealth cites Commonwealth versus Finney. I don't know if they realize this, but that was my case. I represented Roland Douglas Finney before the Supreme Judicial Court, and I represented him at his motion for new trial and at his retrial. And that case, the Finney case, provides strong support for the introduction of third-party culprit evidence here, irrespective of a Bowdoin defense. In fact, the reason that Mr. Finney's conviction was overturned was that his trial counsel failed to pursue a third-party culprit defense. And Your Honor, the third-party culprit defense in Finney was weaker, far weaker than the third-party culprit defense we have here. The evidence of motive in that case was that the third-party culprit made derogatory statements about the victim after she was murdered. No witness in that case put the two of them together. No witness in that case put the third-party culprit at the scene of the murder where the victim was murdered. There was some consciousness of guilt evidence similar to what we have in this case. But in Finney, the SJC ruled that not only was that enough for a defense attorney to present a third-party culprit defense, but he was ineffective for not doing so. And as the court has also touched upon, the SJC found that on the basis of that third-party culprit evidence, which is weaker than what we have here, there were substantial connecting links between that third-party culprit that justified the admission of hearsay in that case. And I want to make it clear, we're not looking to introduce any hearsay statements, so we don't need substantial connecting links here. Now, Your Honor, I could go through with the court the specific evidence we have with regard to motive, opportunity, and means with regard to the three Commonwealth witnesses that I've named.
So go ahead.
Happy to do it. Starting with Brian Higgins. He was present at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th to 29th. He was close friends with the homeowner, Brian Albert. He had a prior romantic interest in Karen Reed. He did not expect Karen and John O'Keefe to be at the Waterfall, that bar, on January 28th. Karen Reed did not greet Higgins, despite the fact that they had previously exchanged flirtatious texts and that she had been at his apartment one evening, although there was nothing that took place between them any more than.
So he's totally setting it up here, right? There, that's what it
Mhm.
was, that she was at his apartment one evening. There were
Jealousy.
flirtatious texts. There was even an argument that had ensued at a wedding between her and John because of Higgins, potentially. That's how the Commonwealth presented it. Um, and so he's not expecting her to be at the bar, and when she shows up, she doesn't greet him.
Nope, she ignores him essentially.
He's
And
upset.
then you get to this house and you got this guy there that you don't like because he's got the woman you want.
Just wait. Gets even more interesting.
Than a peck of a kiss that took place between them any more than a peck of a kiss. At the waterfall, Higgins does not engage with John O'Keefe. He does not say goodbye to John O'Keefe and Karen when he leaves, but before he leaves, he texts Karen, and that text was something to the effect of, well, with a lot of M's.
What do you think that's about?
What? When did he text her that?
Before they leave the bar, before Karen leaves the bar, he texts, well?
Wow.
I can't even
So,
begin to speculate on what that is.
And
I mean,
then
that could go so many different ways, but like,
Mhm.
here you are with your man, like, I thought we were something, but well, I guess not.
Yeah.
and is this where we find out about the messages between Higgins and John or no?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Okay.
it is.
Oh,
That's why I said there is so much
spicy.
in this little, well, it's not little, but there is, well, then what's going to tick you off is once he really gets going here in like the next 3 or 4 minutes, it's going to tick you off what she does. I won't spoil it for you.
Oh, I know. This is when she calls for the break.
Yeah, she calls for
Yeah.
a break for a court reporter. What?
Yeah, court reporter's been doing this for a couple hours now. She's tired.
She tried to take the wind out of his sails is what it was.
ATS, you still up over there?
Is she?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Yeah, like, okay, you wanna play
Yeah.
games or ignore me? Yeah, that's how I'm
Yeah.
taking it,
That's
ATS.
how I feel like it is.
Okay, you want to play games? Yeah. Let's see what
Mhm.
happens.
And that does not look good for Higgins.
Well, with a lot of M's. We know that there was a preservation order from this court, your predecessor, Judge Krupp, to preserve his cell phone, and that Trooper Proctor gave him an edict an order to serve on Brian Higgins, and he left it at the front desk of the Canton Police Station for him. And that Higgins, we learned through the federal investigation, Higgins became angry, demanded that Proctor come back, and he essentially upbraided him and read him the Riot Act, which shows a little bit about Higgins' personality. At the end of the night, everyone discussed going back to 34 Fairview, and when he gets back to 34 Fairview, he texts not Karen, he texts John O'Keefe at 12:20 a.m. He testified before the federal grand jury that he had no knowledge that they had been invited to 34 Fairview.
So he's texting John at 12:20, just remembering the timeline. They arrive, John and Karen arrive at 34 Fairview at 12:24. So he sends John a text in between while they're traveling to the home from the bar. That's just to keep that in mind as we listen.
And he's saying, what did the message say?
He hasn't, I don't remember if he says it, but he hasn't said yet.
Okay.
We'll see.
Grand jury that he had no knowledge that they had been invited to 34 Fairview, but that is contradicted by this text message. And the inference is that he was coaxing John to come to that house. And, we're not saying this gives him a motive to kill John, but we don't have to show that.
Okay, so he doesn't share what the message is. He's just saying that it's coaxing John to come to the house. Yeah. I thought, dang, this was a bombshell this week.
So, Deets, do we know what
I tried
around
to
what
highlight.
dates those text
Huh?
messages were from between Karen and Higgins?
I'd have to go back and get it. It was around Super Bowl, remember? Because
Of this
John was
year?
throwing no, it was
Oh,
when John
of
was
course
still
not
alive,
this year.
so
What the hell? I'm sorry.
it would have been Super Bowl of 21 then, because he died on January 28th, 29th of 22, so, Super Bowls are typically in February, right? January, February, so
Right.
but I'd have to go back and look to confirm it for sure,
So
but
the messages between Karen and Higgins are back from like a year prior to that, and
I
he's
wonder
still like messaging her this night like something's up.
yeah. So, was there
I'm
still something
curious to
going
know.
on?
I'm
What?
curious to know when those messages actually stopped.
Well, that's one of
Super
those
Bowl
things we get to learn at
2022
trial.
was February 13th, so it has to be from the year before if
So it
it's Super
had to have been 21, thank you.
Unless you're
I
saying
couldn't
around
remember.
Super Bowl, which I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, it was a football party, so Super Bowl's the end of them anyway, so it was some I do believe it was around Super Bowl time. Again, I'd have to go back and confirm that one for sure, but
I'm just thinking it could be,
yeah.
Super Bowl anytime right around there would still right around the time John O'Keefe dies is around Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
True. Very true. Okay. Unsafe bot said not sure if it was the Super Bowl or just a regular season game.
Yeah.
They mentioned something.
Well,
But to know, I mean, we don't get to know what the text is yet. Hopefully we will during the trial. But just to have him state that it was coaxing John there,
mm-hmm.
that's
Mm-hmm.
suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
And to know
Oh.
that like Higgins and John had exchanged numbers at one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
Oh yeah.
interesting. Like Karen doesn't have anybody's phone numbers.
But yeah, that's true. He has John's number. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, they were at the party together. No, they were friendly because they were at a football game of some sorts together, and I'm pretty sure that was over at John's house when that happened. Yeah, remember? Because there was like the kiss in the garage. That was a whole thing.
I haven't seen those text messages, but okay. I think Karen and John were back together
like 2 years.
3 years.
They got together during the pandemic, so sometime in 2020.
So 2 years.
Mhm.
Okay. They had dated in their 20s.
Correct. So I don't know how long overall.
Okay.
Man, messy.
Motive to feel hostility or animosity, you have to show that. Any motive to feel hostility or animosity towards John O'Keefe goes to his motive. And Your Honor, when Brian Higgins and Brian Albert are in that house, they're the only two people who are unaccounted for when the rest of the group was in the kitchen. And they claimed that they were looking at photographs together. And we have evidence that they were in the basement. We believe that Brian Albert made a mistake before the state grand jury by testifying they went upstairs to look at photos. Brian Higgins says unequivocally that the only place the two went.
First of all, okay, I know this blew my mind too that they're in the basement, but I'm gonna go back, watch this redhead's face. She was like, oh,
Okay. All right.
right
Oh,
there.
yeah,
I paused right on it because I'm like,
that
that was my face the first time I heard it too. I was like,
they have proof that they were in the basement.
Yep. While everybody else was in the kitchen. How do they have that proof? Okay.
We believe that Brian Albert made a mistake before the state grand jury by testifying they went upstairs to look at photos. Brian Higgins says unequivocally that the only place the two went was into the living room to look at photos and military ribbons, whatever they were looking at. Brian Higgins did not know that Brian Albert had said they went upstairs. And he also testified he had never been upstairs at Brian Albert's house in his life. That means that if Brian Albert said they went upstairs, they're coming up from the basement. And before leaving 34 Fairview, Brian Higgins testified he was parked right in front of the mailbox. He would have had to have walked by where John O'Keefe's body was. His headlights, when he got in his vehicle, would have been illuminating where John O'Keefe's body would have been in the yard if it were actually there. So how does he know?
So remember, all this testimony that all those witnesses gave was Karen's vehicle out front and Ryan Nagel's vehicle. Well, now we're also finding out that Higgins' vehicle was parked in front of the house as well, in
And
front of the
nobody has
mailbox.
mentioned that before.
Nope.
And it's parked on the street, not in the driveway.
In front of the mailbox, correct.
In front of the mailbox.
Yes. Just so,
Can
like,
you show
what
the
was
picture of the
actually
house?
seen?
Yeah. Well,
I'm
it's on my
interested to see
screen. So
where's the mailbox.
it's closer to the driveway. So it's like probably right past the driveway, which would make sense why she didn't just pull straight, why Karen didn't pull straight up. When she stops at the driveway, she has to like kind of go up and around. You know what I mean? And like, so why she ends up further up by like the flagpole because there's already a car there. Which car was Higgins driving?
We don't know.
Because this is also a big question I have, is because Lucky says that there was a Ford Edge that was parked on the street.
Yep, he sure did.
And he's not there at 1:30. He's there way later. Hey, Lilith.
Yeah, he comes by at like.
There's somebody who has to know
like
what Higgins
2.
drives. I don't remember what it is, but.
One of the other things that I was just thinking of right now is if Karen pulls up and she sees Higgins' car there and she's already got that text message and John gets a text message, they could be potentially arguing. And she is like, I know if we go in the house, it'll be bad.
Could be. Does John know that that they had kissed?
I don't know if we know that.
So, Unsafe Bot, you raise a great question. How could Nagel have seen her taillights if Higgins was the car between them? Why does Nagel never mention this?
Yeah. Unless Higgins comes after him.
Colin has a Ford Edge. Well,
because
he
what
could.
If
I think
Karen
he could see her taillights because if I think it depends on what the cars are, because we know that the one car Higgins we know he had was that Jeep with the plow on it, but we don't know. I don't know if he was driving it that night. So it would make sense if he's in a Ford F-150, he's up higher, she's in an SUV, and a Ford Edge. You know, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit bigger, but it's not.
It's a lot shorter to the ground, yeah.
Right. So he would still be able to see her taillights because they're both a little bit more raised up, depending on what Higgins was driving.
And he still pulls out and goes around or past her anyway, so he could have seen him then as well. But
there's no Ford Edge on the street when the cops are there.
And it's not even brought up until like a year and a half later when they interview Lucky.
Yeah,
and we
so
never hear
who owns the Ford Edge?
Yeah.
All
There's
right,
2 Ford Edges in this case. Yeah, so there's Colin has a Ford Edge, and then somebody else owns a Ford Edge, and I'm like racking my brain, but it's 12:30 here, and I cannot remember who it is, but somebody else has a Ford Edge as well.
So, well, the Unsafe Bot, the rumor I heard was that he potentially was driving his like police car, not the actual police car, but he had a police vehicle, and so he was returning that at 1:30. And then I've also heard the administrative work, so I don't know. It was one of those things I never followed up on. I never figured it out. Brian Albert has a Ford Edge?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't.
Higgins getting lucky. Lucky got Higgins.
Higgins is not cute.
No, he's not. He's really. I mean, actually, so that one photo that I had of him is really bad. He does look better in other photos, but he's. I mean, John is definitely a lot cuter.
Yeah. Wait. So how many of the fucking Alberts had Ford Edges?
Kevin have done? Maybe it's just Kevin and I'd only heard of 2, not 3, but I had heard of 2. Maybe it's just Kevin and Colin. I don't know.
Like
all of them. I
like literally, if you're an Albert, you
killing
afford
me
it.
tonight. You
They
just
didn't
get
know
it at 16. You inherit all the Ford Edge.
Okay, so Brian, Colin, and Kevin all have
They all
Ford Edge.
have Ford Edges. So what, Chris? He's just the unlucky one without a Ford Edge.
You don't know that? He could have one too.
He sold his.
Maybe Julie has one.
Oh my goodness.
This is weird. Okay.
Here we go.
All right, is there more to this part?
Do not see it.
A little bit.
He then goes back to the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning after leaving 34 Fairview. He claimed to do some administrative work, but then he admitted to the federal grand jury that he was there to move his car because of the upcoming snowstorm. This suggests that he was fabricating a reason for going back to Canton Police to establish an alibi for himself. He was asked several times at the federal grand jury if he had any conversations with anyone before he went to bed. And when was he notified that John O'Keefe was dead? In the morning, he said. He testified under the pains and penalties of perjury that he had absolutely no contact with any person that night for any reason whatsoever. But he apparently was surprised that the federal authorities had subpoenaed his phone records, and he had to admit, and he did admit under oath, he made that 2:22 a.m. phone call around the same about 5 minutes before Jennifer McCabe is Googling how long to die in the cold, about 8 minutes before Brian Loughran, the plow driver, first drives by the house and sees nobody at all. And the next morning, Brian Higgins, the first person he spoke to was Brian Albert.
I'm going to stop you for a minute. I think we need a.
So there's a little bit more when they come back. They're going to take a break.
I just can't believe that he's in the middle of his presentation.
In the
She
middle of
doesn't even ask him, I hate to interrupt you, but can you just give me an idea of how much longer you have? I know that we need to take a break and I just want to plan accordingly. You know what I mean? Like he's like, I have 3 minutes left, and she doesn't hear. She's just like, no, we're going to go ahead and take a break.
Yeah, she said a 5-minute break. It ends up being like a 25-minute break, by the way. Like, what?
She did that shit on purpose.
He was hitting the Commonwealth with the 1-2 and laying it the whole case out for people. And she was like, "Oh, hold on, we can't have this now. Hold
My
on."
court reporter's tired. Let's stop right there mid-sentence.
Court reporter's like, no, I'm fine, Bev. I'm good. She's like, no, you're not. We're taking a fucking break.
You need a break, man. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's just a little bit more here that you're gonna want to hear.
Okay.
Your Honor, I left off with the morning of January 29th. The first person that Brian Higgins spoke to was Brian Albert. He had missed a call from Chief Kenneth Berkowitz earlier. Immediately after getting off the phone with Brian Albert, Brian Higgins drives back to 34 Fairview, where he has a meeting with just about all the witnesses in this case: Brian Albert, Julie Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe. And immediately after that friends and family meeting on his day off, which is a Saturday, he returns to the Canton Police Department, where he speaks with all of the first responding officers who had anything to do with this case. So this is a quote unquote.
So he has a phone call with, was it Berkowitz, or is that who he said?
Brian Albert first.
Yeah. And then who was the officer he just said?
He said he spoke to the first responders.
My computer's like lagging for some reason.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of confused on the way that whole thing went down. So he's not saying that Higgins went back after the 2:22 call, right? He's saying that after he talks to Brian in the morning, and so he gets the call.
So he ignores the call from Berkowitz and he calls Brian Albert back. And then Higgins drives back to 34 Fairview. And this is the morning O'Keefe was found, where he has a meeting. And that's when they're doing the interview. Like all the witnesses are there, remember? And
Yes.
then he goes down to Canton PD, where all the first responding officers are. And he's a part of all of that, starts communicating there. So they're laying out how he has inserted himself in these key points of the
And it's his day
investigation.
off, and he goes back to Canton PD to be involved in what's happening with the first responders.
Yep.
And he's not even supposed to be working.
Isn't this wild?
Now I do see how we were talking earlier about how like it really feels like everybody is throwing Higgins under the bus. And I see now like they if nobody else is involved, okay, fine, but they all sure are like, I don't know, everything points to Higgins the way he's describing it right now.
He's making himself look extremely suspicious, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Officers who had anything to do with this case. So this is a quote unquote witness accessing and communicating with all the first responding officers, we would argue monitoring what they're doing in regard to the investigation. According to Brian Higgins, he admitted that Chief Berkowitz is one of his best friends, and that's why he had access to all these people. We have a law enforcement witness who will testify to seeing Chief Kenneth Berkowitz and Brian Higgins alone with Karen Reed's vehicle on the afternoon of January 29th of 2022 for, quote, a wildly long time.
So,
wow.
So get ready for this next part.
Wait.
Hold on, I gotta wrap my mind around this part first.
But Berkowitz was the one in our timeline who randomly was driving by on patrol near 34 Fairview.
Yes.
Happened to see this tail light.
After he visited the victim's home.
Wow.
So it's not Proctor that's necessarily planting evidence. It's fucking Berkowitz.
It could be. Berkowitz ended up retiring, and it was actually Higgins that like spoke out at his gave a speech at his retirement party. That's how close those two are. Definitely. Best friends is like an understatement.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Before you start this next part, who's the one that's caught on camera talking about the FBI? I mean, is it Higgins? Is it Higgins that's caught in the backyard barbecue? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I never heard of it, yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna find that. You keep playing this.
You got a little juicy nugget that we're not even aware of.
Right?
Holy cow.
I don't know which one it is, though. I don't know how juicy it is because I don't remember which one it is.
All right, let's play a little more. I know I'm gonna have to pause. It happened so quick, the things he's spouting out.
So is this a name that's been in the materials? Is this a name?
Long time.
So is this a name that's been in the materials? Is this a name known to the Commonwealth, or
Yes.
is this somebody new? Okay.
We've now received video surveillance from the Canton Police Department that shows that there is an interior camera in the Sallyport garage where the car was housed. But during the exact time that third-party officer indicates that Berkowitz and Higgins were in the Sallyport together, the video mysteriously cuts out for 42 minutes.
Wow.
I'm sorry, my face is the redhead back here this whole time. She's just like, what?
Check out the blonde, though.
She looks. Oh no, this one like right behind him.
No, right here, the one in the pink shirt over here on the.
Oh yeah, her face. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
the pink shirt is the one I'm watching. Her face looks like mine right now.
This guy's over here. He's
She got
just
all hot.
laughing
She had
the
to take her
whole
sweater
time.
off.
But yeah.
Okay. So who's in the Sallyport?
Berkowitz.
There's a camera. There's
and
surveillance
Higgins.
in that area. They learned there was surveillance in that area, and another officer told the defense that during the time where the vehicle was taken to the Sallyport garage to be inspected, for 40 minutes, Berkowitz and Higgins go to the car For that 40 minutes, there is no videotape, no video recording while they are in there.
42 minutes.
42 minutes.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? So now not only do we have missing footage from the library,
The
there's
library.
missing video, like the time frame in which Karen Reed will be driving by and you would be able to see the tail light, it's missing. Now we have missing camera footage from inside the police station.
So and the ring camera from the house across the street with the ex-deputy chief.
That's true.
That
And then
that's gone too.
there is also missing ring footage from the O'Keefe's ring camera, and they try to blame Karen Reed for that. I
What?
can't remember if it's her, like, they were, like, implying that she somehow had gotten on, like, the Ring app on her phone or something and deleted it, but I can't remember which, like, it was her.
Proctor
There's
happened to
no
have
footage.
John O'Keefe's phone.
No, that Karen had gotten into her. Well, that's true, he did have his phone.
He had
But
his
I
phone.
don't know that the footage is really that important. It was just her arriving home. We have the audio they have the audio of her
She
arriving
doesn't
home,
back
and
in,
you
so
can
we wouldn't
hear
be able
the
to see her tail light.
yeah. So, but still, there's so much missing footage and stuff happening here. How would anyone not think, like, what in the heck is going on?
Between the butt dials and missing footage, I don't know.
The butt
Fucking Jen
dial.
McCabe just doesn't know how to keep her damn mouth shut.
And all the cell phone data you could ever need.
Yeah.
Let me see if it's on here.
Lesson to all, just because you delete it on your phone doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Hey, preach.
Video mysteriously cuts out for 42 minutes. Between 5:08
Yes,
People are so like, holy shit.
the
They're like,
guy's like, quiet
what?
now, please. Like, I mean, even this
So
reporter's
the
face
gallery
is
started to get a little riled up. Like, what?
like, yeah. Sorry, I just had to hear that. That was funny.
5:08 and 5:50 p.m. And just to be clear here, we never get to see the condition of the taillight when it's brought into the garage. When we do see the car, we see it after Brian Higgins, Chief Berkowitz, Michael Proctor, and Yuri Butnick have all had access to it. At 5:36 p.m., the car pings that it's arrived in the Sallyport. That's during the missing video. Trooper Proctor, Trooper Butnick never sees Brian Higgins' phone. They speak with him, and he takes it upon himself to use his own resources, Brian Higgins, within the federal government to ask a friend, Special Agent Matt Kelch, to download only the text messages in his phone between Karen and him and John. And that's it. We have to take his word for it that we got all of them. And we certainly don't have any communications between him and Brian Albert, for instance. On February 10th, when he shows up to his interview with Troopers Butnick and Proctor, he brings with him copies of the text that he has deemed relevant in their murder investigation.
Wow.
And he hands them the copies of the extraction that he had his friend do. He then calls Matt Kelch the weekend.
Hold on. He had his friend do the phone extraction, and he brings them what he deems to be important from his phone.
He had his FBI friend extract just the messages between him and John and him and Karen, and then he brings to his interview, he brings only what he has deemed important.
Yeah.
And everyone's okay with this.
Yeah. And no, he didn't extract the stuff between him and Brian Albert. None of it. Is it Chris Albert he talked to in the middle of the night? None of that.
Nothing. It was Brian, but yeah. Nothing to see here.
Wow.
But it gets even a little bit better here.
I don't even know if I can find this stupid interview, by the way. Not interview.
Of this incident to do the limited extraction. He never tells Trooper Butnick or Trooper Proctor how he extracted the tests, despite the fact that it was done by a friend of his in the federal government. During the federal proffer, Brian Higgins admits that he had been served with a preservation order, and the Commonwealth told him he could destroy his phone despite the order. He then drives to a military base on Cape Cod, opens his phone, breaks the SIM card, and throws the phone away. And he says that he discussed destroying his phone with Brian Albert. Brian Albert also destroyed his phone. And Brian Albert said that he had received some text that concerns him as an explanation. And
What?
Okay. That
So
doesn't even make any sense. This doesn't make any sense.
There's a federal proffer to not destroy their or to not get rid of their phones. And what do these guys do? Well, Higgins, he drives to the local military base and snaps his SIM card in half and then destroys his phone after some text messages between him and Brian Albert. What?
But here's the thing, though, Deet. So I know that's another point of contention. Do they actually have proof that the Commonwealth told them to destroy them?
Oh, to destroy them. Oh.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that they admitted it. Lolly brings it up that that
After
it was
this?
not after this. It was in the last one because that's
Before.
when we found out that they had destroyed their phone. When everybody's all the lawyers are getting up saying we're not, my client's not the target of the investigation. Blah blah blah. It's during that hearing.
Okay.
Morrissey was the one that told him it was okay to destroy their phones.
Wow.
Yeah, Morrissey, who's totally up for a fair trial over here.
Right.
It tells them to go ahead and disobey a court order to preserve the data on their phones.
There are going to be so many docuseries and movies made out of this. I can just tell. Like, this script is insane. And it's not even a script. This is real life. This is happening.
When does he say he says something about Higgins in a proffer? When does he say that? Do you know?
He just said it here. I'll go back a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, you were probably looking for that.
A stupid video. So irritating.
Here, it can't be much. I think I went back, partner.
Despite the fact that it was done by a friend of his in the federal government. During the federal proffer, Brian Higgins admits that he had been served with a preservation order, and the Commonwealth told him he could destroy.
You know what a proffer is, right?
Order.
Well, I wish you would explain it a little better than I can.
Let me just look up federal proffer first. So essentially, it's like an offer of proof with the hope that you won't be charged with anything. Like if I tell you the truth, like you'll kind of leave me alone.
Almost like immunity, kind of.
It can't. Well, some people consider it immunity, but not always is it actually given with immunity. So this one is a written contract between the federal prosecutor and a defendant or someone under a criminal investigation. So the person gives the information to the prosecutor if that information is helpful and their statements are true, and can then they won't use those statements against them later in a criminal proceeding against them. So him saying the word proffer there is very, very important.
That's a lot more telling than I thought it was.
Yes.
But he says during a federal so we don't know who
Higgins says during a federal proffer, no?
Yeah,
well, let's listen to it again. It's just so Yannetti just says, let's hear it one more time so we have the full context of it. Because I'm like, he just briefly mentions it. He says during a federal proffer.
But he's talking about Higgins, right?
Yeah, he is talking about Higgins this whole time. Just listen to the wording real quick.
Never tells Trooper Buchnick or Trooper Prochner how he extracted the tests, despite the fact that it was done by a friend of his in the federal government. During the federal proffer, Brian Higgins admits that he had been served with a preservation order, and the Commonwealth told him he could destroy his phone despite the order.
There you go.
So during the federal proffer, I believe that would mean that they were in an agreement, but things hadn't fully played out yet. But during that time, he had an order from them. So he had already signed the agreement that he wouldn't destroy the phone. But then the Commonwealth told him it's fine to destroy the phone.
Go
They
ahead
didn't just
and
tell
do
them
it.
I don't think they said it's fine. I think they were telling them to destroy the phones.
Yeah. I'd have to go back and
Versus
find
like,
that, but
hey,
I'm
it's
pretty
okay
sure
if
it
I
was
destroy
like,
this phone. Like, I'm gonna get rid of this phone. Like, is it okay? Is it time where I can go ahead and destroy it? Like, that would be weird that both of them are thinking that at the same time. And then, so it's more than likely what he's saying is they were told to destroy their phones.
mm-hmm.
And that's why the FBI is not leaving right now.
Oh no, that's why that investigation is definitely ongoing. Something wicked this way comes. Oof.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So this doesn't mean anything necessarily
sorry.
for Karen Reed's case.
No.
I mean, it could, because we don't know what he's proffering. We don't know what
Right.
the federal investigation seems to be into the law enforcement people,
Right.
which is also going to pertain to this case. I don't know where it would end up, because it could just end up into like them not following the court orders and whatever hinky stuff they have going on behind the scenes in their own, on their own without the Karen Reed case. But if there is really hinky stuff going on and John O'Keefe has any knowledge of that, and they can prove that John O'Keefe had any knowledge of that, you're talking major motive. But they're not saying that. They're saying it's jealousy. So,
But I think that while the proffer may not benefit Karen Reed, being able to prove that like these people, while under an order to not destroy evidence, such as the phone, still chose to destroy, like, who knows what was potentially in there that could have proved she didn't do this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and again, all they have to do is just argue and put that reasonable doubt in people's mind.
right.
That's what it gives them.
And that's what he's saying. I don't have to prove to you that they actually did this crime. I just have to prove to you that there's a very good chance, or I just have to prove to a jury that there's a very good chance that Karen didn't commit this crime.
Correct. Man. This
It's
is such
a
a
lot.
wild one. It is a wild one.
Drives to a military base on Cape Cod, opens his phone, breaks the SIM card, and throws the phone away. And he says that he discussed destroying his phone with Brian Albert. Brian Albert also destroyed his phone. And Brian Albert said that he had received some text that concerns him as an explanation. And after that, Brian Higgins changes his phone number and changes his cell carrier. In short, he was present that night. He had a motive, and there is plenty of consciousness of guilt cover-up evidence with regard to Mr. Higgins. Moving on to Colin Albert. Shortly before January 29th of 2022, Colin Albert lived with his parents, Christopher Albert and Julie Albert, on John O'Keefe's street, just 2 doors down. We have evidence of bad blood between Colin Albert and John O'Keefe. We have evidence.
How old was Colin Albert at that time?
I believe he was 16 at that time.
Okay.
I was 17,
We have
but okay.
evidence that Colin Albert and John O'Keefe used to get in confrontations because Colin Albert used to cut through his yard without permission, and John O'Keefe was not happy about that. We have evidence that Colin Albert used to throw beer cans into John O'Keefe's bushes, and John O'Keefe was not happy about that. We have evidence that Christopher and Julie Albert knew of this conflict. We have evidence that they referred to John O'Keefe as Nebercracker. That's a character from I think a kid's movie, who was known as the get off my lawn guy. When John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were vacationing in Aruba over New Year's Eve 2022, the Alberts, Christopher and Julie, taunted him. They went to his porch and they had photos taken.
This is what I was talking about earlier.
Drinking on John's property when he wasn't there to do anything about it, evidencing they knew how upset he was at what Colin Albert had been doing. Now,
Wow.
the investigators in this case, Your Honor, including Michael Proctor, kept Colin Albert's name completely out of the police report. When this case began, I had no idea who Colin Albert was. I received a tip right from the jump that Brian Albert and his nephew had beaten up John O'Keefe. I didn't even know Brian Albert had a nephew at that time. But after receiving the tip, I learned of the conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe. So I sent a letter to Mr. Lally, I believe by certified mail. I knew that the DA's office was planning to present evidence or witnesses to a grand jury, and at that early juncture, before anybody had asked them to indict, I notified the DA of 3 potential suspects, the ones that I'm talking about now: Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert. After he received that letter at our next court appearance, I'm sure Mr. Lally can confirm this, he acknowledged that both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins would be testifying or had testified before the grand jury, but he questioned why I included Colin Albert in my letter. He told me at the time that he had no evidence that Colin Albert was there that night. However, after receiving my letter, lo and behold, multiple witnesses testified that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th to 29th. And now the DA will argue, I'm sure, at trial, that he left before Joan O'Keefe arrived. We don't find their evidence compelling. We don't accept it. We are not required to accept their theory of the case. We're entitled to present a defense.
I just like the way he says that. Like, we don't find it compelling. We don't accept it.
We don't believe their bullshit. They lie about everything else.
Well, I mean, it was like, well, I have no evidence. Lolly's saying there's no evidence that Colin's there. And then during the grand jury, multiple witnesses testified that he was indeed there. Crazy.
And then they go interview him a year and a half later.
Then they interview him.
His presence at 34 Fairview gave him the opportunity, along with the motive, to harm John O'Keefe. With regard to Brian Albert, Your Honor, this is a well-connected, well-known, powerful family in the town of Canton, Massachusetts. Brian Albert was present at that home when Colin Albert was there. Colin Albert is a member of the Albert family. He's nephew of Brian Albert. We have evidence that Brian Albert had expressed hostility toward John O'Keefe as well. And we know that he initiated a phone call with Brian Higgins at 2:22 in the morning. He reached out to Brian Higgins. And then he picked up the phone when Brian Higgins came back, and they spoke for 22 seconds. And they never revealed any of that to investigators. Again, consciousness of guilt. And perhaps most of all, Brian Albert is a first responder. He is duty bound to help somebody who's in trouble. He was notified that John O'Keefe was in trouble. Brian Albert stayed in his home. He knew what was going on outside. His sister-in-law was out there, civilians, medical personnel eventually arrived. He did nothing. That is also consciousness of guilt. Now, Your Honor, with regard to all of that third-party culprit evidence, to admit it substantively, which I would assert to the court is both overwhelming and powerful. With regard to the Bowden argument here, the police investigated none of that. That didn't come from the Commonwealth. They had a complete lack of curiosity as to what was going on in that house that night. They didn't care. Investigators never went in. The feds investigated, and that's where we got a majority of this evidence. So, to the extent that the Commonwealth now claims that they didn't have notice of this, I beg to defer. They got notice of this when we got notice of this. The Finney case, Your Honor, again, I'm well familiar with it. It stood for the proposition that, if you want to point the finger at a third-party culprit, you've got a constitutional right to do that. And if you want to point out inadequacies in a police investigation, you have a constitutional right to do that. It is for those reasons that I ask you to deny the Commonwealth's motions.
Okay. Thank you.
That was her heavy sigh. Like, she was heavy sighing all over this here.
Like, I'm done talking.
Yeah. I won't play it, but it goes on. Like, Lolly's response is hilarious. Like, that's when he says about the motion cameras, that they sometimes to pick up motion.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Oh, Nunya
Oh.
left, and I was looking for the dang thing. Oh, Nunya!
She's
I'm
listening.
sorry,
She
honey.
wrote in the back chat. She's like, "It's past my bedtime."
Aw, thank you so much for coming up. I had so much fun with you.
I know, she's the best. Ah.
I feel bad I didn't get to say goodbye to her, though. Like, all right, I'll tell her
Way to
later.
go, Funyai Nunyai.
I know, right?
When she
Over
calls
here,
me
like,
on
digging through
Discord.
this stupid.
That
Okay, so
You're
it's.
still looking for it?
I was still looking for it. Yeah, so I was on a different screen. So there's a pool party barbecue in somebody's backyard, and you can hear who in my memory wants to say it's Brian Higgins talking about the FBI.
Huh. Let me see if I can
But
Google it real quick.
I'm telling you, it's like a 6-second clip. So I didn't want to get caught snoring on panel. Oh, I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for being here and playing the part of the Commonwealth.
She did good.
You did a great job as the Commonwealth. You vaguely remember this. Okay, and it's like hot mic about the FBI. And so I'm like doing all these stupid keyword searches, but because I'm not 100% sure that it was Brian Higgins, I don't know what else to search, because if I search Karen Reed hot mic, it keeps pulling up the hot mic from the courtroom.
From courtrooms.
I don't remember where I watched it, Phoebe. It could have been Twitter. I did so much research coming into this that I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know where I saw it. I saw things that I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever find those again. I should have downloaded it, but I didn't. Did I? Maybe I did. No, I don't think I did. I don't remember downloading any videos. But it's a super quick. Maybe it might be Brian Albert. I'm not sure. Somebody's caught on a hot mic. I got a Facebook Live or a Instagram Live or something like that, and he's telling people about having to go.
Maybe?
I don't know what it is.
Let me see. Karen Reed.
I'll find it for you at one point, and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I want to hear that because I don't know what that is.
I'll keep looking. Do you want to play? What's his name? Lolly's response to this about being
I'm
butt
down. It's
okay.
so funny. It's so funny.
It was Colin and his friends, maybe.
We could probably speed him up a little bit. He talks pretty slow.
He was they were doing like a live like with themselves. Like it was like not nothing for the case. It was they were just talking and having fun and jumping in the pool and doing crazy shit like, kids do.
Is that the one where he's like it's where the bang bang comes from? Colin says like bang bang or someone in chat's gonna know what I'm talking about. He's like trying to be all gangster. That might be it.
Yeah, and they're just caught like somebody's in the background, and I don't remember if it's Brian or the other Brian. I don't remember who it is.
I'll look through my messages with Sleuthy because she would have sent something like that to me. Let me see.
Okay. Like I said, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just now, you know how I can't find something that fucking irritates the shit out of me for the rest of the night.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Like you're like a dog with a bone. I'm the same way.
He like growls into the mic.
Just first,
Again,
what the case law requires is evidence,
so
and not just mere speculation. Or saying that you have evidence is not actually evidence. I do find it somewhat interesting that Mr. Yannetti wrote apparently 4.5 pages of notes, but didn't have time to write a motion to admit the evidence that he claims that he has.
That's a dig.
In regard to third-party culprits.
For sure. It's
like, why are you paying attention to how many notes he has, but he didn't have time to write a motion?
Says the dude who couldn't produce the discovery, but okay.
Dr. Sheridan, who indicated that the injuries are consistent with the fight. He's the same doctor who indicated that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with the dog bite, which was then refuted by the DNA findings from UC Davis, as well as the fact that the injuries are only on one side of the arm. And last time I checked, dogs have teeth on the top and the bottom, and there's
but that's where it's so important if you watch that Melanie Little video with the dog expert. Like,
yeah, I'll put that in chat again because I'm not gonna have time to get to it tonight. But I did put it on my playlist. And depending on how tomorrow goes, maybe I'll do just some of these odds and ends that we weren't able to get to tonight. Not you. I don't want to listen to it again, even though I probably need to add you.
Because they have, it doesn't mean they're going to show up the way that he's trying to portray it. So it's really interesting.
and there's no injuries
Okay,
to the
look
bottom.
when I refresh.
Mr.
Oh, what?
You can't see my screen. Never
No.
mind. There's somebody live right now.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding. It just popped up on my screen. Like I just refreshed to see my playlist, and it's there live. Okay, let me find the one with Melanie Little. I have not got to watch this myself yet, but I was told by very intelligent women that this is very good. So it's on Melanie Little. She's an attorney. She's covered a lot of Karen Reed stuff. I actually really like Melanie, and she had a dog trainer come on, or is he a dog trainer? Is that what you call him? Like I said, I haven't watched it, so I don't know what his title is.
He's like one of the top police dog trainers in the country. Like his dad did it for like decades, and now he's done it for decades and has trained so many. It's definitely worth a watch. It's long, but you can put it on 1.5 speed and get through it, in half the time. It's pretty.
I think it'll be a good video to watch anyway. Those are the types of things I enjoy watching, regardless of the case, because they're things that you can take with you to other situations.
Other cases. Absolutely. You learn so much about what dog bites look like, how dogs attack. And he even calls it, I guess she had sent him over the picture and told nothing about the case. And he just looked at the picture and he had an idea of, he comes on and says that, in his belief, it was an untrained dog, and then come to find out, nope, Chloe was not professionally trained at all. And he's like, oh, yep, that makes complete sense. That's what it looks like, is an untrained dog.
An untrained dog, so they don't latch down.
Yeah.
Phoebe says his job is to train dogs to bite. That's his title.
Yes, official title.
That's his official title. He trains dogs to bite. And Caroline, was it Colin? Like I said, I just remember watching it. I couldn't, and I don't want to put out there who was caught on the hot mic, but in my mind I thought it was possibly Brian Higgins, but I could be very wrong. And so I wanted to play it and find it so I could put the correct info out there, but I don't know where the hell it is.
Well, between all of us, we'll find it. You can have tomorrow's roster of.
That's true.
Yeah. Loose ends. You can call it loose ends.
Karen Reed's loose ends. Like what? Yeah. What did we not get to? Okay. All right. Let's listen to
some loose ends.
Fucking loose ends over here. Talk about tentacles. Like Delphi supposedly has tentacles. This case has tentacles.
So many rabbit holes and ways that you can interpret and go with stuff. It is wild. This is her dad back here, by the way.
Where? In the green?
In the turtleneck.
Oh, that is her dad. Yeah.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Furthermore, the counsel references the federal grand jury materials in which I would say, as has been done numerous times previously, is severely mischaracterized as to what they actually contain. And it's not a crash reconstructionist as it's been alleged here before, it's a biomechanical engineer. And essentially what they did was take painstaking lengths to determine that the defendant's vehicle did not strike Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the head, which is simply something that no one has ever said, intimated at any point ever. There is also a medical examiner in the federal materials who concurs completely with Dr. Scortibello's findings as it pertains to the cause and manner of death.
The findings of undetermined? That's a shocker.
Yeah. They're not, but are they actually saying that they believe that the injuries are consistent with being hit by this vehicle? Because that's what I'm just not getting. Like, how are they going to explain the different injuries to his body being from her car?
So so throughout this whole thing, throughout all the hearings, they have kind of changed just slightly. If you go back and watch all the hearings in order, they change how he was hit. There's a 3-point turn is mentioned, the speed, like Sleuthy mentioned earlier, that then it shifted into just a straight backing up at 27 point something miles per hour and all these other things. And now he just interpretation and semantics, right? And so I feel like that's what's happening here. Well, no one's ever alleged that he was hit in the back of the head with the tail light.
Okay, so what's he hit in the back
what
of the head with? Because he has a wound. So how are you explaining
Yep,
it? How do you
exactly.
explain the amount of scratches on his arm? How do you explain the bruising on the back of his hands?
Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
I mean, I'm not
'Cause
saying that they're wrong per se, but it doesn't like this doesn't make it doesn't add up. The math
they're
ain't
just
math. This is like
they're
bad
not
YouTube.
they're not clear bad YouTube math. They're not
It really
clear and
is.
concise as to what they're even alleging. And that's what gives them the wiggle room to kind of twist and move around these things that, then the defense will come back with this and they're like, well, no one ever said that. And like, it's a huge semantics game.
This is a great question. And if he's not hit in the back of the head with the car, what part of his body has the wounds from the car?
And where's the damage on the car too? Like what part, right? Like you said, like what part of his body hit the taillight then? And would that have not caused damage like significant damage elsewhere? All those scratches and no skin found on her car. Nope, none. A
Yeah, no
total
DNA.
a hair that might not be a hair that they haven't been able to pull DNA from that we're
And
aware of
here's
yet.
the thing, even if it is a fucking hair, she lives at his house.
Right, right. That's what that came back not too long
You're
ago
gonna
that,
need a hair with DNA on it that it's gonna
Mhm.
show that it's from a blunt force trauma, or well, according to him, it's not blunt force trauma. But you're gonna I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know how they're going to try this case and make it even make sense. Like I can't even imagine where this is gonna go.
Where's the blood and tissue? Right, and so if the hair was found near the bumper, was near the taillight, so there's just so much there, and I feel like they're leaving there's no explanation of it, so how do they present that to a jury
We didn't
to
even get
make
to
it
talk about
believable?
I thought we had a
Oh.
picture. I thought there's another thing I swear I had seen, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I did, in reading it, I just pictured it. So part of the thing was is they collected these blood samples in
Mhm.
red Solo cups.
How do you even transport that, T? How do you
They put like 6 cups at the bottom of a paper bag, and then they put the different samples in those different cups, and then they sealed the paper bag, and that's what they used to transport it. They're not sealed. I guess
No.
you hold on tight.
And how do you put it in the vehicle, which warms it up and melts the snow? Like,
Uh,
what are you even able to get from watered down blood? Like,
No fucking idea. What they're doing. I don't know what they're gonna. I don't know. Get
yeah,
red
red
Solo
Solo
cup from
cups
the
from
neighbor.
a neighbor, so that's definitely sterilized,
Can't
I'm
find
sure.
it, Carolyn. I swear I saw this picture and I cannot find it to save my life today. And I apparently didn't save it. Why I wouldn't have saved that, I don't know, but I didn't.
Mm-mm. They found his other shoe, PF Box. The EMT found the first shoe on the initial search, and they somehow found the other shoe, what was it, 6 hours later during the second
Where
search.
was it though?
I don't remember. It's up closer to the house, I do believe.
The shoe
I
is
think
closer to
yeah, I think there is a
where the
picture of that out there, or it's at least mentioned in one of the filings of where it was found and where it was located. But it's
I wonder
it's
where the
definitely I remember it for sure. It's during the second search with the CERT team.
the photo I showed it that had a Solo cup sitting on the snow. Yes, but no, I swear there's a picture of the 6 Solo cups in the bag.
In
That's what
the
I
bag?
remember.
I don't
I
remember that.
once again, I don't know.
How many
I
shoes
don't know.
in
I don't know. Maybe it's something I read and then I pictured it. We've been doing this for almost 8 hours,
I
Dee. Tell
know,
me
I
most even
know.
more. Right now, there's
Let's
still
hear
only
his
2 things. Okay, hold on.
heavy
Heavy
metal
metal
saw
agreement
it.
says they saw that photo. So those are the 2 things. If you guys find those, send them either private message me or send them to my email, criminality187 at Gmail. Those 2 things exist in this world. And I know. Okay, I see the pic. You do it. Do you see it right now, Phoebe?
On Twitter.
And then if you know where to find where the shoes were found.
I
Could
know
have been
it's
the
in
evidence.
the. I do believe it's in the statement of case from the Commonwealth, which is like
But
tons
is
and
there a
tons
photo
of
of the
pages.
shoes?
No,
Oh, there's
not
not
that
a
I'm
photo of
aware
the
of.
shoes. Okay, I was like, I hadn't seen that one. I thought you guys were saying there was a photo of that one. Okay. All right, play this. I'm going to run
No,
the
it
rest of
just
it real quick.
yeah, okay. It just details where the shoes are, and I'm pretty sure that's in the statement of case, which is their big.
Okay, she just searched it. Phoebe, what did you search? What words did you use? Tell me the words you used to find these hidden things.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure blood in a solo cup is going to be an awkward search.
Yeah, blood and solo. How do you do that one?
Okay, I'll
There's a
play.
ton of red solo cups in bags. Okay, let me see. Let me see. I have Twitter open, so let's see. Karen O'Reed. Karen Reed solo cup. Let's see if it just pops up that way. No. I got some weird makeup thing. I don't even know what that was, and I'm not good thing I wasn't sharing my screen.
Twitter's kind of sketchy. You got to be careful searching on there. They allow certain things that are whoa.
She wrote it in the chat. Search red solo cups, John O'Keefe. First result. Okay, hold on. There it is.
Oh.
Yep. Look at that. Thank you. All right. Well, I don't have my screen up, but I'm going to send it to you anyway so that you have it.
Okay.
Maybe. Well, I don't know why it doesn't want to save. There it is. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. My eyes are tired, but first look in nothing about Colin video leaking. I'll keep trying. Okay. I know it's out there. I know it's there. Okay, so I just sent you that picture too.
Okay, I'll play this a little bit. You go pee.
I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back.
So with regard to each of these, the other thing that I would point out is counsel was counsel record with the Finney case. The Finney case relates to third-party culprit under the Bowden event. So it's not applicable to what counsel was arguing. It is a low standard, but it's also one that the defendant here has not met. It's not one without limits. As it pertains to much of the material that it was summarized as far as speculation as to what different things counsel feels mean from various things regarding Mr. Higgins, Colin Albert, and Brian Albert. Just starting with Colin Albert, because that's frankly the easiest. He wasn't at the house, and that's what the federal materials confirm with each of every single of the witnesses that were spoken to by the district attorney's office or the troopers or testified to the state grand jury. They testified to the exact same things in the federal grand jury, that Colin Albert had left the house prior to the defendant and the victim arriving there, and there's absolutely nothing to combat that whatsoever, other than, again, just rank speculation. So opportunity would be a little bit amiss if he's not even there at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe, regardless of the invalidity of any sort of ill feelings or ongoing feud that's reported from whatever unknown evidence counsel claims to have. In regard to Mr. Higgins, that was a fanciful story, but again, there's actually no actual evidence of most of those things, or at least the imputations or the connotations the counsel wants to put behind that. Whatever he feels things were observed. So again, I'm not sure where the evidence from this is coming from. What I'm also a little confused in regard to is that if counsel is merely relying on materials within the federal grand jury, and just learned of them at that same time as we learned of them when materials were provided pursuant to TUI, then it's a little peculiar that the exact same arguments were being made throughout the pendency of the case, well before counsel was provided with any of those federal materials. What counsel just went through is essentially a list of rank speculation and not actual evidence. As far as the mysterious portion that's missing from the Sally port, there's a number of different, it's a motion activated camera for the most part. The other thing that I would direct the court's attention to, as it was contained within the state grand jury proceedings, is there is cruiser camera video from the Canton Police cruisers. Specifically, there is cruiser camera video from Cruiser 682. Specifically, there is cruiser camera video from Cruiser 682 at 8:22 in the morning when a lieutenant and sergeant from the Canton Police on their own go over to One Meadows Ave, which is the residence of Mr. O'Keefe, to do a well-being check because they had not received any information as to how the children were or if they were there being attended to. And they pull into the driveway at 8:22 in the morning, directly behind the defendant's vehicle, which is exactly where Ms. McCabe parked it when they stopped there to see if Mr. O'Keefe was there, before then piling into Ms. Roberts' vehicle and proceeding to 34 Fairview. And what you can see within that cruiser camera video at 8:22 in the morning is the damage to the right rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle. Well before the defendant had then come back to the house after the hospital and then gotten in 3 separate cars with her family and driven in a blizzard all the way back to her parents' house in Dighton. And then the vehicle had then been towed from Dighton back to the Canton Police Station by the state police with the assistance of the Dighton police.
Do you know what exhibit number that is before the grand jury?
I believe it's 56, but I can certainly locate that information.
So that is the first we have heard it like that yes, they, observed the taillight broken prior to it going to her parents' home. Like Blah said, like, show us the evidence, but I know they're not going to show us, but he goes on and on and on about how Yannetti hasn't produced any evidence and it's all speculation. Their arguments, I mean, the same could be said for him during this as well.
But it says that they can see the taillight broken going to her parents' home, but that's not until after she would have hit the car anyway.
Right. So they're alleging that they go to that her vehicle is at John O'Keefe's home while she's it would be when she's in the hospital, and they go to do a welfare check on the children, and the dash cam of the police cruiser picked up the broken taillight. I hadn't heard that before, but that will definitely be extremely interesting if it's true. Because it does kind of blow out the, taillight was broken later. But then how do you explain the cameras? And he's like, they're motion activated. Like, thank you. Would it not take motion for the vehicle pulling in? It would pick up the motion?
No, only motion sometimes.
Only sometimes.
Okay.
He's almost done rambling. He just goes on and on.
He's so mad. You can feel how pissed off he is.
As far as Brian,
if you're just over there saying all the things that they don't even make any sense and they don't even have any evidence to support it. Well, guess what? He's a defense attorney. He's not the one who has to prove his case to you. Right. You have to prove it. He's mad because he's making his job harder.
Well, and did you hear his argument? Like, Colin wasn't in the house. He left before everyone arrived. But that wasn't their argument. You guys kept stating that Colin was not in the house, period. Come to find out he was. And again, the defense's argument is that they just don't believe what they have produced in that. And I think that's the text message
they
that
lie.
they're alluding to. Well, they caught her also. You catch Lolly in a big lie in this. Much earlier, he mentions that Karen Reed had said something during her second arrest on camera, and then the judge actually makes him go and find that footage and play it, and when he plays it, it's completely different than what he said.
Did she call him?
completely
So I knew
different.
that happened. Did she call him out on that? Like, that's not what happened? How
Nope.
does he excuse that?
She doesn't say a word about it. She's like, "Okay, I'll take the video," because the video is like over 90 minutes, and she's like, "Okay, I'll take the video home and watch it a couple times and get the full context of it." That's what she says. I'm paraphrasing, but that's it. Because it was a blatant lie. It was insane.
Ah, here it is. I got it. Okay. Yes, thank you. I got the video.
Okay, here, let me show the solo
You're
cups,
good.
and
Yeah,
then I'll
keep going.
switch it over
I'm
to
just happy that I
you.
have the video.
There's the solo cups. So they are the real deal.
Oh yeah,
I
I knew. I was like 6 cups, paper bag.
Like, what happens with once the blood is watered down?
I don't know, but how do you know you're not gonna knock it over? Like, it's not
Yeah.
sealed here. Like, this is not protocol.
But we took a picture of it, so it's all
Right.
good.
So we put like this sample and this sample and this sample and this sample.
Gin P, at least they're honest, like unlike Delphi. Oh my god, I think we're getting the giggles.
John's belt was missing? I'd never heard that.
It's not in the list. I don't think it's missing any longer, or is it something? Maybe it is the belt that's still missing, but it's never been in the. It wasn't in the initial, like when he comes into the hospital and they take a tally of all his clothes and stuff. It's not in there.
That's weird. Okay, so Angela asked, has it ever been determined if any canine DNA was actually found on John O'Keefe?
No, there has not been. It's never been determined or stated. The Commonwealth says, that they tested his arm, and there was never any swabs done of his arm, period. So they can't test that because there's no swabs of the arm.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Did they actually test
Yeah.
his clothing to even see?
They did test his clothing, I do believe, and there was no canine DNA on it.
So his belt might be missing and his hat might be missing. Okay. So let me look at belt and hat.
Yeah, they were in Proctor's car for a while. Angela, you're right. No, Caroline, they did not do swabs of his arm. Isn't that crazy?
Okay, let me see. Let me bring this one over here.
Okay,
I hate showing my Facebook because then people always end up messaging me and then, gosh, every time. Okay.
Do you want to send it to me on Facebook? Because mine's under.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're not in the Facebook group, you might not be able to see it.
Oh, no, I'm not in any of the Facebook groups.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just play it. So most people are probably sleeping by now, but if you're not, don't message me. It's super quick, and I'll play it a couple of times. So that
He goes to grand jury in a week.
okay, so this is Chris Jr. Colin's brother, Chris Jr., posted a video 4 days ago to a public Facebook album. Listen closely to the audio. It's an interesting discussion that they're having. So this is just, like I said, it's just video of them wanting to can you hear it okay, FYI?
Yeah, it says he goes to something about the FBI. I didn't catch that part. And then he goes to the grand jury in a week.
Yeah, so like he's just videoing just to just a video, and they happen to catch this, on there.
He goes to grand jury in a week. Pressed by the FBI. He goes to grand jury in a week.
Does he say he's getting pressed by the FBI?
That's what I hear. Yeah, being pressed by the FBI, and he goes to the grand jury in a week.
Ooh.
And that's July of 2023. And this says it was July 12th and 4 days ago, so July 8th, 2023. T said spam you with messages. Only if you want all your messages on the live. Longest live ever. I love it. I know. It's pretty cool. So I'll play it again, yeah.
He goes to grand jury in a week.
Yeah.
Pressed by the FBI. He goes to grand jury in a week.
So I don't know if he's talking about his dad, his brother. I don't know who he's exactly talking about. I doubt it's his. Well, it could be his brother, because if we go back to the timeline, I think that might actually fit.
That's what I was looking at right now.
Are you looking at it? They serve him.
So, yeah, the federal grand jury for Proctor is in February.
Colin
What
is served with a grand jury subpoena in April, and then
April.
this is in July. So it could be that. Yeah, be impressed by the FBI, and he goes to the grand jury in a week. But it could be uncle, could be dad, could be brother. Thank you guys for saving my sanity on finding those two pieces of information.
I can't believe you guys found it.
That's so awesome. Yeah, pressed by the FBI and goes to the grand jury in a week. I'm not crazy, Deet. See, I told you I wasn't crazy.
I had never seen this. That's a pretty backyard, by the way.
It is a really nice backyard.
He goes to grand jury in a week.
Yeah, pressed by the FBI, goes to grand jury in a week.
He goes to grand jury in a week.
No idea. No idea who he's specifically talking about, but I just remember that it was like a big deal, because that's how people were learning that there was a grand jury and that the FBI was investigating. I was like part of like the whole, like, yeah, we know that you guys know, and your guys are going. Somebody in your family's on their way to the grand jury next week.
Because you're putting it out there.
Right.
Oh, goodness. All right. Well, I am getting sleepy, but thank you so much for
Yeah.
having me. This has
No,
been a
8
lot of
hours,
fun.
girl. I can't thank you and Nunya and Sleuthy, even though she bounced on us like forever ago. It's 2:30 a.m. Why are you guys still awake? Mark says. We're over 8 hours into Karen Reed. We're doing trial prep for anybody who doesn't know about the Karen Reed case, knows a little bit but needs a refresher, or anybody who just likes to talk about the case. We have been doing it for 8 hours. I am going to play this last video of Karen Reed in her interview, where she talks about what she thinks happened and how everything went down.
Oh, that's a good idea. So you have it all together. All right, I'll hop
Right,
down
I'm
and
gonna play
listen
that
to
one.
it.
But I adore you, Deets. Thank you,
Thank you
Nunya.
so
You're
much
still
for
here,
having
Venus
me.
TV. No, thank you.
I love
Hopefully
it.
we'll do
Anytime.
we'll do a crazy Delphi live on your channel soon.
I'm gonna have to dig, because like every time I listen to you talk about Delphi, it's just like something new, something crazier. I think it's even more complicated than this case, that's for sure. So I can't wait to hear about it from you.
We'll do it. Thank you,
We
thank
gotta
you,
do
thank you.
Delphi for dummies so that we can all understand it, remember?
Well, at least I have a presentation prepared for that one, so
Oh,
that'll be
good. All right. Thank
Well,
you,
I
T.
appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I cannot thank you guys enough. I'm gonna play this one before we go, but Deets, you can hop down. Like I said,
All right.
I'll talk to you soon anyway. Thank you for coming up.
Okay, thanks. Bye, love.
So this one is back at the beginning of the year. Once again, there's no gag order in this case, so the attorneys and Karen herself actually have the right to have these conversations and talk to people. As weird as it is, because we're so used to like the Idaho 4 case or Delphi, where you don't get to hear shit about shit. These guys are out there just doing all their things. So this is an interview that was done on Nightline of Karen Reed, and I think it's important to hear what she has to say on her own behalf before we wrap it up for the night. Oh yeah, those cups are not sterile at all. I know, gosh, it's crazy. It's hi Shaz, 7:30 here. Been here since. Have you really? You stayed up all night with us? Aww, that's so kind. I feel like Delphi is more evil feeling than this case. Yes, I agree with you. There's definitely a different undertone to the case. I'll be on replay crew. Okay. All right. Let me play this one.
Has strenuously denied the allegations.
I did not kill John O'Keefe. I've never harmed a hair on John O'Keefe's head.
Her defense, bare-knuckled and bold, is making national headlines. Her lawyers alleging in court documents that a fellow police officer was involved in O'Keefe's death and colluded with other people in a cover-up. You're alleging that law enforcement officials in the state committed murder and that they're covering it up. Why would they want to be involved in this?
Because he's dead. I think things went too far. It was late. There was alcohol involved, but they're all family. And there's many of them involved.
After posting bail, Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Prosecutors allege that Reed hit O'Keefe with her car after getting into an argument earlier in the day, leaving him to die in the middle of a snowstorm in January 2022. But Reed says she had no reason to harm her boyfriend.
I would call him the patron saint of Canton. He was just very selfless, frugal, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that didn't care for John.
The couple first dated in their 20s and reconnected more than a decade later in the middle of the pandemic.
So how did you meet up again?
He had reached out to me on Facebook and he said, "Hey, blast from the past, how's things?" And when I saw his picture, his profile picture was with several young children. And then it triggered my memory that his sister and his sister's husband had passed away. And he told me, yeah, I have the kids now. I admired that. I thought that was amazing.
Soon, Reed says she became part of the family, often sleeping over at O'Keefe's house and helping take care of the kids.
He would go to work and I would stay with his niece and nephew. All of the breaks that the kids had, we did something.
But their relationship also had its struggles. Reeves says O'Keefe had been relying more on her to take care of the kids and that he criticized some of the decisions she made with them.
We had an argument on New Year's Eve. We were away on vacation and he became incoherently drunk. And I ended up ringing in the new year with his niece and nephew. John didn't come back to our room till after 3 a.m. So that was rough. I felt very much taken advantage of. He apologized profusely for what happened on New Year's Eve. And he said, if you can't get over it, then you need to spend some time at yours. I can't keep apologizing. I don't want to keep rehashing this.
A few weeks later, they were invited to meet up with some friends at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. And there, they ran into Brian Albert, a fellow Boston police officer who Reed says O'Keefe looked up to. Albert had led the city's gang unit before commanding the Fugitive Apprehension Team. It was the elite squad responsible for taking down some of the city's most dangerous criminals and featured in the 2013 TNT show, Boston's Finest.
1 minute we're walking around, everything's fine, and then 1 minute it's not fine.
Both times I met Brian Albert, he seemed like the type of person that you'd be surprised he's out socially because he doesn't seem like he ever wants to be there.
But at the bar, Reed says there was an invitation to continue hanging out at Albert's home.
I said, can we make sure we're welcome here? Nobody extended the invite to me. I didn't hear the invite extended to you.
They drive to the Alberts' house. What happens next is disputed.
So I pull at the foot of the driveway. It's snowing. John has no coat on. It's windy. So I drop him off. He goes up the driveway and approaches the side door. And as I see him approach the door, I look down at my phone.
Reed says after about 10 minutes of waiting in her car, she became irritated that O'Keefe still hadn't gotten in touch with her. And she drove back to his home where she continued calling him before she says she fell asleep around 1:30 in the morning. She then says she woke up before 5 a.m. He still wasn't home. She then started canvassing the neighborhood.
Just going to drive around in the 2 square miles that we spent the preceding night.
After 20 minutes of unsuccessful searching, she called John's friend, Carrie Roberts, and Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert's sister-in-law, who was also at his house the night before. The 3 women together now headed to Albert's home.
How soon was it when you pulled in there that you saw John's body?
Immediately. And what struck me when I saw him was his mouth was open a little bit and his eyes were shut and he had spots of blood in different areas on his face.
O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. He died from blunt force trauma and hypothermia. And it wasn't long before Reed became the #1 suspect. Authorities say they had noticed a cracked taillight after they seized her car.
I had told both Jen and Carrie that I cracked my taillight. I said, I just hit my car on top of everything, but I didn't look at the damage. And both women said, it's cracked. It's cracked. Calm down. You cracked your taillight. You're okay. Let's go look for John.
But according to police statements, Jennifer McCabe told authorities that while they were looking for O'Keefe, Reed stated, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And when O'Keefe's body was discovered, First responders who arrived on the scene say they overheard Reed make other statements.
Firefighter said that you said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I said, I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded by a question mark. What I thought could have happened was that did I incapacitate him unwittingly somehow, and then in his drunkenness passed out?
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had had probably about 4.
The Commonwealth says that you had 9 drinks that night. That's what the prosecution says.
I don't believe they're saying I wasn't in my right mind.
Well, they were saying you were intoxicated. Is it possible that you might have hit him unwittingly in your admittedly very large SUV?
No, not possible.
3 days after O'Keefe was found dead, investigators arrested Reed for manslaughter. She was eventually indicted on second-degree murder. Investigators reported they found fragments of broken glass on the rear bumper on Reed's vehicle, and that a broken cocktail glass was found by what appeared to be patches of blood near O'Keefe's body.
The victim, Mr. O'Keefe, is last observed on surveillance video with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same arm that's injured, the same type of glass that is then recovered from the bumper of the defendant's car.
In court documents, the prosecution also claims that Reed's blood alcohol level could have been between 0.13 and 0.29%, above the legal limit of 0.08. In addition, they say pieces of Reed's taillight were found on the scene the day O'Keefe's body was discovered. More fragments of that taillight were found the following week, according to Canton police reports, after the snow melted, which revealed more at the scene. But Reed's attorney, Alan Jackson, has a different theory about how those fragments of taillight got there.
Those pieces of taillight were placed there after the fact.
You're saying evidence was planted?
The pieces of taillight were planted after the fact.
What does the defense believe actually happened to John after Karen dropped him off?
I think he walked into the house. I think he was confronted, was likely brought down to the basement. I think that confrontation got physical, and he was beaten. He was beaten to a point of unconsciousness.
Jackson argues that the autopsy photos of O'Keefe support his theory and not the prosecution's claim.
Looks like he's been in a fist fight and he's been beaten. He's got some defensive wound bruises on the backs of his hand. He's got this massive laceration on the back of his head, a big giant gash, about 2.5 inches, exactly lateral, going from left to right. 2 black eyes, cut over his right eye, cut over his nose. This was a cover-up that John was murdered inside that house. His body was placed outside.
But in a statement to ABC News, the prosecution says there was no conspiracy or cover-up. Such claims have been systematically refuted by evidence submitted to Norfolk Superior Court. The prosecution also said that, according to O'Keefe's cell phone GPS records and 11 witness statements, O'Keefe never entered Albert's home, and that a medical examiner found no signs of Mr. O'Keefe being involved in any type of physical altercation or fight.
There's no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was beaten and left for dead. There was no evidence of any defensive wounds.
ABC News reached out to attorneys for Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, but did not hear back by the time of this broadcast. In a previous statement to the Boston Herald, McCabe's attorney said the whole scenario is baseless. Reed is scheduled to appear next in court again in September.
So like I said, that's old. So obviously we know that jury selection starts here just in a few hours. There's a few things that, for how I feel about this, I struggle because I want to believe that they would do things correctly. But I don't. I don't. There's so much shadiness involved in this, and the connections they're not just being told. Like, for anybody who follows me with Delphi, like, we know that Nick McClelland is related to one of the victims. It's a little bit extended it's a little bit further out of a relationship, but we know it. It's been addressed. It was addressed publicly by them. And it's done. Now we have this guy Proctor who's acting like he doesn't know anything about these people. And that's a lie. It's one of his very good friend's brother's house that this happens at. Yes, he can say, okay, when I very first got the call, I don't know John O'Keefe's name. I don't know Karen Reed's name. But as soon as he figures out exactly who will be the witnesses in this, he does know them. And I find that to be problematic. Obviously, there's a handful of things that are wrong when it comes to how is the prosecution going to, or Commonwealth going to prove how he received these injuries. I do not see currently how they will be able to do that. That bothers me. I think that the tumultuous relationship type of thing, and that they're going to break up and so on and so forth, like, it doesn't make a lot of sense, because obviously, even if they go with like the fighting from before, I think it's a pretty big leap to just say like, hey, we're about to break up because we get in these arguments, especially if their relationship is kind of like that. It actually would more bode to the fact that that's kind of how they are. So I don't know, I'm kind of iffy on that one. When it comes to the stuff with the house, I think the timing of the stuff in the house matters, about the basement being redone, more so than I think about it being redone itself. If the basement's redone, and we can figure that out, that's one of the questions I have. If it's done closer to the time after John O'Keefe was killed, I see a bigger issue than if it's done closer to the time that they list the house for sale. But one of the things that Lolly just said in the last clip that we just listened to, he talks about that there's no evidence to support, that he has defensive wounds or that he had gotten in this fight. Well, they never went in and actually processed the house as a crime scene. So he's not wrong. There is no evidence to support that, but that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be. It means that the investigators didn't do what they were supposed to do. And this is it is very reminiscent of Delphi, I swear, because that's part of the same issue I have, is why didn't you do all the things you needed to do in order to solve the crime? Instead, January 29th, they find his body, and within 4 hours of the 911 call, you have one detective who is already talking about that they're going to investigate this as a domestic violence. And then by that afternoon, they already have come up with the theory that it's a hit and run, and they don't even have her car yet. Not a hit and run, but a vehicular manslaughter. They did not even bother to look at anything else. They weren't going to look at anything else, and they're essentially telling us that they're not looking at anything else. So those are my biggest issues that I have. I mean, there's probably more, but having to name them off the top of my head right now, that's kind of where I'm at with it. There's some shady stuff with just like I said, the connections between these people. Morrissey himself is a pain in the ass. Obviously, he's out here just tainting jury pools because he just thinks he can. And I get that there's no gag order, so it's very different than what we've been doing. But then you got Berkowitz, and you got them destroying their phones. What are you destroying your phones for? Why are you being told to destroy your phones? So there's definitely some other issues here. The dog being gone, you got rid of your dog that you've had since 2019, 3 years before this even happened. You got the dog and you just get rid of it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of little odds and ends that just doesn't. His injuries, though, his injuries don't make sense to me. And here's the other thing. The reason I'm asking about the shoes is because it's pretty common that when somebody is hit by a car that their shoes are actually, they lose their shoes, but it takes great force to do that. So then the speed that he would have had to have been hit with to lose his shoes is another really, and so where were they at? And then where they're found should be able to show what type of force, if he was hit with, then. So I want to know where the shoes were found. Not that I would be able to figure out what the force would be, but I just think that's an interesting thing to look at. That they don't interview people that were actually at this party. They don't even interview them. They don't interview them for a year or a year and a half. One was 9 months. The other ones are a year and a half later. And they just never even talked to them, like it didn't matter, because they already had the idea of exactly what was going to happen. They knew what they were looking for. They already knew what they wanted to charge her with. They knew it was going to be her fault because Jen McCabe told them it was her fault. Because she supposedly told Jen McCabe it was her fault. Dragging a body into a yard could lose a shoe too. Absolutely. But there's just so much. There's so much to it. There's so much to it. No wonder I'm by myself. Everybody else bounced. But 8.5 hours later, and it's like there's still stuff that we didn't get to talk about. Let me see what you guys are thinking. I am actually going to call the school this week. It's just been so long since I graduated my bachelor's. I'm worried they will hold it against me. The bruises on the back of the hands could be right, but they're saying no. There's no evidence of defensive wounds. Chain of custody issues. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about we're collecting blood samples in fucking red Solo cups. I mean, how is that even going to be admissible? I don't even know. A very weird way, time and place to murder someone. If it were her, how could she be so sure that it would kill him? It's kind of ridiculous. That's true too. The other thing is that she seems very believable. My only issue with that, well, they say that her blood alcohol, I mean, that's a huge range. You're talking like highly intoxicated to like, needing to be resuscitated almost, from a 0.13 to a 0.29. That's way, I mean, that doesn't sound like a lot in like math terms, but in alcohol, like intoxication terms, that's huge. So I don't know. I think she's being honest, but even if she did hit him, I don't know if she would remember. So that's a part I struggle with too. I can see that side of it. Oh, you're going to go back for your MS. Oh, your master's. Oh, that would be cool. I just finished my bachelor's last year. Or no, 2022 now. Jeez. It's over a year. The case is full of reasonable doubt. I think she's innocent based on the actions of the others. Google searches, destroying phones, missing video. Like, yeah, like what the fuck are you hiding? Angel's like, you don't believe her. Hypothermia, people undress and first go to his shoes. Well, the only thing is like if he was conscious after he had been hit, I mean, I don't know, wouldn't he have just called for help? Then there's the weird thing on the timeline about the phone being answered, and then the 80 steps. How's he taking steps if he just gets out of the car and gets hit? Where's the 80 steps come in? But then again, where's the 3 flights of stairs come in? Yeah, it was a hospital seat. Well, so I think at that time, I remember reading that she had tested at that 9 a.m. time. It was like she was still like 0.06 or 0.07 or something like that. Don't quote me on those numbers. It's been a long day. So what they have to do is work backwards on somebody of her average height, her average weight, with that many drinks, so on and so forth. But then there's the weird thing, even they're talking about in the documents, is that she's taking the shots and pouring them into her glass. Like she's not really taking them. And then, yeah, and then why are you lying about when you went and took her car? Why do you have her car for over an hour and a half? And then all of a sudden it's in the Sally Port and now there's no footage of that? Why so many weird things? Now, there's no video. There's the Ring camera across the street happens to not work. The Ring camera down the street that would have caught her broken taillight happens to not work. I don't know. I think it's going to be a really good trial. They're not backing down. Depends on how much she normally drinks. And she's tiny. But it doesn't matter how much she normally drinks. She's also on medication. So there's a lot. That's a lot. I think we unpacked a ton tonight. And I hope that for anybody who stuck with us the whole time and didn't know the case feels like they actually are prepared for trial. Even though we weren't able to get to all the things, I think we hit a lot of points. Yeah, and clearly Higgins, and I think that's going to be Higgins has got something going on with the FBI where he's like, no, they told me, go ahead. They need a search warrant for that blood drop. Somebody was talking about like sections or something like that. I don't know enough about that to have an opinion. Hypothermia, they have no clue what they're doing. So somewhat traumatic. So you think like he was knocked out with a traumatic brain injury and then gets hypothermia and starts kind of freaking out while he's out there? You feel like you know much more now? Okay, perfect. At least somebody does. Yay! It was worth it. And if they use an alcohol wipe to clean her skin, the levels would be all jacked up. That's true too. No photos taken of her taillight? Yeah, that's weird. I'm wondering what we'll see in trial. An ALC is drawn in a green tube, top tube, and a CBC is drawn in a purple tube. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. They sectioned her or said they were, which is a 5150. So they were able to take her blood based on that. When you section someone, you put them on an involuntary hold for a certain amount of hours, and each state differs, I believe. Okay, because she was having suicidal thoughts or saying suicidal things because she'd lost her shit when she found him. As Jen McCabe just sits there super calm, doesn't even bother to go tell her brother-in-law, who's a first responder, or her sister, doesn't bother to go get blankets for them, just chills. Yeah. All right, you guys. 8.5 hours. Karen Reed, we're ready for jury selection. Tomorrow, I am going to go live on the Delphi documents that came out today, and we might have some more tomorrow to have to go through. So tomorrow will be Delphi. If I have time, I will do a second one on an update on all the things that we maybe didn't touch on with Karen Reed. But first and foremost, tomorrow is I got to go through the Delphi docs. So I'm going to do that. But amazing. I mean, amazing. We had like 300 and some people down to 180 people here at the end of it. So, I mean, that's still a pretty good turnout for me. I appreciate you guys hanging in here and learning all the things. Some things I remembered, some things I wasn't so sure of. And then my lovely co-host tonight, Deets on the Streets, the good Nunya and Sleuthy, all their links are in the description, and also like hyperlinked in the actual title of the live. So please make sure you guys go and give them all some love. And Deets and I, and probably Sleuthy and Nunya, and anybody else who ends up wanting to join over there, we'll probably do like a Delphi for Dummies before the Delphi trial, just kind of like we did with the Karen Reed one today, getting everybody ready for trial who doesn't know or just likes to talk about Delphi or just wants a refresher. But as always, I appreciate you guys. I know you guys have 1,000 other places you could spend your time, and you choose to spend your time here hanging out with me, and it means the world to me, especially, you know, we're going on midnight now. So I adore each of you. Thank you for being here. I'll see you tomorrow.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.